It was night in Konoha. The hidden night village seemed calm and peaceful to me. Looking at it, you feel calm and protected, like a child in the arms of its mother. Sitting alone on the first Hokage's stone head and enjoying the fresh night air, I wasn't too upset. After all, I came to this place precisely to be alone, because after the war, I almost never managed to do that. Solitude rarely bothers heroes. And I couldn't call the gatherings on the Hokage mountain that. I was occasionally visited by a cool night breeze, because I came here mostly at night. It flew at me and pulled my hair with impunity, whispering its unreal stories in my ears, and then flew away to return, having made a circle around the village. And Kurama was always next to me, or rather inside me. I was relaxed, although, can you call a person relaxed who tried, even while resting, to scan the entire space around him, sensitively listening to everything? But life is a villain. Relax a little and give in, and you're dead. And that this is not just an outdated expression of the cruel world of shinobi, I know firsthand. A sad smile touched my lips. For some reason I wanted to howl like a wild animal at the moon that peeked out from behind the clouds. Maybe because I lost too much on my ninja path. I often try to forget about it, but it doesn't work. I remember the past again and again, jumping up in bed at night, waking up in a cold sweat because of another nightmare. Suddenly I heard footsteps behind me, but I didn't feel any threat. I didn't react to it at all, knowing who was behind me. I guess I just got used to feeling the chakra of this person nearby, or I got used to the ironically arrogant look of his Sharingan eyes. Sasuke Uchiha. How many trials did we go through together before the Fourth Shinobi War, and even after it? Probably, neither I nor he could give a complete and more than reliable answer to this. Hello, Hawk, I said quietly, but loud enough for the Anbu to hear. The footsteps behind me faded, and I heard my friend chuckle contentedly. You're in your element, as always. The voice was as arrogant as usual, but without the note of excessive impudence that was inherent in it before the war. You like to show off. Oh, come on, he waved his hand at him without looking, knowing full well that Uchiha didn't like it when he was even partially ignored. You know better than anyone that I've changed a lot in recent years. But even so, you still really like to show off, Sasuke sighed a little irritatedly. Well, sorry, I snorted and, standing up, turned to my best friend. Uchiha had changed a lot in the last 3 years. He had become taller and more muscular, but he had changed more on the inside. The formerly revenge-obsessed and hate-filled renegade was now a calm and reasonable captain of one of the Anbu squads. However, I have changed no less. In appearance I have become almost a copy of my father, and my height is 1.90 m, like Sasuke. I have grown, so to speak. And inside I changed even more, and I don't mean my inner world, where QB sits in a cage. I mean my soul, my character and my worldview. I became completely different. Before the war, I was mostly carefree and, as strange as it may sound, even stupid. I believed that the world could survive without bloodshed. And now, so to speak, I've grown smarter, or rather, I've simply gained experience. The war and the hard life have become wonderful teachers for me. I've stopped being the naive fool I used to be, and the carefree, 32 and counting, smile that people around me used to see every now and then has disappeared from my face forever. I've become more serious and reasonable, and I've learned to hide my emotions. A few years in Anbu can do even more, especially if you're the commander of one of these elite shinobi squads. Apparently, turning to my friend, I was immersed in memories and heavy thoughts at the wrong time, not even noticing the passage of time, because Sasuke suddenly came up and, putting his hand on my shoulder, looked into my eyes with the care that only he was capable of. Naruto, are you feeling okay? Yes, quite, I answered a little lazily. And why such an interest in my well-being? You just suddenly, for no apparent reason, fell out of reality, my red-eyed friend said, a little worried. And you look kind of down, as if you hadn't had any rest for several days. Naruto, you've been exposed, the fox commented good-naturedly on my friend's words, and I was even glad that Sasuke hadn't heard the Bijuu's words and grinned. I really hadn't had much rest for several days, exhausted by missions. But what can I do with myself? Rest, even a short one, like the gatherings on the Hokage mountain, made me remember everything I didn't want to remember. I didn't even sleep for a couple of days, afraid of nightmares, in which they were sure to be. But we can't tell the Uchiha about this. I'm fine, he said as confidently as he could, shaking his friend's hand off his shoulder. And I think you were looking for me. And you, of course, were looking for me, since you didn't even come here to talk about how I was feeling. You're right as always, Fox, the brunette grinned. Lady Sunid called us to her, apparently. Another task from the Hokage awaits us. Well, let's go to Grandma, I said, not without a grin, and, simultaneously jumping up from our place, we headed to our highly respected fifth. The task didn't seem difficult to me or my red-eyed friend. Find and destroy several Nukanen who escaped from prison, what could be simpler? Although I don't like killing, my hand has never trembled while carrying out such assignments from the Hokage. During such tasks, I simply switched off, didn't feel any emotions during the killing. It's very strange, but I've already gotten used to it. Without feeling any malice towards the enemy, or disgust for what I did, I became a simply amazing killer. Apparently, the soul became much darker after the war, and I got used to the fact that death will always be near. I am a Jinchuriki, after all, and people like us do not live in a fairy tale. Blood and constant battles surround us. Apparently, this fact greatly influenced me and I became what I am now. Having received the mission, Sasuke and I pulled Anbu masks over our faces and, taking with us the elite shinobi subordinated to us, set off. We would have managed together, but soon it gave the order to take the people of our squads with us. 3 people per squad, not counting the captain. I knew all my subordinates by sight, as well as Uchiha's subordinates. Answer, it was only with a stretch that I called them subordinates. In my squad, as in the Hawk, there were our peers, our comrades in arms and friends. My squad consisted of Shikamaru and Ino, as well as another guy a couple of years younger than us, but already quite capable of being an Anbu, named Ikimaru. Sasuke's squad included Kiba and Shino, as well as the very young shinobi Momoka. I wish that only the ninjas from our class were with us. But alas, apart from the 6 of us, and Ten, who is not even our classmate, no one survived the war. Sakura, Hinata, Sai, Choji, Lee and Neji. And Kakashi too. These are the people I lost in this damn war. The people who haunt my nightmares. We moved through the forest, knowing exactly where to look for the escaped Nukanen. We didn't talk, it was just that during missions there was never time for that, just like now. Before meeting the enemy, everyone needed to gather their thoughts and prepare for battle. And I still had to force myself to forget about the past for a while. Wait, Dog said quietly and did what he asked us to do. Kiba was a good tracker and ninja, and so he walked ahead most of the way with Akamaru. The sense of smell of these two never failed, and so we all stopped abruptly when we heard the order, knowing for sure that Kiba's words could only mean one thing: there was an enemy ahead. The dog gestured towards the target and explained how much a person feels. Hawk and I nodded in unison and gestured for the troops to follow us, continuing forward, but at a slower and more careful pace. Soon we saw them, our target. 11 people in prison clothes were sitting under one of the trees and were animatedly talking about something, or rather, just arguing, but when we got closer, their conversation stopped. More precisely, the general conversation of the criminals was interrupted by one of them, who suddenly shouted, "There are enemies nearby, staring in our direction." "It must be a censor, damn it," the Anbu from my squad in the sparrow mask cursed discontentedly. "He is Shikamaru." And then everything began to dance in a deadly dance of battle. Hawk and I, without saying a word, jumped sharply from the tree and approached the enemies very quickly, so that they practically did not notice our maneuver. I realized this only when I looked into the eyes of the Nukanen, whom I killed first, breaking all his ribs with a rasengan and, to top it off, breaking his neck. Throwing the dead body of the renegade aside, I rushed to the next victim. Sasuke also did not waste time. He was operating slightly to the side, piercing the enemies with Chidori, so that splashes of blood of the enemies defeated by Uchiha flew in different directions. Our team, which also entered the battle, tried to stay away from us. You never know what might happen. For this, I, probably like Sasuke, was very grateful to them. I don't like it when someone gets in my way. The few enemies that fell to my lot were not weaklings, and this made the fight quite interesting. One of them had mastered the element of earth and actively used it, but I was still quicker and stronger and therefore won. When there were about 5 of our enemies left, we appreciated their talents and strength. One threw a tree at us, simply tearing it out of the ground along with its roots, but everyone managed to dodge and remain unharmed. Sasuke took him down while I dealt with this lumberjack's friend, who was quite good at controlling water. For some reason, this guy's fighting style was very reminiscent of Gaara's, and I realized what I would do immediately after this mission. I decided that I would take a vacation from the Hokage himself, and I don't care that I will remember many bad moments without doing anything, and I will go to visit the Kazekage. I wonder what he is doing there. But when I finally managed to deal with the Gaara water clone, something unexpected happened. In the heat of battle, I didn't immediately notice that everything was swimming before my eyes. A couple of sleep deprivations made themselves known, and at the wrong time. I didn't notice the attack of one of the bandits. Naruto. I heard Hawk's frightened cry behind me and immediately turned around, but it was too late. I didn't even have time to somehow react to the flying wooden spear, and although my red-eyed friend managed to do it, nothing could be fixed. But he tried. Sasuke instantly appeared next to me in the path of the weapon, which pierced him through. He probably hoped that the spear would get stuck in his body and not penetrate the armor of the Anbu suit on both sides, but his hopes were not justified. Having passed through his friend's body like a knife through butter, the spear stuck into me, the wayward one, piercing through, just like the Uchiha. The incredible pain made my vision blur for a moment, and when it cleared up, I saw Sasuke's face. He was standing in front of me, impaled by a wooden weapon, just like me, because the spear was surprisingly long, and it only stopped when it stuck into the tree that was behind me. Hawk seemed calm and tried not to show how much pain he was in, but I clearly saw hellish suffering in his eyes. And there was a slight smile on his lips, as if trying to cheer me up, like, everything is fine and will get even better. But I already understood, on the edge of my consciousness, which was not touched by pain, that this was the end. I understood that I would never again have the post of Hokage. Naru. My friend and comrade tried to say something, but he couldn't do it. Blood flowed from the corners of his mouth, and his eyes began to dim. I'm sorry, I squeezed out with the last of my strength, knowing full well that it was all my fault. Sasuke, why did you cover me with yourself? Uchiha grinned painfully, and with difficulty, he raised his right hand and placed it on my shoulder. It was as if he was saying, brother, everything is fine. I don't blame you. And then his eyes closed and I realized that they were closed forever. He did not fall. The spear did not let him fall. We, like two pieces of meat, were strung on this wooden weapon, unable to fall to the ground that was stained with our own blood. Sasuke, feeling his consciousness crumble into darkness, he quietly whispered, realizing that this was the last thing I said in this life. Naruto. Kurama screamed in fear in my subconscious, but I could no longer answer him. I fell into darkness. Commentary on the prologue. The Kyuubi's chakra, Naruto and Sasuke, during the death of the Uchiha and Uzumaki, and their abilities, were suppressed by an invisible to the naked eye, spatial hole that was opened by someone in another dimension. Therefore, Sasuke was unable to activate his Susanoo, and Kurama was unable to sense the threat. Beshano. 1. Damn your leg, Kurama. The whole world was shaking, and I couldn't open my eyes to see what was going on. My head hurt. I didn't understand why the hell it hurt, if my body was supposed to hurt. Although, maybe nothing at all should hurt now. After all, I was kind of dead. But for some reason I was only slightly interested in what hurt and what should hurt at all. I was more interested in why my whole body was twitching and shaking. Maybe they are carrying me. But who? I couldn't answer this question. I couldn't even open my eyelids because of the pain in my head, and there was an unpleasant ringing in my ears. I felt sick, like Gaia after a week at sea, and I felt completely lost. Suddenly the swaying stopped. Apparently the one who was carrying me stopped. I heard someone's voices as if through a thick blanket. It was impossible to make out the words of those speaking, but their voices were vaguely familiar to me, as if I had heard them a long time ago. It became interesting, and I tried to at least strain my hearing a little. I, like any ninja who got into an incomprehensible situation, tried to find out at least some information about where I was or at least what was happening. But it would have been better not to do this. After all, the attempt to find out at least something echoed in my head with a terrible pain, and all I heard was just a phrase of some girl. I'm sure he'll be fine. And then someone's palm touched my cheek, and the terrible headache subsided. Ninja medic, I realized tiredly, before realizing that I was losing consciousness. Apparently, the dull, aching pain didn't allow me to pass out, and now that I was freed from it, my body decided that it was time to rest, and I didn't even try to resist it, falling into darkness again. When I came to my senses again, to my joy, I was able to open my eyes. The first thing I saw was a light gray, almost white, ceiling, and then, when I turned my head, hoping to understand where I was, I saw the same color walls and some furniture. Having made such a simple inspection of the room, I could say with some confidence that I was in a hospital. Every time I turned my head, it hurt a little, but not much. My body didn't hurt at all, which was very surprising, and I sat up from the bed, threw off the blanket that someone had thoughtfully covered me with, lifted my t-shirt, and looked at my chest and stomach. Fuck your leg, Kurama. I couldn't help but exclaim, and for good reason. There wasn't a scratch on his body. Images of my death immediately appeared before my eyes. The flying spear, Uchiha covered in blood, my blood, Kurama's scream. Exactly. He slapped his forehead. Kurama might know what happened. Realizing that my red-haired friend could tell me what had really happened, I settled myself more comfortably on the bed and went into the inner world. The water splashed under my feet as usual, and the dark walls of the corridor appeared around me. Everything seemed normal, but I clearly understood that something was wrong. Maybe the loud snoring that was carried throughout the corridor and sounded from the room where Kyubi's cage was new to me. Hey, Kurama, fur rug. I shouted loudly on purpose and ran towards the cage as fast as I could. Are you asleep or something? Kurama was indeed asleep. He stretched out across the cage at his full, considerable length, his tail sticking out through the bars, and slept. But it wasn't the fox's languid pose that shocked me when I ran full speed into the room where the cage stood, but his appearance itself. I, with my mouth wide open and having forgotten how to breathe, looked in surprise at my unusually thin, so thin that his bones protruded under the skin that covered them, and disheveled red-haired friend. The previously majestic and powerful Kurama now looked like a beaten mongrel. Kurama, I said, not in my own voice, but loud enough, but the fox didn't even bat an eye. He shouldn't have done that. I came here to find out the truth and I wasn't going to change my plans. Having decided to wake the fox up at all costs, I went into the cage and, going up to his muzzle, which I managed with difficulty, since the biju's breath almost knocked me off my feet, I brazenly grabbed him by the whisker and pulled hard. Kyubi muttered something and covered his muzzle with his paw, but didn't wake up. Yes, Kurama, my god. I shouted loudly, starting to get angry. Wake up already, you floor brush. Zero reaction. Well, that's it. You've got it. I whispered angrily and created a shadow clone. I wish I hadn't done that, honestly. Quadruple A. My mother Zetsu. What the hell? I screamed in fear, jumping on the fox's head. My clone. He looked like me when I was 12 or 13, but he was thinner than I was then. The clone blinked his eyes in confusion when I screamed in fear, and the red Bayu moved lazily and opened his eyes. Naruto, he said sleepily with a loud yawn, staring at me. What happened? Why are you standing on my head? What happened? I couldn't get over the shock, and I didn't even try. You're asking me what happened. Look at the clone, and tell me yourself what happened. Kurama yawned again and lazily looked at the shadow clone, who was still standing motionless, and apparently also trying to understand what was happening. I expected anything from the fox: shock, fear, dumb anger, and even laughter. But not what he did next. Kurama yawned again and looked at me in confusion. A clone? Like a clone. What don't you like? Nanny, I couldn't believe my ears. Fox, are you kidding me? I didn't even think about it, the biju shrugged. I started getting angry again. No, Kurama, you're definitely kidding. Does this clone look like me? He's some kind of underdeveloped kid. Look at yourself. Kyubi smiled sarcastically, and grabbed me with his paw, took me off his head and put me on the water, pointing his finger at the reflection. I obediently looked at the water surface, which was sometimes covered with ripples, and received another portion of shock for that day. The reflection was an exact copy of my clone. What? But why? I couldn't find any more words, but Kurama didn't need words. He apparently figured out what exactly I wanted to know. We are now in a parallel world, he said, yawning once again, slightly covering his mouth with his paw. And here you are about 13 years old. In a parallel world? I asked again, not believing that this was possible. I don't like to repeat myself, snorted the fox. But how did we get here? I asked the Biju in shock, trying not to burst into hysterical laughter. I transported us here, QB said sleepily, closing his eyes and resting his head on his front paws. What oh. What did you hear? The fox yawned again. And, Naruto, we'll talk about this later. I want to sleep. I'm tired. I spent too much chakra to keep us from dying. I'll call you myself when I wake up. Don't let us die. Kurama, what are you talking about? I asked, but QB didn't answer. He was asleep again. A fur rug, I muttered through my teeth and dispelled the clone, returning to the big world again. And very timely, by the way. As soon as I opened my eyes, the door to the room opened and Kushina came inside. Mom, I said hesitantly, not believing my eyes. Is she alive? All common sense screamed that this simply couldn't be. Although, I am in a parallel world, and everything here may not be the same as in the familiar world. Naruto, bloody habanero said with concern and literally ran to the bed, embracing me. Baby, how you scared us. Baby, scared. The shock of today had already become so strong that I was ready to return to my inner world and kill Kurama. But everything is fine now, you are safe and sound, my mother continued to chatter. Well, almost sound, she pulled back a little and looked closely into my eyes. Does your head hurt much? No, not really, I said, embarrassed, unable to believe that Kushina was nearby and that this wasn't a dream. A confused thought came to me that if my mother was alive, then maybe my father was alive too. Uzumaki hugged me again and I hugged her back. It was unusual, and at the same time very pleasant. The warmth of my mother. How I dreamed of hugging her like this in reality, and not in my thoughts and subconscious. But despite all the joy that had overwhelmed me, I couldn't help but attach importance to Kushina's words. Something had happened, and that something wasn't good. Mom. What? Son? Mom asked quietly, letting go of my embrace again. What happened? I don't remember. Nothing. Trying to look innocent, like a poor lamb, I looked away from my mother and looked out the window. That's not surprising, dear, Uzumaki said with pain and ran her hand over my head, covered in bandages. Even though there was a medic in the rescue squad, it couldn't save you from a little amnesia. In the rescue squad? I asked again. Yes, Mom nodded. You, the son of the fourth Hokage, were kidnapped by enemies in order to blackmail Minato, but the rescue squad, led by your older brother, was able to catch up with these kidnappers very quickly and save you. I sat and tried to understand the situation. So, Sarai, or rather, not even me, but Naruto from this world, was kidnapped by some bastards, but they saved. Saved. My older brother. Yes, Nagato was the leader of the squad that saved you. Uzumaki smiled at me. Nagato, I yelled, unable to contain myself. What? Nagato is my older brother. My violent reaction apparently surprised Kushina greatly, but she tried not to show it and tried to explain the surprise in her own way. Yes. Why? You don't think your brother cares about you, do you? She asked seriously, and I shook my head convulsively, still in a dumbfounded state. Even though Nagato doesn't pay much attention to you and doesn't help you often, it doesn't mean he doesn't care about you. He cares about you, even if less than Itachi. And then I realized that a little more and common sense would say goodbye to me forever. Itachi cares about me. Nani? My eye twitched nervously, but fortunately, Kushina explained everything again in her own way. Oh, you're probably tired. I'll go, she said and, getting out of bed, left the room, saying at last, get some sleep. Yeah, I just went and fell asleep. I doubt I'll ever be able to do that again. The nervous laughter I let out right after my mother closed the door confirmed that conclusion. I, the captain of the Anbu squad, sat on the hospital bed and laughed, unable to stop. Bly and in. Comment to 1. Fuck your leg, Kurama. Besheno. 2. Tomatoes and a flying saucer. A week of my new crazy existence and stay in the hospital passed. Why crazy? Because with each new day lived in this world I realized that I was going crazy more and my mental health was not helped in any way by the people around me, or rather the people visiting me. On the contrary, these people and their behavior were knocking me out of common sense more and more. Almost every day, Itachi visited me and brought me kilograms of tomatoes, because the Naruto of this world loved this red vegetable. As I found out from the red-eyed brother Sasuke himself, I and he actually came together on the basis of our love for tomatoes. Of course, I found out this by ensuring myself by telling Itachi that I don't remember. I have amnesia, damn it. To my great surprise, my friend's older brother really cared about me, just like Kushina said. He talked to me like a brother, and even smiled, but that made me feel awkward. I wasn't used to seeing any kind of emotion on Itachi's face. Mom also visited me often, happy that my head was healing quickly. Yes, Kyubi, even when he was sleeping, took care of me, which made me happy. And Kushina, she, even though she was happy about my quick recovery, was very surprised by it. When I asked why she was so surprised, she told me that usually all my wounds, even light scratches, took a long time to heal. Nagato came to visit me a couple of times, but he never stayed with me for long. I saw some kind of melancholy in his blue eyes when he looked at me. It was as if he regretted something, there was pain in his eyes. But he never said a word to me about what could have made him so sad. Apart from Itachi, Nagato and my mother, no one else visited me, except for my younger sister Akane, who was sometimes brought by Kushina. This surprised me very much, because I knew for sure that my father was alive, and I also knew that I had an older sister who was the same age as Nagato. But I understood why they didn't visit me when I asked Kushina why they didn't come to me. They have a lot to do, she whispered back to me, but her gaze said more. She looked at me with pain, just like my brother, and I understood why. Naruto of this world, and now myself, was weak. The body, as I noticed earlier, was even weaker than my real body at 13. I now even had much less chakra than in my world. I couldn't even make a shadow clone, although I tried hard in the evenings when no one was looking. This magnificent discovery almost made me howl like a wolf. I felt helpless. How could I not feel that way after realizing that you can't use all your cool and powerful techniques? But I never gave up and didn't consider myself a weakling. I decided, no matter what, to regain my strength. True, before this decision, I was hysterical for a couple of days, but I did it only in the inner world. I was lucky that Kurama didn't see me in such a state. He was still sleeping. Having decided to regain my strength, I realized that I would not achieve this without intensive training. But training in the hospital was not worth it. I could fall under not very good suspicions, although I did not see a big problem in this. When the week of confinement in the hospital came to an end, and I, having begun to feel much better, finally decided to go out. Taking off my hospital pajamas and putting on a white t-shirt and black pants, thinking with horror that the Naruto of this world is not only a weakling, but also seems to be a goody-goody, I opened the window and looked out into the street. The cool evening air pleasantly touched my face as soon as I stuck my head out of the building. People were scurrying back and forth under the hospital walls and I quietly, trying not to attract much attention, jumped to the ground. Fortunately, my room was only on the second floor, and ran away, trying to hide in the shadow of the night that began to cover the earth. To begin with, I decided to at least find out a little about what was going on in Konoha at the moment. I had already learned a lot about the village from my mother and Itachi, but I needed to at least get used to my home village, a little myself, and an evening walk was the best way to do that. If only the hospital wouldn't notice my disappearance for as long as possible. Having run a decent distance away from the hospital and going to a ramen shop, I realized that this walk was really bearing fruit when I saw Kakashi walking down the street in the company of Obito and Rin, I think. I didn't show myself to this company, quickly hiding behind the wall of one of the nearby buildings as soon as I noticed them. They were my father's students and would probably ask what I was doing here and not lying on a hospital bed. I didn't want such questions. Now I knew that in this world, Obito most likely wasn't going to put the world into an illusion. Why would he? He was quite healthy, and Rin was alive. I also learned that Hatake doesn't have a Sharingan. Although, it was a bit of a shock. Well, I'm not used to seeing Kakashi without a red eye. After I met my dad's students, I wandered around Konoha a little more, the streets of which became increasingly deserted as night fell. I often encountered Uchihas, but I wasn't surprised, because I knew for sure that Itachi hadn't destroyed his clan, and the Sharingan themselves hadn't rebelled. After walking around the village to my heart's content, I headed to the training ground, intending to train a bit and return to the hospital ward, but I never made it there. I had only a little way to go when I sensed Itachi's chakra nearby, and not wanting to meet the Uchiha, I rushed to the nearest tree and jumped onto one of its branches, hiding. I really didn't want to meet him now. After some time, In addition to Itachi's chakra, I felt someone else's chakra, which was familiar to me, but I could not understand why. It was not Nagato's chakra, or anyone else's who visited me, but it was something familiar to me. Who could it be? I asked myself mentally and tried to guess where the stranger was, but I was having trouble. How hard it is, damn, without the hermit regime. But even without my favorite mode, I could clearly sense that Nagato and someone else were approaching me. Mentally cursing, I quickly left my shelter and ran into the thicket of trees, angrily realizing that I would most likely not be able to escape pursuit. If only I could create shadow clones, I would still be able to escape. As I began to run, I began to faintly sense Itachi's and the stranger's chakra, and with my current body, paying attention to everything was terribly problematic. I tried to concentrate as much as possible on my brother and his comrade, hoping that they would soon lose track of me, but they only got closer to me with every step I took. Their chakra was approaching and I was too busy tracking them, so much so that I did not notice that the stranger's chakra was also starting to approach, but not from behind, but from the front. When I heard fast approaching steps in front of me, it was already too late to turn anywhere and I, as soon as I realized that someone was running towards me, and seeing a grey shadow ahead, quickly jumped onto the branch of the nearest tree. The stranger did the same, jumping onto another tree. I began to silently examine the stranger's grey silhouette, preparing to dodge the kunai flying at me at any moment, and he seemed to be doing the same. Our silent stares dragged on, but at least they didn't bring me any sense, but only worsened my situation. I already felt Nagato and the second shinobi very close, and I also clearly felt Itachi again, who was also approaching me and the stranger, but from the other side. Apparently, he was pursuing this strange guy who was sitting on the tree opposite me. Who are you? As if confirming my thoughts about who is the Uchiha's target, the stranger asked a little nervously. And then my heart almost stopped. It was like cold water had been poured over me, because that voice could only belong to one person out of all those I know. Sasuke. I squeezed out with difficulty, already cursing myself internally. So what if it's Sasuke? You never know, in this world he should also exist, or rather a guy just like him. And who knows, maybe the local Naruto couldn't recognize the Uchiha by his voice on the first try. Naruto, the grey silhouette said uncertainly after a few minutes of silence. Is that you? Who else? Databio. I answered enthusiastically, for some reason feeling much more confident after the Sharinganite Gopher's question. Databio, Sasuke asked, amazed, and quickly jumped over to me, looking into my eyes. I was stunned. If I said this, then it would mean saying nothing. The younger Uchiha was burning me with a look full of suffering, even in the darkness I could see it. Such a look can only be from a warrior who has known war and the pain of loneliness, but not from a 13-year-old boy with tousled hair, which Sasuke was now. But apparently I was looking at him with the same gaze. Hawk, I said uncertainly, already knowing in my soul that it was him. Long time no see. A slight smile touched his lips. Fox. I felt like I had finally gone crazy and was having visual and auditory hallucinations. It was Sasuke. It was definitely him, but that just couldn't be. While I was in a state of uncultured shock, Sasuke suddenly shuddered for some reason, and looked at me bloodthirstily, like a drug addict who hadn't taken a dose for a week, and sniffed the air like a dog. Hey, Sasuke, what's wrong? I asked excitedly, starting to recover from the shock and risking getting it again. You smell delicious, Uchiha answered, swallowing hard. I stared at him in fear, but quickly figured out what was going on. Smiling wickedly, I put my hand in one of my pants pockets and pulled out a tomato, which I had grabbed in the ward in case I got hungry. The Uchiha instantly transformed. My friend's hands began to shake, his eyes became round and crazy. My precious, he said in a voice that was not his own and, clutching the unfortunate vegetable with his hands, he abruptly tore it out of my hands and bit into it with his teeth, purring joyfully. Looking at him, I just smiled. Now I had no doubt that this was my friend Hawk. Only one Sasuke in a million has such a terrible love for tomatoes, and he is my comrade. So. My older brother's angry voice sounded in my ear and I looked up with a guilty look. And what are you doing here? More precisely, what are you doing? Sasuke's older brother corrected Nagato, drilling us with his activated Sharingan. I made the most innocent face I could muster and smiled guiltily. Sasuke continued to devour the unfortunate vegetable with a furious growl. Sasuke and I decided to go for a walk, so he came to pick me up and we left. Scratching the back of my head, I started to make excuses, or rather, to talk nonsense, but I was angrily interrupted by some girl, whom I couldn't make out in the dark, but whom, as it seemed to me, I had known for a long time. Through the window, I clearly heard irony in her voice, but it didn't stop me, and even added to my enthusiasm, and I continued to tell the truth. Yes, through the window, I exclaimed joyfully, smiling idiotically. But we did it by accident. The window was blown open by the wind, and we wanted to close it, but we fell out onto the street and decided that since we were already outside, we could go for a walk without saying a word to anyone. Otherwise, we would have had to ask permission. I am sick after all. At this point, I was interrupted again in an uncivilized manner, but this time it was Nagato. In my opinion, you're already quite healthy, since you can behave so recklessly, he said gloomily, apparently realizing that I was shamelessly lying. And I think that you can already be returned home. And you, Sasuke, should be put under house arrest for leaving home without warning anyone, Itachi said menacingly, addressing his brother directly. KHR, was all the Uchiha Nutic answered, biting off another piece of tomato. The elder Uchiha looked at Sasuke with an alarm that I couldn't understand. It seemed to me that he had only just now noticed that his little brother was gobbling a tomato. Sasuke. Your brother is eating a tomato, why are you suddenly nervous? Nagato shrugged and suddenly shuddered and looked at Sasuke, no less shocked, and perhaps even more shocked than Itachi. Sasuke is eating a tomato. Nani? What's the matter? I blinked innocently, completely unaware of the situation. My brother can't stand tomatoes, the elder Uchiha explained to me and looked questioningly into the darkness, where the girl who came with Nagato stood. Are these really them, Karen? Yes, sister, is it really Naruto and Sasuke? Nagato asked the girl, trying to recover from the shock. His eye twitched nervously, as did mine. What? Karen is my older sister. I thought, arriving, once again that day, in shock, dumbfounded, and then the girl jumped towards us. It was definitely Karen. Yes, they are. My sister snorted arrogantly and adjusted her glasses on her nose. Do you think I could confuse their chakra with someone else's? No, what are you saying? Nagato smiled conciliatorily, and then Sasuke purred again, but this time offendedly. The tomato was gone. But just. The guy's tastes have simply changed. Karen looked menacingly at her brother and Uchiha, clearly telling them to shut up and stop doubting anything. And stop starting discussions here. Take them and let's go home. The boys didn't argue with her, and neither did I. I could tell for sure that the Karen of this world was practically a copy of Kushina. And if Kushina was angry. In short, I realized that it was better not to anger my sister. Itachi picked up the offended, grumbling Uchiha, whom I began to understand. If Sasuke wasn't given tomatoes, he might go crazy, and it looked like he hadn't been given any for a week. Realizing this, I looked at my friend with pity and imploringly asked Itachi. Give him tomatoes every morning. My request must have been strange, but the elder Uchiha nodded in agreement and rushed off, carrying my comrade away. Nagato also picked me up in his arms and quickly jumped through the branches, carrying me home. Karen followed us. Where have you been? Kushina screamed angrily as soon as my brother and sister and I stepped over the threshold and entered the house. Not only did she scream, but she also launched a plate, but I managed to dodge this unidentified flying object that was flying at my head. The plate hit the wall and with a loud clang shattered into pieces, and I mentally praised myself and my reaction, knowing full well that if I hadn't dodged, I probably would have gotten real amnesia. I was out for a walk, I said as innocently as possible. Walked. My mother was beside herself with rage, and I could feel it on my skin. Do you even know how worried we all were when we found out you weren't in the hospital? We thought you'd been kidnapped again. But everything's fine, now I'm home, I said quietly, looking with horror at Kushina's hair moving with anger. So what? Bloody habanero continued to rage. My nerves are not made of iron, and your actions almost drove me to the grave. My heart almost stopped when you disappeared from the hospital. But now, I tried to calm my mother down again, but she angrily stamped her foot and said in a commanding tone. Now you will go to the kitchen and eat, and then wash up and go to bed. Got the order, I shouted loudly, following my old Anbu habit, and ran as fast as I could towards the room from which the delicious smell was coming, and I made the right choice, actually finding myself in the kitchen. As soon as I got there, it was as if the nine-tailed beast itself roared behind me. Do you need a special invitation? Get to the kitchen quickly. After these words from Kushina, the hurried stamping of feet was heard, and Nagato and Karen flew into the kitchen after me. Commentary on 2. Tomatoes and a flying saucer. Beshano. 3. It's a madhouse all around. Nani, I exclaimed at the same time as Sasuke, looking in complete amazement at the sleepily yawning Kurama. Fortunately, both I and the Uchihan crazed gopher were in my inner world, and no one except the fox heard our friendly exclamation. What did you say? What did you hear? The nine-tailed one snorted, shrugging his shoulders. In ours, you most likely died. What the F? My friend screamed furiously and started running around my miserable internal sewer, shouting such obscenities that it's hard to even come up with. In my opinion, even that immortal guy who was one of the Akatsuki didn't know such obscenities. At least, I've definitely never heard anything like that before. However, I can understand my friend. At that moment I was sitting in the water, near the cage of my red-haired friend, and I was also freaking out, but only quietly. Am I dead? An Anbu captain and the fourth son. I thought in horror, trying to wrap my head around what I had just heard and take it for granted, but I couldn't. This just can't be happening. I don't believe it. But it wasn't just the news of my death and the death of my Uchiha-turned friend in our world that was crushing me with a shock wave. The red-haired Bayu had just told me and Sasuke a very interesting story about why two captains of an elite shinobi squad and a red fox couldn't cope with a very simple attack. Kurama told us that during our last fight, something was blocking our powers. Sasuke Susanoo, the sensory abilities of the Kyuubi, my thunder god, and my sense of danger. When Uchiha asked what it could be, Kurama suggested that perhaps it was the spatial transition that appeared on the battlefield that turned off all of our abilities, which was impossible to see with the eyes, even with the Sharingan, and into which the nine-tailed Bayu threw us, using all of its powers. Answer, right after that, Kyuubi told us that in that, our world, we might have died. Calm down, the Biju asked irritably after half an hour of our collective, quiet and loud, madness. So what if we died once? So what if we died once? Sasuke exclaimed in rage. A person only has one life. And I had a wonderful life. I was an Anbu. I was a Konoha shinobi. I was. Oh. Shit. The last words Uchiha said began to rush around my inner world again. And I, beginning to calm down, sat and thought. Thought. Kurama, I said quietly, a few minutes after my friend's dialogue. What? Kyuubi growled tiredly. He was always fed up with all sorts of fuss, unless it involved fights and blood, of course. You only transferred our souls and consciousnesses to this world. Well, and your inner worlds, the Biju answered me, yawning widely. Does that mean that Naruto and Sasuke of this world, that is, their personalities have disappeared? I tried to say these words as calmly as possible, but I still heard threatening notes in my voice. I somehow would not want innocent people to disappear because of me, and especially other Narutos. No. Kurama shook his head. They were unharmed. But where are they now? I asked with interest. Next to you and Sasuke, the fox said and closed his eyes, grinning slightly. They're separated from you by a force I don't understand, which shows them you and your actions like a mirror. And the way you behave. It makes even me laugh. It makes him laugh, yeah, Sasuke chuckled darkly, finally calming down, and standing next to me, he added no less darkly. Naruto, it's time for us to return to the big world. I think your family is starting to feel something is wrong, because we've been here for about an hour, which means we've been sitting in your room for about an hour, quietly, just like mice. This might seem strange to them. I think you're right, I nodded, rising to my feet. Don't be bored, Kurama. Fortunately, Sasuke's fears were not confirmed, and my worried parents did not bang on the door of my room. Although, if Kushina had suddenly started to worry, she would have taken the unfortunate door out long ago, and would not have been knocking on it, persuading me to open it, and my father. He didn't give a damn about me at all. Whether I was there or not, it didn't matter to him. I realized this after spending a week at home. Minato. He simply ignored me and didn't even notice my attempts to talk to him. For him, I'm just an empty space. However, Not only for him. Karen, my older sister, although she sometimes pays attention to me, behaves mostly the same as my father. Only Nagato, my mother and my younger sister communicate with me more or less normally. But I understand both my sister and my father, and therefore I don't blame them. Almost. This world's Naruto, although he was a weakling, seemed to be very devoted to his family and loved everyone. Well, I can't explain all those drawings I found on the desk in my room, otherwise. This world's me only drew my family. It's funny, because I never knew how to draw, and this Naruto definitely had artistic talent. But I have talent too, I thought seriously before Sasuke came to me today, brought by Itachi as always. Every day after our walk, Hawk's older brother brought him to visit me. Apparently, Itachi was glad that his younger brother had a friend, because he had no friends before me. The local Sasuke was also a weakling and something like the local Naruto. Withdrawn, quiet and not promising. I can achieve any of my goals. After visiting my inner world and talking with the finally awakened Kyuubi, me and the tomato-munching Sasuke went for a walk around Konoha, with difficulty assuring my mother that everything would be fine with us and that we would return soon. And it was not easy to persuade the bloody habanero, because she was sincerely worried about the weak and defenseless under ninja, but we still managed to do it. Having finally gotten outside, the Uchiha and I went to the Hokage mountain, where there were only 4 faces so far, wanting to be alone for a while, without extra ears, and talk about what we would do in the near future. Although, I already knew for sure that I would be training hard in the coming days, and I was sure that Sasuke was going to do the same. As we walked towards our destination, I turned my head from side to side, noticing more and more differences between this and my home Konoha. Whatever you say, they were very different in appearance. This Konoha had more shops and houses, more residents, more Uchiha, and much more. And it was bigger. Sasuke seemed to be amazed by this hidden village as well. I noticed that, although he didn't turn his head in all directions like I did, he sometimes narrowed his eyes or, on the contrary, widened them, looking at passersby or houses that appeared on our way. This was a sign that the Uchiha was surprised to some extent, but to what extent, I was unable to understand. Sometimes I overheard snippets of conversations of passers-by, from which, to my considerable surprise, I learned that Konoha was preparing for war with sand, and that it was unlikely that everything could be resolved peacefully. From the looks Sasuke sometimes threw at me, I realized that, like me, my red-eyed friend did not really like this topic. And I was right. This is crap, he said gloomily as soon as we reached the mountain and sat on the 4th's head. This world is such crap. I agree, I nodded and added angrily, war with Suna is not for me. I don't want to fight against Gaara, his friends and family, even if there is another Gaara in this world. Me too, Sasuke whispered. In recent years, me, the Uchiha, and the Kazekage have become very close. But I hope there is still a chance for a peaceful solution to this problem, even though I don't even know what the disagreements between the leaf and the sand are. And I don't know, even though I'm the son of a living Hokage, I sighed heavily. The last 2 weeks. After these words of mine, we talked a little about what we would do in the coming days. I was right, Sasuke was also going to start training hard. Having learned this, I immediately suggested that we train together, and he agreed, because it is much easier to train and develop your shinobi skills together. After working out a training plan and fooling around a bit, we headed back to my house. We walked slowly, and therefore arrived at our destination only a couple of hours later. At my family's house, our mothers, Kushina and Mikoto, were already waiting for us, sitting in the gazebo near the house and drinking tea. They were friends even in this world, and that's why my friend's mother often visited us. Neither Sasuke nor I were surprised by this, but I was surprised by something else. I couldn't understand how the hot-tempered Uzumaki and the seemingly calm Uchiha could become friends. Although, anything can happen in the world. In worlds. As soon as Kushina saw us, she began to tap the frying pan, which had magically materialized in her hand, on her palm, showing with her whole appearance how unhappy she was. And where have you been, young people? My mother asked us menacingly. We were walking, I shrugged and smiled as innocently as possible. Walked. For so long. Habanero's hair began to shake, making both me and the Uchiha Nato-chan shudder. Yes. Sasuke nodded convulsively. What? Is it impossible? Why not? The Hokage's wife calmed down immediately. Yes. I was just worried. But it's still good, And they're safe. Uchiha smiled sweetly at us, completely calming my mother with her words and allowing me and Sasuke to breathe a sigh of relief. We didn't really want to fall under the righteous wrath of Uzumaki, which even Sasuke had known about firsthand in the last few days. Then we sat with our mothers for a while until Mikoto got ready to go home. Sasuke decided to go home with her. When we said goodbye, standing near the door of my house, he smiled slyly and, winking at me, said, "Well, Naruto, get ready for tomorrow." "What will happen tomorrow?" Kushina looked at him with interest. "Tomorrow Naruto and I will go to the training ground and train in using shinobi techniques," the Uchiha said proudly. "We're sitting around doing nothing anyway. We don't go to the academy, but at least we'll get busy this way." I nodded, confirming my friend's words, and both mothers' eyes immediately, at the same moment, became wide-eyed with surprise. And it wasn't because of Uchiha's words about the academy. We really didn't go there. I was on sick leave, and Sasuke simply refused to go there without me. Our mothers were surprised because. "Is it true? Uzumaki was the first to recover from the initial shock. Will you be training in techniques tomorrow?" "Yes. Why?" I said as indifferently as possible, watching with sadistic bliss as both women's jaws dropped to the ground. Comment to 3. It's a madhouse all around. Sorry for the delay in the chapter. 4. Shinobi training and animals. "Surrender, Sasuke," I shouted, using the last of my strength to kick Hawk, aiming for his head. "Fail, Uzumaki," my friend answered me, parrying the blow with his last strength, and then we both fell onto the grass in unison. We both, breathing heavily, sprawled out on the green carpet of the meadow and began to look at the starry skies. It was already quite late, but we were in no hurry to go home. Why? No one was waiting for us there anyway. At least, me. Maybe they were worried at home, but they didn't expect it, because in the morning I had warned my mother in advance that I wouldn't be coming home to spend the night, for which, admittedly, I got hit on the head with a frying pan, and my father didn't care at all where I was at any given time. I wasn't entirely sure about Sasuke. He didn't like to talk about his family, and I didn't try to get into his soul. It was useless anyway. Mikoto might be waiting for him now, but he was in no hurry to leave the training ground where we had spent the last 2 weeks, training hard and getting our bodies into good physical shape. During these weeks we had prepared ourselves quite well and could already use some of our average ninjutsu techniques. For example, I could easily create 100 shadow clones, I could use rasengan and control my chakra element, and Uchiha, without any side effects, could already freely use his fire techniques, and he already had 2 tomo in his sharingans. In taijutsu, neither I nor he, in our category of academicians, in which we now found ourselves, had any equal. But we were still far from our mega techniques, that is, the Beiyu and Susanoo modes, as far as from Konoha to the Land of Iron, if you crawl there backwards. Although, besides this, there are still some things we haven't tried. "Hawk," I called quietly to my friend, watching as a shooting star flew across the sky, right above us. Let's check what kind of recruiting animals we have." "You mean we'll run away on reverse calls to the habitats of our potential partners?" the red-eyed man asked, a little interested. "Well, yes," I nodded, yawning. "Oh. Let's do it," my friend agreed after a short silence. After lying down and resting for a bit, we rose to our feet and, biting our fingers in unison, made the necessary seals and hit the ground with our palms. And then my stomach twisted and my eyes blurred, which I covered, shaking my head. Yes, transferring the shinobi animals to the ground was not easy for me this time. Although, perhaps, it should be so. After all, I am still a 13-year-old boy, and not a 16-year-old shinobi, who first transferred to the Mountain of Toads at exactly that age. That time, the reverse summoning was much easier for me. And this time I wasn't transported to Myoboku. I realized that before I even opened my eyes. The sensations were different. Where did this take me? I asked myself gloomily, opening my eyes, looking at the clear, transparent river that flowed next to me, and immediately heard Kurama's indignant and excited cry in my head. "Idiot. Moron. Why did you use the reverse summon?" His voice was too excited and I tensed up. "Kuramushka, why are you so nervous?" he asked his furry friend as calmly as possible. "Why am I nervous?" the fox howled. "Naruto, do you even know where we are?" "In a very nice jungle with a beautiful waterfall and river," I grinned. Ha, ha, very funny, the biju snorted. But you shouldn't be sarcastic, my brother Jinchuriki. Why? Because we are in the sacred jungle of Thor, Kyubi answered me quietly. PFFT. I've never heard of anything like that, I shrugged. Do you even know why? So why? Because rarely did any shinobi return from here. The fox howled again, and now I really got scared. Fear was clearly heard in Kurama's voice, and that alone made me fall to the ground and look at all the nature around me with horror. But since I was the most tenacious and unpredictable shinobi of all the worlds, I didn't do it, even though I got really nervous. Why are you so sure that this is the jungle? I asked him. And why are you afraid of this place? I've been here a couple of times and I'm not afraid to be here, I just don't like the locals, who have a very bad character, snorted Kyubi, but I still caught fear in his words, although not as strong as it seemed at the beginning. And then, from behind a tree that stood on the other side of the river, a white tiger came out and stared at me in bewilderment. And I, in turn, stared at him expectantly, trying to get a good look at him. So we played, staring, for about 15 minutes, during which my Kurama did not say a word, however, as did the tiger and I. In the end, I won, and the beast, looking away, went to the water and began to lap up the crystal clear liquid. When the tiger had drunk his fill, he looked again at me, who still hadn't moved from the spot, and asked in a soft, velvety voice, such as only women can speak. Are you going to stand like this? Her voice was incredibly calm and beautiful, which made me jump up in surprise. The tigress clearly wasn't going to attack, and that didn't match up with Kurama's words. There was no hint of bad character yet. No, I don't like to pretend to be a statue, I answered the little animal and stepped towards the river. The tigress smiled. And you, as I see, are brave. More like stupid, I grinned, and the striped one giggled quietly. And I came to make a contract with you tigers. I already understood that. The little animal nodded, still smiling, and jumped across the river to me. Fortunately it was not wide. When she was 2 steps away, for some reason I did not feel any danger. Although, this was probably because the tigress did not pose such a danger to me. People don't just come to us. And what's your name, kid? Actually, I'm not a kid anymore, I chuckled. And my name is Naruto Uzumaki. And my name is Miracle, this cat introduced herself, and I noted to myself that the name suited the tigress very well. After a mutual greeting, the white tigress led me to the elder of these sacred lands. As we walked, we talked about how the tiger shinobi had not made contracts with anyone for 300 years, but that was only because everyone who visited their tiger lands was dirty inside. The big cats sensed this well, and so they gave these shinobi a beating, and sometimes even killed them. But you are different, even though you are the bearer of the red rascal, Miracle answered me when I asked her what I was like inside. You are good. Then she told me about the adventures of the biju on their lands. Yes, I learned a lot about Kurama. For example, I learned that my red-haired friend is completely contraindicated to drink sake. After some time, the jungle began to thin out, and we came to a huge clearing, on which an entire village was located, a tiger village, to be sure. But still, a village. Throughout the clearing there were low houses made of stones, with roofs made of branches. Tigers, red, brown and white, were walking along the streets between them. I saw them, looking at the village from the hill where Miracle and I were standing. The whole village seemed magical and somehow ancient. Our village was built a long time ago, when Rikudo Sennin still ruled, the tigress said quietly and sadly when I voiced my thoughts. And when the shinobi were better. There were still many of us then, because we didn't need anything because the shinobi we had contracts with helped us. But when the ninja became rotten inside, and we stopped cooperating with them, our village began to fade, and there were very few representatives of my kind. Tears welled up in the big cat's eyes, and I felt truly sorry for her. I hugged Miracle around the neck and quietly said, but now everything will be fine, because now I will be with you. When we went down to the tiger village, many residents came out of their houses and began to stare at me. Some of them nodded to me in a friendly manner, while others bared their teeth. Apparently, not all tigers liked the fact that a man had come to their village. But I didn't care about the opinion of these growling beasts, I was more concerned about how the elder would treat me. I was afraid that he would not agree to give me the contract scroll. But my fears were in vain. The old tiger, named Sora, was very happy to see the pure shinobi and let me sign the contract. After I signed the scroll with my blood, the old man and I discussed the details, and I said goodbye to Miracle and headed back to the training ground. Sasuke was already waiting there, and when he saw me, he smiled. Then we talked about what summon animals we got. It turned out that Sasuke in this world also had another summon. If before his main summon were hawks, now it's wolves. Cool. Uchiha grinned when I told him what kind of summon I got. This will be better than toads and snakes. Well, yes, I didn't argue. It was still night on Earth, and we were already very tired from training and visiting the lands of summoned animals, and so, having set up the tent that Nagato had given us the other day, we climbed into it and collapsed into bed. Tomorrow we had to go to the academy, since my sick days were over, and we needed to be rested, because we didn't know what to expect there. When I started to fall asleep, I suddenly thought that tomorrow I would meet my friends, even if they were not exactly the same as in my world. Even with those who died in my world. Commentary on 4. Shinobi Training and Animals. Besheno. 5. Sorry, we did it on purpose. The next morning, Sasuke and I dropped by my house, got hit on the head with a frying pan by Kushina, and quickly went to the academy. We overslept a little and were late for class. Although, we didn't panic about it. We didn't care that we were late, and only the frying pan that hit us was the incentive that drove us forward now. When we finally arrived at our destination, having quarreled a little, but in a playful manner, along the way, we, with the speed of meteorites, ran to the door of the auditorium in which we usually studied, and, opening it, burst inside. The way we entered, there was no other way to describe it. Sorry for being late, Aruka-sensei. We all exclaimed in unison upon seeing a familiar teacher, trying to break the oppressive silence that had formed in the classroom when we arrived. All of Aruka's students were looking at us in surprise, just like he was, until we started yelling. After our loud apology, he shook his head as if coming out of a magical trance and said seriously. Namikaze Naruto, Uchiha Sasuke, how do you explain the reason for your lateness? Do you want me to answer you honestly? My tweaked friend grinned. Of course, our sensei nodded. We were late because Sasuke paused dramatically and, looking slyly into my eyes, said, we were saving Konoha from flying frying pans. One of our current peers giggled in amazement. Well, yes, Sasuke is quite the inventor. And you call this, honestly? Aruka frowned. Yes, I nodded with the most serious expression, wanting to play along with my friend. Yumino sighed heavily and told us to take our seats, and we, with a sense of duty fulfilled, went to the desk furthest from the board, sitting down together. As we walked towards her, I repeatedly caught the contemptuous glances of my peers and understood perfectly well why they looked at me like that, but I didn't like it. Sasuke also ran into a wave of dislike, and some wit from the same clan as my friend tripped him up. But Hawk had overcome such shit in his life that a simple trip up was like a needle in a haystack. He easily noticed his clansman's dirty trick and stepped on his foot, almost breaking it. The owner of the foot exclaimed indignantly, but didn't make a fuss. He simply looked at Sasuke with even greater malice and, even after we had already sat down, continued to burn a hole in him with an angry and vengeful look. But Uchiha didn't give a damn about this goat. The lesson, apparently interrupted by us, continued, and I, with a bored look, began to look at our peers. Among the crowd of completely unfamiliar guys, I noticed my old acquaintances. They're all so petty, I said to myself, and then in my head I heard aloud, PFFT, which belonged to my fox-crazed personal schizophrenia named Kurama. You're a fat little thing yourself now, he answered me when I asked what was going on there. Well, thank you, Kurama, you've consoled me, I chuckled and, having nothing better to do, descended into my subconscious. Does it really hurt your eyes? The fox asked when I appeared before him in all my glory. Oh, it cuts so much that I just want to make myself a fur rug out of grief, I looked unkindly at the grinning fox. Oh, I'm scared, QB pretended to be scared and even covered his face with his tails. Don't be sarcastic, mobile flea house, I chuckled and folded my arms across my chest. Bayu laughed, and I chuckled again and returned to the outside world, deciding not to go down to Kurama for a week. Let him sit alone and think about his behavior, otherwise he's gotten completely out of hand. When I opened my eyes, I noticed a funny picture for me. Uchiha was sleeping in class. Uchiha. In class. Sleeping. Where is this world heading? I thought, internally freaking out, and tugged my friend's hand. No reaction. Okay, you asked for it, I grinned and, leaning towards his ear, shouted loudly. Uchiha rise. Madara attacks. My friend's reaction to these words was not long in coming. Ha, what, where, when? Uchiha yelled, jumping to his feet, his eyes rolling wildly. Nowhere, I chuckled, laying my head on the desk. Everything's fine. Then why did you wake me up? Sasuke started getting angry. What were you yelling about? So you don't sleep, I grinned again. Only one can sleep during class. And that'll be me. Baka, Uchiha whispered angrily and sat down at his desk again, laid his head on the desk and instantly fell asleep. And I, before also quietly and peacefully falling asleep, looked with bliss at the stunned faces of the students and the elongated face of Iruka-sensei. We woke up only when the break began. It just became noisy, and we had long ago gotten out of the habit of sleeping in noisy places. Almost all of our peers were running around the auditorium and yelling something. Probably telling each other how cool they were. Only Sasuke and I, Shikamaru and Choji, and that guy who tried to trip up Hawk was sitting in their seats. He was still looking at Uchiha with disdain. Sasuke, I think he's fallen in love with you, I said cheerfully, and my friend winced. Oh. Come on, I'm not a loving person, the brunette chuckled, and his clansman rose from his seat and confidently walked towards us. But sometimes I'm angry. The unfriendly Uchiha approached us and, grinning insolently, placed his hands on our desk. Hello, losers, he said, chuckling maliciously as he greeted the heroes. Hello, suicide, Sasuke yawned. What did you say? The boy growled angrily, and immediately, as if on command, 3 more guys I didn't know approached us. He said what you heard. I closed my eyes, but I was not allowed to enjoy the moment. Our new, completely crazy, acquaintance screamed angrily and, swinging his arm, tried to hit Sasuke with his fist, but he failed. Hawk quickly left the line of attack, and quickly kicked this idiot in the face, so hard that his clansman flew away from us a few steps and collapsed on someone's desk, never getting back up on his feet. I hope Sasuke didn't kill him, I thought, blocking an inept kick from one of our suicide comrades. Seeing what happened to their comrade, the group of boys didn't leave us alone, but on the contrary, rushed into a fight. Which, however, was short-lived. Having quickly knocked out my first 2 opponents, I sent my unlucky third enemy into a short flight towards the girls standing a little to the side of us, who ran away screaming from the guy flying at them. Sasuke didn't stand on ceremony with his opponents for long either. He broke the nose of the first one, leaving him groaning in pain on the floor, and simply threw the other 2 to the sides, slamming their heads against the walls. I think it would be worse than being hit on the head with a frying pan. When our sensei returned to the auditorium, he was stunned by what he saw. The whole room was littered with beaten guys from the suicide retinue and himself, and those who had not participated in the fight were looking at me and Sasuke with admiration. And when the beaten ones were taken to the hospital, they asked us why we did this, and whether we did it by accident. Uchiha and I answered in chorus. Sorry, we did it on purpose so that these freaks wouldn't disturb our peace. Iruka and the other academy teachers were shocked. Comment to 5. Sorry, we did it on purpose. I decided to post this chapter early, even though I went a little crazy while writing it, so I'm really looking forward to your feedback, my dear readers. 6. Everything and a little bit of it. Morning. It can be good or not so good. The morning of that day was more in line with the second version. At least for me. I woke up with a very bad headache, as if I had been hit with a sledgehammer. The pain was terrible and I, in order to somehow get rid of it, went down into my subconscious. I wish I hadn't done that. Wow, I howled, clutching my head with my hands, and fell into the water. The pain I felt in my subconscious was several times stronger than the pain that tormented me in the outside world. What the? And then, throughout my entire subconscious, Kurama's roar rang out. It was deafening, and filled with painful groans. Kurama, I barely whispered and screamed again from the pain that washed over me like a wave, and was stronger. With her arrival, everything disappeared for me except for her. For me at that moment, only this pain existed. Only hellish pain and nothing more. I don't know how long I lay in the water on the floor, writhing like an eel in a frying pan, but soon the pain subsided, and I was able to feel everything that surrounded me again. After lying around in the cool water for a while longer, and wondering with excitement what had happened to me, I got up on my legs, which were shaking and generally felt like cotton wool, and went to the cage in which my furry friend was usually located, even though it was open. Coo. I looked into the room where the cage stood and opened my mouth in shock at what I saw. Kyubi, a powerful Bayu that many feared, was lying on the floor, covering his muzzle with his tails and shaking. His fur was standing on end, and he was whining. And when I called his name, he didn't even twitch his nose. Kurama, I said louder and confidently walked towards his cage, and the fox, as if he had been struck by electricity, jumped up in place and exclaimed in horror. No, I didn't do anything. I didn't mean to. His frightened look and the way he darted around the cage became the most terrifying thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never seen fear in the fox's eyes. No, the animal horror that I saw in his eyes at that moment. Hey, Ku, what's wrong with you? I exclaimed excitedly, and Kurama stopped, looked at me with horror, and then sighed heavily and, closing his eyes for a moment, opened them, looking at me more calmly. Naruto, he said hoarsely and, lying down on the floor, smiled wearily. I'm so glad to see you. We then talked a little about what had happened, but we still couldn't figure out the cause of it. Kyubi, it turned out, had a headache too, but his pain was accompanied by voices he had never heard before. These voices were condemning him for something he had never done, and swearing to destroy him if he didn't confess. And now you don't hear them? I asked my Biju. No, the fox shook his head. The pain is gone and they're gone too. I see, I sighed and, waving my hand at Kurama, returned to the outside world and immediately heard the voices of my relatives arguing about something on the lower floor. I couldn't make out the words, but I didn't try to listen. Why would I need this? They were probably talking about the personal problems, but I didn't really care about their problems. I had so many of my own problems that I could eat them with my ass. Dressed in a black t-shirt with a red swirl sign on the chest and grey pants, I went down the stairs and went to the kitchen. As always in the morning, my whole family was already there, and when I entered, the conversations immediately died down. Mom smiled at me and continued to manage the stove, Nagato nodded to me, and Akane happily exclaimed. Good morning, brother Naruto. Yeah, good luck, I mentally snorted and, smiling at this red-haired bandit, went to the table, stealthily glancing at my father, who was looking at me with displeasure and resentment, and grinned. A month had already passed since the fight at the academy, after which no one else tried to fight with me and Sasuke, but after which he and I had passionate admirers. And our fathers also paid attention to us. Yes, how could they not pay attention to us when they were called to school because of us and told that we were beating up our classmates? Nani, our fathers exclaimed in one voice after this news, staring at us. And what about us? We were fine. We stood there and smiled guiltily. Then, on the way home, Minato tried to ask me about what happened, but I, probably out of spite, did not answer him, but only asked, looking at him over my shoulder. Why do you need to know this? You've never been interested in my life. But you didn't live up to my expectations, and in general, it seems like you didn't want to become a shinobi before. My father spread his arms out to the sides. And today? And what about today? I flared up unexpectedly for myself. Today I taught a lesson to some presumptuous kids and it made you happy, and you decided that I was starting to justify your hopes. You know what? Minato Namikaze is the fourth Hokage. What? Naruto. My father tensed up. Apparently, he had never seen his son like this before. Go into Juubi's arms and don't bother me, I whispered angrily. And remember, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. The day after this conversation, he worked on the paperwork, and I officially became an Uzumaki. True, I think my father was offended by me. But I don't care about this. No, who am I kidding? I care about my father's feelings. I've never lived near my family in my life, and when I came into this world, it was like I finally felt like I was home. And my father, he ignored me, and I unconsciously tried to make him notice me. And he did, but I ruined it. Naruto. Hearing Nagato's voice, I shuddered and looked up at him. Why aren't you eating? Oh. I was just thinking, I smiled embarrassedly, glancing sideways at my father again. I see, my brother chuckled, and when I had a hearty breakfast of my mother's pancakes, yes, in this world I don't eat only ramen, and left the house for the street, supposedly heading to the academy, he caught up with me and, putting his hand on my shoulder, smiled broadly. Are you going to train? He asked me. Actually, I'm going to Naru, don't sing me songs about the academy, Nagato winced. I know perfectly well that your shadow clones go there. How did you find out? I looked at my brother in shock. Indeed, my clones had been going to the academy instead of me and Sasuke lately, and we were training at one of the training grounds at that time. It's a secret. Uzumaki winked at me. So what, are you going to train? Yeah, I nodded. And you, are you coming with me? Yeah, Nagato smiled again. I'll teach you a few cool tricks. And we went to the 7th training ground, where Sasuke should have been waiting for us, but I was very surprised when, instead of one Uchiha, there were 2 Uchiha there. Hello, Itachi, my brother greeted his teammate as soon as he saw him. Hello, Sasuke. Hello Uzumaki 1 and Uzumaki 2, Sasuke's older brother smiled at us, and my friend silently waved his hand at us. After exchanging greetings, we began training. Itachi demonstrated a couple of special genjutsu to Sasuke that were only available to those with the Sharingan and began explaining how to create them, while Nagato showed me a few windy techniques, and I began studying them. The older brothers did not coddle us or force us to throw weapons at targets. It was as if they knew that we had passed that level and that we would be bored throwing shuriken and kunai at trees. By evening we had completed the tasks and we all finished the training with some good taijutsu, splitting into pairs. I was Sasuke's opponent, and Nagato fought Itachi. We changed opponents a couple of times, and I, as well as Hawk, managed to fight both Nagato and Itachi. You guys did well, Itachi praised us after the older brothers announced the end of training. Even though we fought you half-heartedly, you turned out to be steadfast opponents and are still standing on your feet. But we are Anbu, while you are not even Genin yet, Nagato smiled tiredly. We gave in to you, Sasuke grinned, and we all laughed together, and then, saying goodbye, we went home. 7. Exam and escape from the red-haired demoness. The Genin exam is the torment of all academy students. And it was torment for me too. Before, but not anymore. I'm Anbu, damn it. I grinned darkly, remembering my lived, or rather experienced, missions, back when I was still the captain of one of the elite shinobi squads. And while I was remembering, Haruka was laying out sheets of paper with questions on his students' desks, questions that many of my classmates needed to answer in order to become Genin. But personally, I didn't care about the exam questions. I knew perfectly well that the written part of the exam wasn't that important. The most important thing in the Genin exam was the practical part, and I knew that from my own experience. Although, for the sake of appearances, so that no one would suspect anything, I glanced at the questions and I couldn't hold back the sly grin that immediately appeared on my lips. Oh, Kami. And someone calls these difficult questions. Any child can handle them. Although, no, not every child. I myself, in a past life, could only answer 2 questions out of 10 given on the test sheet. But not now. This time, I confidently wrote down the answers to all the questions, knowing full well that I had answered correctly, and then stood up from my seat and confidently approached Haruka-sensei. Naruto, you know very well that I won't help anyone solve the exam test, Yumino said seriously, throwing a frowning glance at his watch. And he, just like me, doesn't need your help. I heard the mocking voice of the trained hawk behind me, and he immediately came up to me, handing the slightly stunned teacher a sheet of paper with the solved test. But the exam only started 15 minutes ago. Haruka exclaimed in amazement, quickly running his gaze over our completed assignments. So, Sasuke asked him with a bored expression, and I grinned triumphantly. Yumino's eyes were now big and round, like the flat plates that my mother liked to throw at my father when he was late home for dinner. No, nothing. Our sensei shook his head and sent us to take the practical part of the exam, which included several stages. The first stage was throwing a cold weapon, the second, some taijutsu, and the third, the replacement technique, illusionary cloning or henge of your choice. This also did not become a problem for me and Uchiha. Mizuki was in great shock when Sasuke and I hit the centers of the targets with 10 out of 10 kunai and 10 out of 10 shurikens, and then grappled in a short but effective fight. And what finally finished off this, sensei, was the considerable number of my shadow clones, and the spectacular disappearance of Sasuke, who got lost among my copies, using henge. In general, we successfully passed the exam and received the coveted shinobi headbands, becoming genin. True, we scored 98 points out of 100, but this did not upset us. Big deal, we answered the last question on the test incorrectly. And this happened because in this world Madara was white and fluffy, and we did not know this, and to the last test question, which was, what was Uchiha Madara's character? We answered that Madara was a malicious goat. I hope Iruka wasn't too surprised by our synchronized response. So, Naruto, shall we celebrate our promotion? Sasuke asked as soon as we left the academy and put our headbands on. What a promotion! From Anbu to Genin, I snorted mentally, but said out loud. If only we can do it in Ichiraku. I don't mind, Sasuke smiled, and so that the walk to Ramen wouldn't be boring, he suggested that we have a small competition while we were walking there, which consisted of running a race to Ichiraku. Whoever comes in last pays not only for his own lunch, but also for the winner's lunch. I grinned, throwing a stone I had just picked up from the ground into the air, and as soon as it fell back, we rushed forward, so much so that our heels only sparkled. I'll be honest, running around Konoha in the middle of the workday, not on the roofs, is some extreme entertainment. Almost every half-minute I had to either jump over or run around standing and walking obstacles, but I was leading our race almost the entire way to Ramen, because Sasuke had a hard time too. He almost crashed into oncoming people several times, and he even sent one of them to hell when Juubi tried to run him over. And finally, when Ichiraku was just around the corner, Sasuke overtook me and joyfully exclaimed. Ha ha, Naruto, looks like you'll be paying for my lunch today. At the same time, he even briefly glanced back at me, which ultimately became a fatal mistake for him. I don't know where or how, but Karen appeared in my Uchihan comrade's path, and he crashed into her at full speed, knocking her off her feet and falling on top of her, burying his face in the space between her breasts. And Uchiha will find an advantage in everything, Kurama laughed in my subconscious, and I also chuckled quietly, stopping near the shinobi sprawled on the ground. It seemed like my little sister was in a state of absolute shock for a few moments, but soon her incredible surprise began to give way to anger, and Sasuke, who was in a state of absolute stupor, was in no hurry to get to his feet or even move. Learn and Iha Uzumaki hissed angrily, and doused me and Hawk with angry ki, which made my friend jump to his feet and jump away from Karen, who had risen from the ground. I'll kill you. For what? Sasuke said in fear and backed away, approaching me. For what you did. Kushina's daughter practically growled, and her hair began to move, just like her mother's when she was angry. Karen, he accidentally bumped into you. I tried to stand up for my friend, but then my little sister doused me with a very bloodthirsty ki, which made me instantly shut up and feel a whole crowd of goosebumps running down my spine. Oh, so he accidentally stuck his nose where he shouldn't have. The girl asked us very, very kindly, and I realized it was time to leave. Sasuke, I whispered quietly. Run, and that's what I shouted, jumping up and quickly running away from the angry Karen. Uchiha also ran, even faster than me. He clearly didn't want to be beaten by the daughter of the bloody habanero. Answer, we were tearing through Konoha again, but no longer competing, but saving our bodies from being beaten. Although my sister was slowly but surely catching up with us, and even my shadow clones, which Karen dispelled with her clones in an instant, could not help us escape from certain death. Luck was still on Sasuke's and mine's side today. Suddenly, our older brothers came out to meet us from a side alley, and we ran around them, shouting as we went. Save us! Help! A hooligan is chasing us. She wants to deprive us of our sight. I don't know what happened next, but when Sasuke and I jumped onto the roof of some shop, a scream was heard behind us, which made us turn around. I'll finish you, traitors! Karen shouted angrily, causing our older brothers to run away from her. Run, Itachi and Nagato, run! The fox laughed again in my subconscious, and I only sympathized with the unfortunate guys who were trying their best to get away from the red-haired girl as far and as quickly as possible. When this merry company disappeared from our sight, Hawk and I still went to Ichiraku, but did not compete anymore on the way to Ramen. Besides, each of us paid for our own lunch. What will happen tomorrow? I mentally asked someone unknown when I was already returning home. Tomorrow the Genins were supposed to be divided into teams, and which team I would be on worried me the most. I really wanted Sasuke and I to be on the same team. 8. Let's get acquainted. The next day, we, Sasuke and I, showed up at the academy early and, going into the office, sat down at the last desk near the window and began to impatiently wait for Yumino, who was supposed to tell us which teams we would be on. We arrived first, and then the rest of the newly minted genin began to show up. I don't know why, but I smiled when all my former friends, that is, the doubles of my friends from my world, entered the office and sat down at the desks. What do you think, Sasuke, who will be on the same team with us if we get on the same team? I quietly asked Hawk. I don't know, Uchiha shrugged. And I don't care who it is. The main thing is that you and I are together. I agree, I chuckled. Half an hour later, Iruka-sensei finally came into the office and immediately started a speech about how great we, his students who had passed the exam, were. While he was giving this speech, Sasuke had time to take a nap, and I had time to think about my past life, but when the moment came to divide us into teams, we immediately tensed up and prepared for the worst. Team 5, Daichi Uchiha, Shino Aburame, Akako Nara. Teacher, Rin Nohara. Team 6, Kiba Inuzuka, Kano Uchiha, Yuki Uchiha. Teacher, Kakashi Hatake. Sensei has been whistled, I thought indignantly. Team 7, Iruka continued listing. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, Hinata Hyuga. Teacher, Obito Uchiha. And then I didn't listen anymore. I was in a bit of a daze. On the one hand, everything worked out perfectly. Sasuke and I are on the same team, Hinata is with us too, and that's not bad, but I didn't like the fact that Obito was appointed our sensei. Even if he's not a villain in this world, I won't be able to treat him like a sensei. The aftertaste left in my soul after our first meeting was too unpleasant. Kurama and Sasuke didn't have warm feelings for this Uchiha either. I could tell by the fox's dark growl and Hawk's angry look. After the assignment, the room immediately emptied, and only our team remained here to wait for our sensei. Hinata moved closer to us, and we began to talk to her so that she would not feel awkward in our company. The Hyuga here turned out to be not as shy as the girl from our world, although she blushed a couple of times from embarrassment when Sasuke and I rewarded her with compliments. Our sensei is late, Uchiha muttered, glancing at his watch. I agree, Hinata nodded. He should have arrived a long time ago. I hope he's not helping old ladies there, otherwise we won't see him for another 2 hours, I said gloomily, hinting to Hawk that Kakashi had caught the lateness syndrome from Obito. And then the door opened and Uchiha-sensei entered the office, smiling from ear to ear. Hello, students, he said happily, to which Sasuke and I snorted in unison. I was a little late. A black cat ran across the road. I had to look for another way here. Hello, sensei. Hinata greeted Obito for all of us, and he frowned. He clearly didn't like the way we greeted him. Only Hyuga greeted him, and us. And what about us? We snort, sit and burn him with angry glances. And Hawk burns him with a fanatical, vengeful glance. What did he want? He was 2 hours late and still smiles as if nothing had happened. You know, I don't like you, our sensei muttered and, telling us to go up to the roof, he took off, disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Deja vu, I chuckled, and we left the office and stomped up the stairs. When we finally got to the roof, Obito was already waiting for us. Have a seat, he waved his hand at the bench that stood on the edge of the roof, near the curb, and we, without arguing, sat down on it. Let's get acquainted. Tell us a little about ourselves. What exactly? Hinata asked him. You will tell me your names, tell me how old you are, tell me what you like and what you don't like, tell me about your hobbies, and tell me what your dreams are, Uchiha-sensei replied. That will be enough for a start. Maybe you'll be the first to tell all this about yourself, I asked. Well, I can be the first to tell you about myself, Obito did not argue. I am Obito Uchiha, I am 27 years old. I love a girl named. No, you don't need to know her name. I don't like traitors and those who don't value their friends. My hobby. We're late, Sasuke and I said in unison, and Obito pretended not to hear us. None of your business. My dream is to become the next Hokage. Now tell me about yourself. Our newly minted sensei looked at Hinata. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Our teammate was a little embarrassed. I'm 13 years old. I love my family and some other people. I hope it's not me, Sasuke whispered, leaning towards me, and I grinned. I don't like being yelled at. My hobby is cooking something tasty. My dream is to become very strong to protect my friends. Very good, Obito smiled. Now you, he looked at Sasuke. I'm Sasuke Uchiha. The Uchiha nut grinned. I'm 13 years old. I'm already very, very old. Our sensei raised his right eyebrow in surprise. I like revenge and tomatoes. I don't like, a lot of things. My hobby is revenge. My dream is to become the master of my favorite red vegetables. Obito was stunned. Hinata giggled quietly, because she knew we were going to talk nonsense in advance. We told her about it when we were climbing up the stairs to the roof. Now it's my turn, I smiled. My name is Naruto Uzumaki. I'm 13 years old. I like to talk to ramen and eat it. I don't like it when ramen starts cursing at everything in the world. My hobby is getting into trouble. My dream is to become the new Rikudo Sennin. Obito, in my opinion, completely fell out of reality. He sat and looked at us with his mouth open and his eyes twitching. Hey, sensei. Hyuga came up to him and waved her hand in front of his face. Are you okay? The elder Uchiha shook his head and looked at us more meaningfully and calmly. Yes, everything is fine. And now I can say for sure that I don't like you too, a nod towards Hawk and me. But I have no complaints about you, Hinata. What are you saying? Obito-sensei, Sasuke and Naruto are good. Our teammates smiled slyly. And I'm good too, as long as no one makes me angry. Having said the last words, Hinata made a very cute face, but our sensei, unlike me and Hawk, did not appreciate her cute smile. He, as if scolded, jumped away from the student and giggled nervously. After that, he told us to come to the 7th training ground tomorrow at 7 in the morning, without breakfast, and quickly disappeared, apparently not wanting to be in our company anymore today. For a few moments after he left, we looked at each other in silence, and then we laughed loudly. All three of us laughed. Hinata, you're amazing, Sasuke said cheerfully, calming down and stopping laughing. You scared him so much that I think he's going to go to some bar and get drunk, thinking only about one thing. Oh, Kami. For what sins did I get such a command? Well, I didn't do it on purpose, the girl smiled at Hawk. I just didn't want to look like a white sheep in our crazy team. And now, in the eyes of our sensei, we look like a trio of psychos, I grinned. And that's not bad, but even the opposite, Uchiha chuckled. Why is that? Hyuga asked the Uchiha Nutika. Because our sensei won't feel at ease with us alone, I answered for my friend. And maybe he'll even be cured of his habit of being late. That would be good, Hinata smiled again. I don't really want to wait for him for several hours every time and then listen to his stupid excuses. After talking a little more, we headed to Ichiraku to celebrate and talk with ramen. Tomorrow, I'm sure, our trio will have a bell task. 9 bells. Guys, sensei asked us not to have breakfast. Hinata exclaimed indignantly when she came to the 7th training ground and saw how Sasuke and I were wolfing down sandwiches with gusto, sitting on a blanket. Yes, Hina, what harm will he do to us if we eat a little before the fun? I said, stuffing my mouth full, and, chewing, added. I'm sure he'll even be glad that we had a good breakfast. I think so too, Hawk nodded. And in general, it's bad to work on an empty stomach. So join our feast. With these words, Uchiha pulled out another sandwich from the picnic basket we had brought with us and handed it to Hyuga. Our teammate did not refuse the treat and ate the sandwich with pleasure. Our sensei, like last time, was a couple of hours late, and I think he was very surprised that we didn't start grumbling about his lateness. To be honest, we were just too lazy to complain. We were full and even well rested while Obito was gone. All three of us managed to take a nap, and when he arrived, we sprawled out on the grass and started looking at him reproachfully. Coming up to us, Obito greeted us and, taking out a pair of bells tied together from his pocket, said, "Today you will have to pass an unusual test, the outcome of which will determine your future fate. You will have until a certain time, or rather, he glanced at the wristwatch on his right hand. 2 hours, to take these bells from me. In order to do this, you need to try to attack me as if I were an enemy you want to kill." "Why are there only 2 bells?" asked Hinata, who had turned noticeably pale. "Good question," Uchiha-sensei grinned. "And I'll be happy to answer it. There are 2 bells because only 2 of you can pass this test. The one who doesn't get the bell will return to the academy. Now, begin to act on my signal." Hinata turned even paler, and I realized that she was afraid of failing this test. We started, Obito waved his hand and jumped away from us, attaching the bells to his kunai pouch. And we, that is, me and Sasuke, without saying a word, grabbed Hyuga by the arms and disappeared into the bushes. I'm sure our sensei was somewhat shocked by our actions. What are you doing? Our teammates said in confusion as we stopped near the wide trunk of some tree. Why did you take me with you? After all, there are two of you and you are friends, and it would have been easier for you to get the bells if I had stayed there. No, Hinata, I shook my head. We can't pass this test without you and your help. Why? Because this task our sensei gave us isn't quite right, Sasuke told her. It's a trick. All genin teams consist of 3 people, not counting the sensei. So, I think we all need to work together to pass this test. I think so too, I nodded. Alone, we won't be able to deal with Obito, because he's a jonin and we're genin, and together we'll all go back to the academy to sit at our desks and sit there and wait. But if we unite, we might be able to deal with him. Well, I agree with you, Hinata said after thinking for a bit, and we started to come up with a plan of action. So that Uchiha Sensei wouldn't interfere with us, I sent a couple dozen of my clones to him. After half an hour of analyzing various scenarios, we came up with a plan, albeit not ideal, but quite passable, and rushed into battle. Hinata attacked Obito first, distracting all his attention to herself, and Hawk and I rushed to opposite sides of the clearing where the elder Uchiha was. Having reached the place, I called my white and striped friend named Miracle and, having briefly explained the situation to her, sent her to help Hinata, and I myself, having taken out a kunai and an explosion seal from my pouch, slowly moved forward. From the side where Sasuke was, a wolf howl was heard, and this meant only one thing: a brawl had begun, and I needed to act faster. I dashed towards our sensei and, having quickly set up a trap with kunai and explosive seals at the very edge of the clearing, jumped out from under the shade of the trees into the sun, whistling shrilly. Hearing my whistle, Hyuga jumped away from Obito and hid in the bushes, and Sasuke, on the contrary, jumped out into the clearing from behind the green plants, throwing a dozen shurikens at our sensei. Miracle and the grey blue-eyed wolf quickly lay down on the ground, trying not to get into the line of flight of the dangerous iron if anything happened. Uchiha Sensei jumped to the side, dodging the weapon flying at him, but immediately found himself surrounded by my clones, who attacked him hand to hand. But my copies were not worthy opponents for Obito, and he dealt with almost all of them very quickly, and when only one clone remained, my double turned into a slender naked blonde, whose intimate parts were covered only by the white fog that had not dissipated. Our sensei, raising his hand to strike, froze, his eyes bulging. And while he was in a stupor, the wolf Sasuke quietly crept up on him from behind and, grabbing the bells with his teeth, jumped away from Obito to the side. My female copy immediately disappeared, and I, Sasuke, Hinata and Miracle ran up to the wolf. We have the bells, Hawk grinned, taking the bells from his grey friend's mouth. What? But how? Our sensei said in shock, staring in surprise at our trophy, which my friend was holding in his hand. Elementary, I snorted. By distraction and group attack. Yes, Obito grinned. What do you intend to do now? There are only 2 bells. It's very simple, I waved my hand. I won't take the bell, giving it to Hinata. I always wanted to be an artist, so there's no problem. Oh no, Naruto. The Uchiha fell to his knees before me. You dream of becoming the new Rikudo, so you should take my bell and become the best shinobi, and I, well, will go work as a gardener. No, Sasuke, you have to become a shinobi too, and I won't take the bell. Hina shook her head, making a sad face. Enough, everyone calm down. Obito shouted at us, smiling. He was clearly freaking out and seemed to want to leave us as soon as possible. The purpose of this test was for you to learn how to work in a team. And you passed this test with flying colors. Well done. Now let me leave you, I have things to do. We'll meet tomorrow at 7 o'clock at this training ground. Hooray! We exclaimed joyfully, and Obito, chuckling, disappeared into the bushes. Then our team, having passed the test, sent Miracle and Hiro home, treated them to some sandwiches for the last time, and went to Ichiraku to celebrate our victory. What do you think our sensei will teach us first? Sasuke asked me on the way to the ramen shop. Most likely chakra control, I answered. Well, then we'll have nothing to do during the initial training, Hawk snorted. Why is that? Hinata asked us. Because Sasuke and I are great at controlling chakra, I smiled. And you can already walk on trees. And not only on the trees, But on the water too, the Uchiha Nutic grinned. Cool, Hyuga said admiringly and noticeably became sad. But I'm not very good at controlling my chakra yet. Sasuke and I exchanged glances. Don't worry, Hina, this happens to Genin. I put my arm around her shoulder. Not everyone can do everything right away. But we will help you become stronger. Hawk winked at her. Really? Our teammate immediately perked up. True, we said in one voice. We are a team and friends. And friends help each other. We really are friends now. And I like it. 10. Be careful with your knife. 3 weeks have passed since Hinata, Sasuke and I became Team 7. They were boring and, you could say, monotonous. In the mornings, we would gather in the Hokage's office, then go carry out boring, easy missions that he gave us, and in the evenings, Hawk and I would teach Hinata and train ourselves. Obito, like Kakashi in our world, had given up on us, so after the missions, we were left to our own devices. Well, if you don't count those evenings when 2 guys named Itachi and Nagato would take on the training of our group. I also visited the Tiger Lands a couple of times and helped my striped friends with their chores. I cleared the river of trash, fixed a couple of their houses, played with the little tiger cubs, and gave one of the tiger elders glasses. In general, I helped them as much as I could. When I came home, Akane would greet me, smiling happily, literally at the very threshold. She would throw herself on my neck and start telling me about everything that had happened at home while I was gone. Hearing her daughter's joyful chirping, Mom quickly set the table and called us to dinner. Hearing her words, everyone who was at home immediately hurried to the kitchen and sat down to eat. By the way, I made peace with my father. He admitted that he was wrong to turn away from me and said that he would never do that again. And I forgave him. He is my dad after all. And everything was fine until fate threw me and Hawk another test. Today, our 7th team, as usual, dropped by the Hokage's office in the morning for another task, and when he offered us another mission to catch another escaped pet, it all started. Hokage-sama, how much longer? Hinata suddenly exclaimed out of nowhere. What exactly? Minato asked our teammate. All this, Hyuga waved her hand. When will you give us a normal task? Catching a runaway dog is a completely normal task for Genin, my father said. But it's too light, Hinata retorted to the 4th, offended, and continued to demand something heavier. Sasuke smirked and quietly asked me. Does this remind you of anything? Reminds me, I nodded and tensed up. I remembered very well that I, like Hinata, a long time ago and in our world, once demanded a normal mission. And I also remembered very well what happened next. And I don't like it. Well, okay, my father sighed tiredly after a long argument with Hina. He didn't come home last night, he stayed late at work, and it seems he didn't even get enough sleep. There's a security and escort mission. Rank C, we need to escort the bridge builder to the land of waves. Great, Hyuga smiled and looked at us triumphantly. This is much better than weeding and catching animals. Well then, this mission is yours, Minato said with relief, and Hawk and I swallowed in unison. The words, not this, could be read on our faces. Guys, what's the matter? Our teammate asked us quietly as Obito signed one of the documents. Well, nothing special, Sasuke chuckled nervously. I can't tell her that on the way to the land of waves, where we'll have to go again, we might be attacked by an evil swordsman named Zabuza. Yeah, nothing, the fox chuckled in my subconscious. Yes, nothing, I snorted in response. As usual in our life, everything is great. At that moment, an Anbu officer appeared near my father, and Tazuna entered the office. He was drunk, just like the last time we met. Only this time he was dead drunk and moving around on all fours. Drunk again, Minato muttered under his breath, and added louder, addressing us. Here, meet him. This is the man you will be guarding. PFF, the Uchiha snorted with a gloomy face, and Hinata winced with hostility. Obito remained unperturbed, and I pretended to be incredibly happy to meet you. Only my smile was fake. I learned to smile like that when I became an Anbu. Then, when the bridge builder was carried away somewhere by 2 shinobi, the 4th let our team go on their way, saying that the mission would begin tomorrow. Obito immediately ran off somewhere, and I, Hinata and Sasuke went to the 7th training ground to train. We hung around there until the evening, went to have lunch at Ichiraku, and then, after seeing Hyuga home, my Sharingan friend and I talked a little about our mission. Neither Sasuke nor I wanted to meet Zabuza and Haku again as enemies. Those two were better than many thought. They were just confused. The life of a ninja made Momaki tough, not believing in mutual assistance and friendship, and Haku. And this guy's life as a shinobi made him a loyal weapon, who would do anything for his master, or rather his only friend. After talking about them, Hawk and I decided that we would not kill them if we met them. We decided that we would try to save them and put them on the right path. But we didn't yet know how we would do it. The next morning, Sasuke and I came to the main gate of Konoha very early, where we met Hinata, and began to wait for the old man and sensei. Both arrived half an hour later. Tazuna smelled of fumes so much that the grass around him was withering right before our eyes, and the elder Uchiha smelled of women's perfume for some reason. In short, after their arrival, there was a notable smell around us that could be attributed to a new deadly weapon. After discussing some details and listening to grumbling about how all my guards are so small, our group set off in a line. Hinata was in front, followed by Sasuke, then me and Tazuna, and Obito was bringing up the rear. At first, our journey was serene and quite bearable. The sun was shining, the birds were singing, it was beautiful. If, of course, you don't take into account our almost constant halts because the poor grandfather, the fire-breathing dragon, got tired very quickly. This really annoyed Hyuga, whose reaction in turn greatly amused Kurama. In general, we walked slowly, but without problems. Until a puddle of water appeared on our way. Well, hello to you, brothers demons. Long time no see. I mentally greeted the puddle when our group approached it. And Hawk greeted the water a little differently. More precisely, completely differently. He simply launched a fireball at the hapless assassins as he passed by. As soon as the fire touched the water, a loud cry of pain was heard and the puddle turned into two shinobi in black, who were a little burning. But the truth is, they didn't burn for long. A couple of streams of water and the fire that engulfed the demons began to die out. Oh, you bar. One of them howled, looking unkindly at Sasuke and dousing himself with a small stream of water. The second mercenary at this time was jumping along the road, holding his still burning butt. I'm not a creature, I'm an Uchiha. Hawk grinned back at him and grabbed a kunai in his hand. I also grabbed a cold weapon, it's not even worth wasting chakra on such small freaks. Hinata, protect Tazuna-sama, Obito-sensei's calm voice came from behind me. He probably wasn't surprised at all by the appearance of the demon brothers, unlike Hinata. Hyuga was clearly shocked that she hadn't noticed the enemies. But upon hearing Sensei's order, she immediately cast aside her surprise and stood next to the bridge builder, ready to beat up anyone who wanted to harm him. And the Uchihas and I rushed into battle. Sasuke and I began to fight the one who loved to insult his enemies, and the elder Uchiha took up the burnt-ass smoke. Our enemy was agile, but we were quicker. After all, Hawk and I are Anbu. We were. When the mercenary threw a dozen shurikens at us, jumping away from us onto the branch of the nearest tree, we easily dodged the weapons flying at us and also threw several dangerous pieces of iron at the demon. And while he was deflecting them, I and the Uchiha Nutic simultaneously jumped onto his branch and knocked him out, very quickly kicking him in the head. Well done, smiled Obito as he approached us and our opponent, already tied up and laid on the grass, leading his beaten enemy ahead of him. He only tied his hands, but that was enough. Then, having sent a message to Konoha with a summoning cat and having received a response, our sensei asked, how come Hinata didn't notice the enemies, but Sasuke did? I put out the Byakugan for a while to rest and therefore didn't notice anything, Hyuga whispered, guiltily lowering her eyes. I see, Obito sighed. And what do you say, Sasuke? I simply remembered that there had been no rain for a long time, and noticing a puddle of water on the road, I compared the facts and came to the conclusion that this puddle of water was not water at all. My nerdy friend grinned. And he was right. Yes, nodded Uchiha Sensei. After that we rested a bit and set off on our way. We walked without stopping until evening, and only when it got dark did we make a stop. At night I dreamed of some nonsense that I didn't even remember, but I didn't give a damn about it. The meeting with one of the 7 swordsmen of the mist was getting closer, and this was not having the best effect on me. I was nervous. In the morning, after a quick breakfast, we set off again and very soon came to salt water, after which we sailed further on the boat. While we were sailing, our sensei got Tazuna to talk and we finally learned that the demon brothers were most likely hunting our bridge builder, and that they might not be the only ones who would try to kill him. And all because the bridge that our old man is currently building is very much in the way of an influential guy in criminal circles named Gato. Upon learning all this, Obito immediately stated that our mission could not possibly be of C rank, and that it could be of a much higher rank. And we cannot carry it out further. Uchiha Senior looked seriously at the bridge builder. Tazuna immediately began to press on our pity, which some of us drank away many years ago, saying that he could not pay for a higher rank mission because the wave country is very poor because of Gato, and that if our team does not help him, then many people will suffer. And we lost pity, and agreed to continue our mission. Well, yes, we, Konoha Shinobi, are too kind and noble. And someone constantly doubts this, but after receiving a beating from us, immediately shuts up. And forever shuts up. But I really don't want to shut anyone up forever. Answer, when we finally reached the right shore and moved a short distance from the water, it was as if a crazy woodpecker pecked me on the back of the head and I, looking around, sighed heavily and said, "It's about to start." And, indeed, it began. Something began that I really didn't want. "Duck," my Sharingan friend shouted, and we all did as he asked. As soon as we did, Decapitator flew over our heads, smashing into a tree. Zabuza appeared on the hilt of a huge sword. He was the same as the one in our world with Hawk, just a copy. Well, at least something remains the same, Kurama chuckled in my subconscious, and I grinned. The red flea mat was definitely right now. "Who is this?" Hinata asked our sensei in fear. "Zabuza Momoki, demon of the bloody mist," Obito answered her grimly. And the lover of playing with dangerous toys activated the Sharingan, which already had 3 Tomo, Sasuke, grinning. "And with the knife, Zabuza, you have to be careful. Suddenly you'll accidentally get hurt." 11. "Come to us, our darling." "Who is this?" Hinata asked our sensei in fear. "Zabuza Momoki, demon of the bloody mist," Obito answered her grimly. And the lover of playing with dangerous toys activated the Sharingan, which already had 3 Tomo, Sasuke, grinning. "And with the knife, Zabuza, you have to be careful. Suddenly you'll accidentally get hurt." After these words of the Uchiha Nutika, all the people around us dropped their jaws to the ground and stared at him as if he were the 101st wonder of the world. Obito's right eye even twitched nervously, and Tazuna choked on his sake and started coughing. Well, it's not every day that they meet genin who mock serial killers. "And you, boy, as I see, are impudent," having recovered a little from the shock and enormous amazement, Zabuza said unkindly, narrowing his eyes. "There is a little," Hawk chuckled, not at all embarrassed. "Uchiha, as always, in all his Uchiha glory," Kurama grinned. "Yeah," I nodded mentally, taking a kunai out of my pouch. I knew a fight would be inevitable in any case. Momoki wasn't the type to be happy with new acquaintances. And he certainly wasn't the type to fail missions for which they were well paid. The bloody mist demon snorted in displeasure and jumped to the ground, grabbing a sword in his hands. "I don't particularly want to fight you, Leaf Shinobi, but if you stop me from finishing off this pathetic old man, I'll gladly send you to the next world, too," he said, looking at my Sharingan friend and adding, "especially you, the guy with the damned eyes. We won't let you kill Tazuna," Obito-sensei said seriously, activating his Sharingan. "And Sasuke isn't the only one with talent here. Another Uchiha, wonderful," Zabuza growled happily. My mission to destroy the pathetic bridge builder turned out to be not as boring as I had first thought. "Guys, protect Tazuna," Obito shouted, and off we go. Momoki instantly disappeared from our sight, and a thick fog began to envelop us. This circumstance noticeably tensed the elder Uchiha, and frightened the old man and Hyuga. Our teammate was clearly not as confident in her strength as me and Sasuke, and she did not want to die at all. And she, apparently, had little faith in our victory. But I was completely sure that we would win, and the fog Zabuza had summoned only amused me. And not only me. As soon as a thick wall of fog surrounded us and the voice of the mist demon came out of nowhere, thinking out loud about how to finish us off more cleverly, Sasuke quickly walked forward and disappeared from my sight, whistling some melody under his breath. I only managed to shout after him, "Sasuke, we need him alive." And hearing an arrogant PFF in response, he also stepped away from Tazuna and Hinata with Obito. "Naruto, where are you going?" our sensei exclaimed nervously. "And where did Sasuke go?" "I don't know where Sasuke went," I answered him without turning around and, waving my hands in different directions, added. And I went there. Where to there? The elder Uchiha was completely confused. To the land of illusions and nightmares to indulge in buns, I snorted and disappeared from the sensei's sight in the fog. I need this Uchiha like a dog needs a fifth leg. Then we'll chat about teamwork and obedience. I wasn't afraid of getting lost in the fog and running into Momoki either. Kurama, when I moved away from Obito and Hina with Tazuna, provided me with animal hearing and smell for a while, which our demon's technique didn't work on, and I immediately heard the choice curses that our sensei was angrily shouting and the howl of a wolf. Hi-ero. I immediately understood and rushed in the direction from which I heard the howl of my beloved wolf hawk. Sasuke rarely summoned anyone else, however, I also mostly summoned only Miracle. As I moved forward, I soon smelled the scent of wolves and the smell of human blood. Now this is not good, Kyubi muttered in my subconscious, and I walked faster. Soon the fog in front of me began to dissipate, and after some time I came to the river, along the bank of which Zabuza's technique was spread out. But the fog and all those who remained in it did not interest me anymore. In the middle of the river there was a colorful battle, in which I certainly had to take part. Momoki was the one who was wounded. He was noticeably limping on his right leg when he attacked my Uchiha-addicted friend or dodged his attacks. I had no doubt that it was the swordsman who was wounded, not Sasuke. This Sharingan devil very rarely got hit by anyone. Hi-ero was nowhere to be seen. Apparently he returned home, but that was even for the best. There was no need for conscript animals to expose themselves to blows once again. Death could overtake them too. When Sasuke launched a fireball at Zabuza, I rushed forward and, standing next to my Uchiha-stricken friend, threw a couple of shurikens at the swordsman who had dodged the Uchiha's attack. The demon parried them, but it was obvious that he did it with difficulty. Oh, another brat has shown up, he muttered angrily, looking at me unkindly. Are you also eager to die? No, I'll still have time to die in about 30 years, I waved my hand at the swordsman. But I'll only be able to beat one of the famous 7 swordsmen today. You too, as it seems to me, are impudent, Zabuza chuckled. I am more impudent, said the most modest Uchiha in the world, grinning. Well, there was no time for talking after that. Momoki rushed towards us and swung Decapitator, intending to chop me and Sasuke into pieces, but we jumped in different directions, remaining unharmed. Having landed on the water, I immediately created a couple dozen clones, who screamed and rushed into battle. Sasuke did not click his beak either and was already making some seals, but I did not have time to look at which ones. I rushed into battle together with my doubles. Zabuza also created a clone, which I successfully destroyed half an hour later, while Sasuke was having fun with the original. Having removed the copy from my path, I rushed to help my friend, and together we soon drove the swordsman to the shore. As soon as we did this, our sensei came to our aid and fighting Momoki became completely uninteresting. Wounded and already quite exhausted, Zabuza fought off our attacks more and more sluggishly. Although, we must give him credit, he did not give up and continued to stand on his feet, even though both his legs were wounded and bleeding heavily. But he had already lost this fight. Obito, as soon as the demon of the bloody mist was distracted by me and Sasuke, quickly made seals, quietly whispering. Water element. Water dragon. From the river, which was now on the side of us, a water dragon's head rose rapidly and, turning into a water jet, hit Momoki, almost hitting me and Sasuke. I barely managed to jump to the side, taking my Uchiha-turned friend with me. But Zabuza was not to be envied. He was washed away. What ill-mannered mist demons, my Sharingan friend pretended to be offended. He sailed away without us. I can wash you away with the water dragon too, if you want. Obito-sensei shrugged and went to the defeated swordsman, who was sitting near the tree and did not even try to get up. Uchiha Jr. and I chuckled in unison and stomped after Obito. How? Zabuza croaked, looking at us angrily. How could you defeat me? Very simple, Sasuke snorted. We beat you by working as a team. You've lost, Zabuza, give up, our sensei said, his Sharingan flashing. No way, Momoki growled back at him. Well then you'll die, Obito chuckled, and I didn't quite like his tone. No, I definitely won't let you kill Zabuza. Sensei, I turned to the elder Uchiha, intending to give him a pretty good lecture on the harm of killing. Yes, Naruto. He looked at me with displeasure. I think that I started to tell my sensei everything I thought, when suddenly 3 senbon whistled past my ear and stuck into Momoki's neck. The swordsman immediately passed out, supposedly dying. Obito immediately tensed up and, turning back sharply, grabbed the kunai in his hands. Naruto, it looks like we have guests, Sasuke chuckled, surprising our sensei. Well, yes, I nodded with a smile and turned around. On the branch of the tree that now stood in front of me, sat a guy in a mask. It was definitely Haku, my old friend. Who are you? Obito asked him unkindly, and then I stepped forward and, waving my hand at the older Uchiha, urging him with this gesture to calm down, smiled at the weapon of Zabuza, saying, "Calm down, sensei, this is my friend Haku," and then he added, turning to the swordsman's partner. "What are you sitting on the branch for, buddy? Come here to us." "Oh. Yes, come to us, our darling." Kurama laughed in my subconscious. "I am not your friend," Haku said, taking off his mask and blinking his eyes in surprise. "And how do you know my name, Konohite?" "Oh. Stop fooling around, my friend," Sasuke grinned and, at the same time as me, jumped onto Haku's branch, whispering in his ear. "Don't say that you're not our friend if you want to live, and if you want Zabuza to survive." "But I don't know you either," Haku answered him in a whisper. "But we know you," I smiled again and, confidently hugging my partner Momoki in a friendly manner by the shoulders, exclaimed. "So Zabuza is your adoptive father. Cool. He's strong, but a little confused," Sasuke chuckled, hugging Haku from the other side. "But I think we can fix this." Then, when my friends and I climbed down from the tree and approached a completely dumbfounded Obito, I smiled radiantly at our unfortunate sensei and announced that there had been a mistake, and that we were taking Zabuza and Haku with us. "What the hell?" Uchiha Senior asked us nervously. "And from this, that you don't abandon friends in trouble," Hawk answered him with a grin. "And Haku is our friend. And Zabuza is his adoptive father," I winked at Haku. "Father?" Our sensei looked askance at our new old friend with distrust. "Your Haku just killed Momoki with his own hands." No, Zabuza's partner waved his hands. "My dad is alive. I didn't kill him, I just knocked him out." "Holy shit," Obito sighed heavily and, unable to withstand our pressure, finally gave in and agreed to take our new friends with us. And sir, when Hinata and Tazuna approached us, we explained the situation to them and moved on, to the sound of Obito-sensei's joyful curses, who had to carry the unconscious Zabuza on his own shoulders. 12. Tea Party with the Demon. When our team finally reached Tazuna's house, Obito, having laid Zabuza, who still hadn't come to his senses, on the bed in the guest room, and leaving Haku and Hinata there with him, grabbed me and Sasuke by the collar and went outside. "Now, guys, tell me honestly, why didn't you let me kill Zabuza, and who is Haku?" He asked us when we found ourselves in the open. "And don't even try to lie, I can tell when people are lying." "We've already told you everything, sensei," I snorted, and Hawk closed his eyes, crossing his arms over his chest. "What you told me at the river was a lie, but now I want to hear the truth." Obito activated his Sharingan. "Do you need it?" Sasuke asked him with boredom in his voice. "Sometimes it's better not to know the truth. I am a shinobi, and I always prefer the truth to lies, no matter how bitter or unbelievable it may be," the elder Uchiha answered him. "But this time you won't know the truth," I said, and Obito frowned. "So, Naruto, are you saying that you and Sasuke won't tell me anything?" Our sensei asked with displeasure. "Yeah," the Uchiha Nutic nodded. "Well then I will find out the truth with my Sharingan," Obito said, narrowing his eyes and stepping towards me. "When I immerse you in the world of illusions, you will become much more accommodating." "You won't be able to do that." Sasuke activated his Sharingan, grinning and releasing a bit of evil ki. "The power of your eyes is nothing compared to the power of mine, because I am the son of the head of our clan, so you won't be able to get into my head. And Naruto has his own peculiarity that won't allow you to influence him with the Sharingan. And I don't advise you to try to beat the truth out of us. Not only will Naru and I defeat you, but our fathers will also give you a good talking to later." "Sasuke, you really are impudent," our sensei chuckled, believing the Uchiha and extinguishing his wonderful eyes. "What is also, switching off the Sharingans," my Uchiha addicted friend shrugged. "And now, sensei, with your permission, Naruto and I will go have dinner. Miss Tsunami has probably already set the table." "Okay, you can go," Obito muttered discontentedly and immediately disappeared somewhere, and Hawk and I went to the kitchen. Tazuna's daughter had indeed already set the table when we entered, and her family was already eating dinner. Wishing him a pleasant appetite, Sasuke and I joined them in the meal. Tsunami took a plate of rice and a cup of tea for Haku and Hinata, to the guest room on the second floor, and when she returned, she told us that the swordsman had come to his senses and wanted to talk to us. Get ready, Naruto, the younger Uchiha whispered in my ear with a grin. Now they will try to shake the truth out of us again. Well, let them try, what do I care? I chuckled, getting up from the table. I can lie to anyone and not even blink an eye. Anyone but the Uchiha, Sasuke snorted, and we headed up to the second floor, taking our cups of tea with us. And when we approached the room where our teammate and the fog people were, he whispered quietly. It's a good thing Zabuza isn't an Uchiha. Then we went into the room and, approaching the demon, began to answer his questions, sipping tea from cups. Of course, we practically did not tell him a single word of truth, but to our great happiness, Zabuza, it seems, believed all the nonsense that we told him. And after we, extremely honestly, answered all his questions, I began to persuade him to become a shinobi of Konoha, and to stop pretending to be an insensitive blockhead, and Sasuke, knowing full well that I can talk anyone into it and put them on the right path, grinned and began to quietly talk about something with Hyuga. These two, as I noticed, have become very friendly lately, and I really liked it. Although, to be honest, I was a little envious of my Uchihan crazed friend, because even in a world that was not his native land, he found something that became important to him. Okay, I agree. Finishing his tea, the swordsman nodded after I had carefully cleared his head. It was high time for me to find a home for myself and Haku, and Konoha, it seems to me, can become that home for us. But I doubt that the leader of your village will accept us into the ranks of Konoha shinobi. You don't have to worry about that, Sasuke chuckled. Naruto is the Hokage's son, so you, his new friends, will be welcomed into Konoha with open arms. So you are the Hokage's son? Zabuza's partner asked me. Yes, I am one of the fourth's children, I said. But let's not talk about that for now, but discuss another, rather profitable for you, Momoki, offer of mine. I think I know what you want to talk about. The bloody mist demon smirked, and Sasuke, Hinata and Haku pricked up their ears. You're going to suggest that I go visit Gato and chop him into pieces, right? Well, not exactly, I smiled. I want to suggest that you, Haku and Sasuke go, as you said, to visit Gato and tear him and all his thugs to pieces. What? Chuckled the Uchiha Nutic. That's a good idea. I agree, the swordsman nodded. And we carried out what I had planned that same night, while Hinata covered us from Obito at Tazuna's house. And I can say for sure that I had a blast that night, killing Gato's men, and him too. However, I wasn't the only one who had fun, taking other people's lives. My comrades on that night's sortie also had a blast, watering the earth with other people's blood. And with the first rays of the sun, we returned to the bridge builder's house and fell into a sweet sleep, not tormented by any regrets, as befits every shinobi who has returned from a mission. 13. Don't you think this is suspicious? From the third person. Night fell on Konoha, covering it with darkness like a blanket. The sky was strewn with stars, and the earth was illuminated by a full moon, which the guy sitting on a tree branch that night liked so much. He would never call himself a romantic, and he was not even one, but still, the light of the moon always fascinated Itachi and beckoned him to itself. The Uchiha never discussed this with anyone, not really wanting to talk about the moon with other shinobi. In general, he rarely talked to anyone, and always behaved a little withdrawn, but on this night he really needed to talk with his two most loyal friends, whom he was waiting for now, sitting on a tree. What he was going to talk about with them had been bothering the Uchiha for a month, and it was noticeably making him nervous. His brother, and Naruto, they had become, in Itachi's opinion, very strange lately, and the eldest son of the head of the Uchiha clan did not like it at all. And after today's conversation with Obito, who had returned from a mission with the team, he became even more nervous about the strange behavior of his brother and his friend. Hello, buddy. Uchiha heard Nagato's voice and looked down. Both Uzumaki had finally arrived and were now standing under the tree Itachi was sitting on. Get down from the tree, or you'll turn into a fruit, Karen exclaimed with a grin. And explain why you called us here at night. I called you to talk to you about Naruto and Sasuke, the red-eyed man answered her, chuckling and jumping to the ground. You've noticed that they've changed a lot lately, haven't you? Don't you think it's strange? If only a little, the red-haired man shrugged. But I attributed all the oddities in their behavior to the fact that they were growing up and getting older. I also initially thought that their sudden eagerness to study and their talents that appeared out of nowhere were connected to the fact that they were becoming more mature, Uchiha said. But today, after talking with Obito, I have some doubts about it. As you know, Obito is the sensei of Team 7 and today he and they returned from a mission that took place outside our village. Answer, as he told me, our little brothers behaved strangely on that mission. Strange? Nagato asked him with interest. Yes, Itachi nodded. Obito told me that both Sasuke and Naruto, when their team was attacked by Zabuza, behaved as if they were used to bloody battles and solo missions of shinobi. Are you saying that they acted like Anbu? Karen asked in surprise. Well, that's what Obito said, Uchiha answered her. And then he told me that they managed to defeat Zabuza, and then Haku appeared, whom our brothers, without thinking twice, called their friend, and said that they had known him for a long time. But meanwhile, Obito noticed that Haku himself was confused after their words, clearly not expecting that two enemy shinobi would call him their comrade. And when my clansmen decided to talk to Naruto and Sasuke frankly, these two again behaved like experienced warriors, and in their eyes Obito saw the determination of shinobi, which can only be seen in the eyes of those ninja who have lost a lot and gone through a war. Yes, it is very strange, the red-haired girl said seriously. What their sensei told you about our brothers is very suspicious and not typical for our always modest and weak brothers. And I know for sure that none of them ever participated in any war. But I'm sure that even the strangely acting Naruto is Naruto, my younger brother, the Hokage's son exclaimed, waving his hand. And although I don't know what could have changed him so much, I won't give up on him. And I won't give up on Sasuke either, Itachi whispered quietly. But every day I begin to doubt more and more that my little brother is my little brother. But I'm sure that Sasuke and Naruto are Sasuke and Naruto, Karen snorted, crossing her arms over her chest. After all, I'm the best sensei in Konoha, and I can therefore say for sure that they are brothers. After all, every time I meet them, I check their chakra, and every time I'm convinced that it's Sasuke and Naruto in front of me, and not some enemy spies. If you say so, then I can calm down a little, Itachi sighed. It's just, the girl whispered thoughtfully. What? Nagato tensed up. For some reason, Naruto has been perceptibly emitting Kyuubi chakra lately, his sister answered him seriously. Although I don't think there's anything serious about it. I agree, nodded the fourth's eldest son, relaxing a little. You and I also smelled of fox chakra when we were 13 years old. Yes, it is not for nothing that you are the children of the fox's Jinchuriki, the Uchiha grinned and yawned tiredly. I think it's time for us to go home, Nagato smiled as he saw this. We've had a hard day today, and we can now be completely sure that our brothers are our brothers, so now we have every right to rest. And if you, Itachi, are worried about your brother again, you can try to learn more about him by spending a couple of days in his company. Well, or at least a couple of hours. After all, you very rarely paid attention to him before he became a very outstanding genin. However, I rarely communicated with Naruto before, so I think we both need to spend more time with them. You're probably right, Nagato, Itachi didn't argue and, saying goodbye to both Uzumaki, went home. Comment to 13. Don't you think this is suspicious? I'm very sorry that I posted chapters today and not 31. Happy New Year. 14. Strange feeling. Naruto's POV. A month had passed since our return from the land of waves. Sasuke and I, in the company of Hinata and Haku, spent almost the entire month training. We rarely went on missions that our good-for-nothing sensei gave us from my father, and we did so reluctantly. After all, Obito usually gave our team D-rank missions, and neither Sasuke nor Hinata, and especially not me, were interested in them. We found it much more interesting to drive Itachi and Nagato, who often began to train with us, to nervous tics. Hinata was the best at this, who seemed to have caught our love for practical jokes. Once, of course, not without our help with the Uchiha, she almost drove our brothers crazy. That day, the three of us wanted to go to Ichiraku with Zabuza's partner, but we couldn't do it because Itachi and Nagato intercepted us halfway to Ramen and dragged us to train. It was their big mistake to deprive us of a delicious lunch on this sunny and beautiful day. The monsters, I grumbled when, an hour into the training, we, with the permission of these two Anbu men, sat down under one of the trees on the training ground to rest. They left us without ramen and mocked us, miserable and hungry, forcing us to kick trees to no avail. I completely agree with you, Sasuke nodded. But you can't tell them directly that training on an empty stomach doesn't lead to anything good. Then maybe we should try to demonstrate it to them. Hyuga asked us with a sly gleam in her eyes. How? Haku asked her. Our brothers had him too, without even taking into account that the swordsman's partner, who was a chunin, had only returned from a mission a couple of hours ago. Very clearly, our teammate grinned and began to whisper to us her plan for re-educating overly intrusive brothers who wouldn't let us have a normal lunch. Her idea was very much liked by me and my two comrades, and as soon as Nagato announced to us that the rest was over, we began to carry out her plan. Hinata, while I, Sasuke and Haku distracted Uzumaki and Uchiha seniors, hid among the trees, hiding her chakra. Noticing that she had disappeared somewhere, I, with the permission of my brother and Itachi, went to look for her. When I disappeared behind the trees, Hyuga immediately appeared near me and created a shadow clone, lying unconscious. Oh. After doing this, Hinata really almost fainted, but she managed to stay on her feet. Is everything okay? I asked her worriedly. Yes, she smiled tiredly. But I am clearly contraindicated from making shadow clones. That's right, I grinned and, picking up the brunette's clone in my arms, let out a heartbreaking cry. Hinata, what's wrong with you? Looking at my frightened face, the real Hyuga giggled into her fist and quickly disappeared from my sight, hiding away from me, and I quickly walked in the direction where everyone else remained. As soon as I took a few steps, my brother ran out to meet me, with frightened eyes. Naruto, what happened? He exclaimed, seeing Hinata lying unconscious in my arms. What's wrong with Hinata? I don't know, I answered him, pretending to be worried. When I found her, she suddenly fell and now her body is getting cold. This is bad. He tried to feel Hyuga's pulse. I can barely feel her pulse. Okay, come with me quickly, she needs to be taken to the hospital urgently. Brother, what's wrong with her? I hugged the clone tighter and asked Nagato, who turned around and quickly walked away, hurrying after him. I don't know, he answered me, and then we heard the frightened cry of the older brother of the Uchiha Nutic, Sasuke. What the? Whispered my older brother and ran as fast as he could towards Itachi, and I, with the clone in my arms, ran after him. When we ran out into the clearing where we had left the Uchiha and Haku, we saw Sasuke lying on the ground and Itachi leaning over him with a frightened face. I see the light at the end of the tunnel. And tomatoes, my Sharingan-wielding friend, delirious, rolling his eyes. Sasuke, almost not breathing, whispered the elder Uchiha. Brother, don't forget me. Sasuke smiled and closed his eyes. Sasuke, no. Itachi screamed in despair, and then Haku screamed in fear and fell off the branch he was sitting on. Nagato and Itachi immediately looked where our long-haired friend was looking in horror, and I almost burst out laughing when I saw their hair stand on end. Looking at the translucent and passing through the tree trunks, Hinata and Sasuke, walking towards us, Nagato squeezed out. What's going on? Itachi said in shock, glancing at Sasuke lying on the ground. Brother, said the translucent figure of the Uchiha Nutica. Brother, Sasuke, Uchiha Senior whispered, covered in cold sweat. I died, brother. Itachi shuddered upon hearing this. And it is you who are to blame for my death. What? Sasuke's brother said, breathing heavily. Look, the illusory copy of the Uchiha pointed at me with its hand and I immediately fell to the ground, and Haku fell, unconscious, after me. Naruto. Nagato screamed in fear. Now Naruto and Haku are dead. They died of hunger, just like us, whispered the translucent Hinata. And you are to blame for this, exclaimed the illusory hawk. But we didn't want that. Our brothers exclaimed in unison, and immediately the illusory copies of Hyuga and Uchiha Nutica disappeared, and from the forest came the friendly and cheerful laughter of the two originals. What the? My brother whispered, plopping down on the ground. Such. I snorted, opening my eyes and lightly hitting the shadow clone of Hyuga, disappearing in a cloud of white smoke. And then me, Haku, Hinata and Sasuke had to run away very quickly from two Anbu men who were as angry as Juubi. We're not masochists. But that day you somehow forgot that no one had ever left those two, Kurama said in my subconscious with a laugh when I remembered that prank this morning. Well, yes, no one had ever left them. And we didn't leave either. But I don't really want to remember what those two did to us later. After telling my Bayu this, I went for a walk, smiling at Kushina before leaving. All night long I was tormented by some strange feeling that did not allow me to fall asleep and think about anything except him. And now this same feeling literally dragged me out into the street. I'll go to Ichiraku, maybe this strange feeling will go away when I eat my favorite ramen, I thought, walking along the road. Are you saying that the feeling that's bothering you is a new version of hunger? My red-haired friend asked me sarcastically. No, this feeling doesn't feel like hunger. It's more like, anyway, I think I feel like I'm going to meet someone painfully dear and terribly familiar today, I answered Kyubi and heard Sakura's angry screams. I couldn't mistake her voice for anyone else's. She had been yelling at me for so many years in our world, and so I became curious about who she was yelling at, and I went to look at that unfortunate person. That unfortunate man turned out to be Konohamaru. He ran past me as I approached the alley from which I heard Haruno's screams, and after him, the kunoiki herself flew past, almost knocking me off my feet. Stop, I won't hurt you, she shouted and, together with the grandson of the third, disappeared from my sight behind one of the houses. I grinned and shook my head, but the grin immediately disappeared from my face when I heard a very familiar voice of a puppeteer from Suna. Little one, why the hell aren't you looking around? Now I'll teach you to give way to your elders. Comment to 14. Strange feeling. I couldn't post the chapter yesterday, so I'm posting it today. 15. All familiar faces. Stop, I won't hurt you, she shouted and, together with the grandson of the third, disappeared from my sight behind one of the houses. I grinned and shook my head, but the grin immediately disappeared from my face when I heard a very familiar voice of a puppeteer from Suna. Little one, why the hell aren't you looking around? Now I'll teach you to give way to your elders. Hearing this, I ran as fast as I could to the street that the pink-haired kunoiki and my student had jumped out onto. I didn't really like what I saw when I turned the corner of the house behind which the pair of half-shinobi had disappeared. Well, who would enjoy watching the film, Beating of a Minor by a Painted Hunk? Hey you, overgrown brat, let go of the little one and find yourself a rival of your size. I shouted, pretending to walk relaxedly, slowly approaching Kankuro, who was standing in the middle of the road and holding Konohamaru by his scarf, lifting the boy off the ground. Get lost, little thing, Gaara's brother growled, looking sideways at me. Or I'll count your bones too. Really? I stopped and grinned. Aren't you afraid that I'll count your bones and break your neck? Well, that's it, Bug, you've got it. Tsunovitz growled angrily, throwing Konohamaru at my feet. Sakura immediately helped the little guy up, coming out from behind my back, behind which she had hidden as soon as I began to participate in a verbal exchange with Kankuro. Take him away, I said as seriously as possible, and the girl nodded and quickly left the possible battlefield with the boy. As soon as they left, I looked at my opponent with a cheeky expression, who was being held by the shoulder by Temari, who had been standing aside until then, and was whispering something in his ear, looking at me with hostility. For some reason, I even became interested in what she was whispering to him, because the longer she was rubbing something into her brother, the calmer he became. Oh well, to hell with you, Gaara's brother waved his hand at me after 5 minutes of sisterly psychotherapy and, turning around, walked away from me, together with Temari. But this was a kind of insult to me, because I never liked enemies who left the battlefield with a smug smile, without even starting to fight, but already considering themselves the victors. Are you running away? I asked the puppeteer loudly, and immediately heard behind me a consonant, which could only belong to one of my acquaintances, the Uchiha Nutic. Look, Sasuke showed up here too, Kurama grinned in my subconscious. Did some feeling really bring him here too? No, Kankuro snorted back at me. I just don't feel like breaking your bones right now. PFF, you're just a coward and a henpecked husband, Hawk said brazenly, standing next to me. He listened to the girl who probably advised you not to get involved in a fight against an opponent whose strength you don't know. Well, get ready to die, cockroaches, the puppeteer flared up again and, turning to me and Hawk, he pulled his bandaged doll off his shoulders. Lights of rage danced in his eyes, and it seemed he really had decided to destroy us. Oh, how scary, I grinned, taking a kunai out of my pouch and getting ready for a good fight. We're just shaking with horror. Yeah, my tweaked friend chuckled, thereby making Tsunovitz even angrier. And then I felt a painfully familiar chakra, which seemed to be saturated with calm and, long dulled, but still remaining, thirst for blood. I felt Gaara's chakra. Gaara from our world. Kankuro, hearing the commanding voice, the eldest son of the Kazekage froze and looked in fear towards the tree growing by the road. Sasuke and I also looked there and we saw a frame from a past life. On a tree branch, upside down, stood a skinny red-haired guy, with a pumpkin on his back and a scar in the form of the hieroglyph, love, on his forehead. You are a disgrace to the village hidden in the sand. Gaara, the puppeteer jerked as if from a blow, but Gaara did not allow him to start making excuses, jumping down to him from the branch and quietly, seriously said, "You shouldn't act as brazenly as you did a few moments ago in front of the shinobi from another village, especially when you're on their territory." "Yes, I understand," just like that, with fear, Kankuro whispered and lowered his eyes in shame. "That's great. I hope it doesn't happen again," the red-headed guy chuckled and, looking at me and Sasuke, said, "I apologize for my brother's behavior and ask you not to hold a grudge against him. He's just been nervous lately and that's why sometimes he can't control himself and loses his temper over every little thing." Wow, all the familiar faces. The fox smiled with all his teeth in my subconscious. Really? It's him. A wild thought flashed through my head, and I looked at Hawk. His right eyebrow twitched slightly, and I realized that the Uchiha Nutic was thinking about roughly the same thing I was thinking about. "It's okay," I smiled at Gaara, and when the Sandman nodded to me and the Uchiha and turned around with his brother and sister, walking away from us, I added loudly, "We accept your apology, Kaze." Gaara stumbled almost unnoticed and, briefly freezing in one place, continued on without even looking back. But as soon as he and his relatives disappeared around the corner, the sand around Hawk and me began to move around our feet, quickly taking on the appearance of hieroglyphs. "Hawk, Fox, is that you?" Sasuke read the formed inscription and chuckled. "Holy shit, that really is our Gaara. But how did he end up in this world? Did he really die too?" I asked, drawing an answer to our friend in the sand, who knows who. "Anything is possible," the Uchiha whispered thoughtfully as the message I had written, "Yes, it's us," began to disappear and turn into another message from Gaara. "We need to meet and talk in private." I read the new inscription that appeared, and, having written back, "Let's meet in the evening, at Ichiraku's," I noted with pleasure to myself that Gaara's technique, sand letters, which he invented in that world after the war, having created it by slightly changing the technique, sand messages, was very convenient and useful right now, when we found ourselves in another world. "Well, shall we go?" Sasuke asked me when I, after waiting a bit, made sure that there would be no more messages from Gaara, and that the sand on the ground no longer showed signs of life. "Let's go," I nodded, and we left the street where we met the Sanites, going to look for our wayward sensei, intending to shake him up a bit and find out whether we would participate in the Chunin exam, which was probably why the Sandman visited Konoha. As soon as we had walked a decent distance away from this street, Sakura jumped out from behind one of the houses to meet us and, nodding affably to Sasuke, came up to me and lightly kissed me on the right cheek, straightening my bangs, and quickly walked away. And what was that? Trying to calm my twitching right eye and come out of my stupor, for the umpteenth time that day, I asked no one I knew who. It was a reward for courage, and my heart feels that now Sakura will often reward you with something. Hawk laughed, doubled over with laughter. He knew very well, having experienced it on his own skin, how intrusive Haruno could be with her rewards, and her affection. And for some reason, I didn't really want her to become attached to me. "But you used to love her," Kurama chuckled in my subconscious. "Love has passed, the tomatoes have withered," I snorted at the fox, and exclaimed out loud, causing Sasuke to burst into a second fit of laughter. "No, Kami, I don't need such happiness. I still want to live. Yes, I'd rather sell tomatoes at the market in a woman's dress. Fortunately, I already have experience in this matter. Thanks for this to my brother and friend, because it's much better than running away from the lovesick Sakura." 16. Alcoholic Brothers. Sasuke and I arrived at Ichiraku quite early, at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, but we didn't care. We had already done all our important business for the day and could afford to relax a little, just sitting in Ramanaya. And besides, we hadn't agreed with Gaara what time we would meet here, we had only agreed that we would meet at Ichiraku in the evening. To kill some time, my Uchiha turned friend and I ate a couple of bowls of ramen and ordered a couple more servings, which we were going to take with us to the 7th training ground, which Sasuke and I decided to go to after meeting Gaara. And so, when the sun began to set, I felt our familiar Kazekage approaching us and, smiling, said, "Well, Chuki-san, I think it's time for Sasuke and me to go, and thanking him for the wonderful ramen as always, I said goodbye and, taking the packed portions that we decided to take with us, I left the ramen shop. Sasuke immediately followed me out and immediately chuckled contentedly, looking to the right. Gaara stood not far from Ichiraku, smiling almost imperceptibly. Hello, Kase, I smiled happily at him, and Sasuke waved his hand at him in greeting. Long time no see, friends, he said, slightly closing his eyes and smiling wider, and the three of us set off for the 7th training ground. We barely talked on the way, trying not to attract too much attention from the people we met along the way. But even when we were silent, everyone who felt like it looked back at us. Well, it wasn't every day that they got to see Konoha and Suna Genin walking down the road together, smiling contentedly about something, and not trying to grab each other and fight. When we got to the place we needed, my friends and I climbed up a tree that had been broken by someone and was lying on the ground, and then Sasuke and I opened the ramen and gave it to our red-haired friend. By the way, we took the ramen specifically for Gaara, who really loved Chuki-san's masterpieces. When Dog No finished his noodles, Sasuke asked him a question that interested both me and him. Gaara, how did you get into this world? I don't know myself, shrugging his shoulders and pushing the empty cups aside, Kase answered him, and told us that a year had passed since our death in our world, and that on that day, which became Gaara's last day in our world, he was in Konoha, where our funeral was taking place, and he missed us. The last thing he remembered was that he was standing near our graves, and suddenly his head began to hurt, and then everything went dark before his eyes and he, as it seemed to him, fainted. When I came to my senses again, I was already in this world in the body of the 13-year-old Gaara of this world. Our friend with Sasuke finished his story and added. And Shukaku assumed that in that, our world, I either died or fell into a coma, at the moment when an invisible to the eye interspatial funnel opened in the cemetery, into which my soul was sucked. What a story, Sasuke whistled. Gaara, you won't believe it, but Naruto and I's souls were also sucked into a funnel when we died. And we also occupied the bodies of Naruto and Sasuke here. And this is very suspicious, Kurama growled in my subconscious. I agree, I answered him mentally, and asked Kase out loud, Gaara, do you know what the local Gaara was like before you came here? I know, Tsunovitz winced. The Gaara here was a mad killer, an even more brutal monster than I was at his age. Even his father was afraid of him, and the rest were terrified at the mere mention of his name. Sweet, I chuckled darkly. But, as I understand it, after you appeared here everything changed a lot. Yes, nodded, smiling, my friend with Sasuke. I had long outgrown the desire to kill everyone in a row, and so after a couple of weeks I was able to more or less start communicating with my brother and sister, who, to my surprise, themselves made contact with me, seeing that I had not killed anyone for a very long time, and in general I behaved calmly and balanced. They wrote off all my past aggressiveness to the fact that I was controlled by the Biju. I was lucky in this regard, in that in this world I am the Jinchuriki of the one-tailed. But they still behave cautiously in your presence and, as it seemed to me, they are still afraid of you, I said seriously, remembering the meeting with Kankuro and Temari. What can I do? They are still, in my opinion, afraid that I will start killing everyone in my path again, Gaara sighed sadly. And they are not used to me like this yet. Understanding this, believe it or not, for some reason it hurts me, and I really want to get drunk. And they are not my family. I understand you to some extent, Sasuke smiled sadly. I, too, having found myself in this world in the company of familiar, but essentially complete strangers to me, feel out of place, and for almost 2 months now I have wanted to get drunk from grief. I died in our world, and this makes me incredibly bitter. But in this world I am still a minor, which means I cannot drink sake. I suggest we ignore the prohibitions and have a get-together in some bar, Gaara said. I agree, Hawk nodded, and I looked at them like they were idiots. Guys, are you nuts? I crossed my arms over my chest, and they immediately looked at me questioningly. You're only 13, they won't let you into the bar. What do we need henge for? Uchiha asked brazenly. And you're not going to drink with us? No. I shook my head. I don't want to get scolded by my parents for illegally entering a liquor bar. Naruto, you're scaring me. Gaara pretended to be scared and crawled away from me along the log. You used to be a daredevil, but now. And now he really has become strange, made a smart face Sasuke. Now I don't even go near him once more, because I'm afraid that he will bite me. Are you kidding me? I said quietly, dumbfounded, listening to Kurama laugh loudly in my subconscious. You suggest recklessness, and you still say that I'm weird. Guys, you were calmer in our world, and here. Naruto, we were always white angels until we met you, Hawk grinned. So it's your fault that we became reckless. What? I fell out of the tree from indignation, remembering very well what angels my friends were when they met me. One was a walking vengeance, and the second was a psycho killer. If angels are like that, then I really am a demon. No problem, Sasuke waved his hand, and Gaara laughed loudly. So are you going to drink with us or not? I sighed heavily, climbing back up the tree. Where would I go from you, my little angels? That's great. My Uchiha-loving friends smiled happily, and we went to one of Konoha's bars, which was located on the outskirts. We didn't go to the central bars, because we didn't want to accidentally run into Karen or Itachi, who usually wandered around the very center of Konoha, or sat at home. As we approached the bar, darkness began to fall on the village hidden in Lister. Night was about to come into its own. Thinking, oh, we're going to get into trouble, I used henge, transforming myself into a tall, brown-eyed brunette. My friends, a few moments before, had already changed their appearance and now looked like a green-eyed man with golden hair and an ash-haired young man with red eyes. Sasuke, are you by any chance copying Tobirama? I asked the Uchiha Nutic, and he smiled contentedly. Well, to some extent, he answered me, and we headed for the doors leading into the bar. We were let into the room without further ado, which pleased me somewhat. Apparently, it wasn't often that underage shinobi came here to drink sake, using henge. To say that we got drunk surprisingly quickly is to say nothing. We got drunk very quickly, and I barely remember what happened next. I only remember that our henge flew off and we quickly retreated from the bar. At the same time, Sasuke for some reason stole a deer skull from this establishment, which was hanging on the wall next to our counter, and then all the way to the Hokage's residence. I don't remember at all why we went there. He held it in front of him and constantly repeated, "Poor Orich, I knew him." I also remember that on the way we met two unfamiliar kunoichi women, to whom Gaara blew a kiss. I don't remember what I did on the way to the residence, and that's probably for the best. But what happened when we finally reached our destination, I will never forget. We ran into Karen, Itachi and Nagato, who were looking for us, and ran away from them in all directions, really hoping to escape from them. But we couldn't escape. Only Lee can run well when drunk. But we resisted desperately when these three dragged us somewhere along the night streets of Konoha. I think I even shouted something about how we were not guilty of anything, and that the sake itself jumped into our stomachs. And Sasuke supported me with shouts about how we, as victims of the harassment of this terrible drink, have the right to political asylum and a last wish. I thought that these three Anbu guys would carry us home, but they didn't do that, and, to my great surprise, they brought us to the Uchiha's secret storage. Itachi immediately pulled out sleeping bags from somewhere and put them on the floor, saying, looking at us, already standing on the floor on our own feet, and noticeably swaying, "Today, for your own safety, you will spend the night here." And I wanted to say something in response to K's, but Nagato immediately interrupted him, grinning at something of his own. "And you too," he said. "I'll tell yours myself that you're safe and have decided to spend the night with friends in the countryside. And now, fellow offenders, go to bed quickly." Karen also grinned. "You actually have the Chunin exam starting tomorrow, so you should get some sleep before it starts." Me, Sasuke and Gaara didn't ask any questions and obediently climbed into our sleeping bags. I don't know about them, but I fell asleep almost immediately. The exam was really supposed to start tomorrow and I didn't want to fail it. But when I went to bed, I didn't even realize how bad the morning hangover would be. Commentary on 16. Alcoholic Brothers. The next parts will not appear anytime soon, only at the end of April. 17. The first stage of the exam. In the morning, Nagato woke me and my friends up, having heard several curses from the hawk. And all because Sasuke had a hangover, and unlike me and Gaara, he had a hellishly splitting headache. Of course, Kaz and I also had a hard time because of the hangover, but our Bayu helped us cope with it. The fact that Hawk was worse off than us did not go unnoticed by my brother, and he mockingly congratulated Sasuke on the fact that he could now have no doubt that he was a pure-blooded Uchiha. Why is this? My red-eyed friend did not understand. Because Uchihas always have it worse than others when they get hungover, Nagato answered, spreading his arms out to the sides. Especially when they get drunk before they reach adulthood. Where did you get that from? Sasuke asked him, and Gaara and I also stared at him with interest. Well, at least with the fact that your older brother was also feeling damn bad the day after we, that is, me, Itachi and Karen, when we were 14, tried alcohol for the first time, my older brother grinned. And we were also protected from our parents' reprisals that day, being brought here. Only, Nagato stopped grinning and looked at us seriously. We didn't drink with the shinobi from another village then. Well, as for us, I started to justify myself, sensing that things were getting hot, but my brother waved his hand, ordering me to shut up. I won't ask you about this strange circumstance now, because there is no time. The exam will start soon, so you don't have to say anything for now, Naruto, he said, and, going up to the table that stood near the wall not far from us, activated some kind of seal, but most likely a sealing one, and handed us a bag with food and water. We'll talk about this after the exam, but for now, eat and get ready for the exam. I brought you things and weapons that you might need during the exam. After a quick breakfast, Sasuke, Gaara and I took the things we needed and, under the supervision of my brother, who decided to take us to the exam, fearing that the three of us would get into some kind of trouble, we went to the exam. While we were walking there, thoughts were spinning in my head about how to get out of the current situation in which my friends and I had very stupidly gotten into trouble, and I tried to think of what to say to my brother, sister and Itachi when they asked about where and how I met Kase. But nothing useful came to mind, and I decided not to think about it for now. Having reached the building where the first stage of the Chunin exam was being held, Gaara immediately left me and Sasuke, heading to his own, and we hurried to find Hinata, bumping into Obito, who led us to the office where all the genin had gathered. Hinata, who no longer believed that we would come, was also there, and was very happy to see me and Hawk. Also, in the motley crowd of genin gathered here, I saw many people I knew, including Gaara with his brother and sister. A few minutes after we arrived, several shinobi entered the office, telling us to follow them, and led us into a spacious office, unlike the first one. It was filled with tables, at which we immediately sat down according to the numbers that were given to us before we entered. Then Morino Abiki entered the office and, pressing us with an ominous key, began to explain to us the rules of the first stage of the Chunin exam. We've been through this before, Kurama yawned in my subconscious as I snorted quietly upon hearing the rules of the first stage, since the rules here and now were the same as in my world when I first attended the Chunin exam. Boredom. Not this time, I smirked. Knowing what could happen, you can take advantage of it and frustrate other people a little. Naruto, you are incorrigible, my Bayu sighed heavily, and I began to quickly scribble answers to the questions on the form. After what I had gone through in my life in my home world, these questions did not seem difficult to me now, and I decided to answer them to kill some time. When the answer to the last question was written on the form, I sat back in my chair with a satisfied face and began to look around, thinking of something bad to do, and suddenly noticed Gaara's sand eye, which was hovering above me and looking at me with interest. Hello, Zenka, I whispered, grinning, and, catching the flying eye, crushed it with my hand, pouring sand onto the table and immediately writing a few words on it, which immediately disappeared. My message was, scare them. Now, Kurama, the fun will begin, I said mentally to the fox, and immediately, out of nowhere, sand appeared near Abiki Morino, which actively moved, taking the form of a huge spider. What the? Whispered the Tokubutsu Jonin, noticing this, and took a few steps back from the strange phenomenon, and the sand spider, having fully formed, began to acquire a black color and hiss threateningly. When it turned completely black, the office became deafeningly quiet, but the silence instantly dissipated as soon as the spider threateningly clicked its jaw and took a step towards the genin. Honestly, I have never heard such a deafening squeal created by several girls at once. Oh, Kami, my poor ears. And mine too, howled the fox in my subconscious, who also received an ultrasound on the ears. But the girls' screams didn't end there. All those fools, except for Temari, Ino, Tenten and Hinata, who was sitting next to Hawk and was devilishly calm, rushed away from the spider, not even listening to Morino's screams, who called on him to calm down, and at the same time, repeatedly stuck a kunai into the sand spider. But he managed to defeat the monster, only after a few minutes, and only because Gaara cancelled his technique and, under the surprised looks of the genin and Anbu, hid the sand back in the pumpkin. You. Abiki hissed furiously, looking at him menacingly. What? Kase asked him, tilting his head to the side and showing with his whole appearance. Don't touch me, I'm insane. Never mind. The interrogator immediately cooled down and ordered all the girls to return to their seats and continue answering the written questions. The first stage of the exam continued, but it was not destined to end normally. With 10 minutes left until the end of the stage, Abiki asked his 10th question, which stumped many people, but not me and my comrades. When several unsure teams left the office, I quickly exchanged glances with my friends and, raising my hand, said cheekily, and I don't see a problem in the fact that without answering the 10th question I won't become a shinobi of Konoha or any other village. It's not such a tragedy, because I can become a missing nin at any moment and become stronger as a lone shinobi mercenary. I agree, Sasuke said when Morino looked at me in surprise. And if you don't want to be a missing nin, you can become a good merchant and personally protect your goods from thieves, because even with our current skills we can deal with many robbers. Well, someone will be able to calmly start a family when they become adults. Gaara supported us, completely shocking the unfortunate shinobi interrogator, from which he came out only after a few minutes and, looking closely at the three of us and all the other genin remaining in the office, who were imbued with our speech and through all, even the smallest, doubts aside, he sighed heavily. Well, in that case, everyone who didn't leave the room passed the first stage of the exam, he said with a tense smile, and at that very moment the window that was to the side of Abiki shattered into pieces and Anko Mitarashi found herself in the room. What a woman, what a woman. Kurama said admiringly in my subconscious as Orochimaru's student introduced herself and told me where the second stage of the exam would be held. Kurama, stop it, I mentally asked my friend and sighed heavily, remembering how in our world my red-haired friend, for some unknown reason, suddenly began, a year after the Fourth Shinobi War, to hit on Mitarashi and caught her, using my shadow clones as shells for himself. Then all of Konoha made fun of me, asking when Mitarashi and I were getting married, because none of my friends even suspected the 9 tales of loving Anko and did not listen to my excuses on this matter. But everything eventually came to the point that I myself began to court her and soon got married. But we didn't live together for long. A year after the wedding, Anko went on a mission and she never came back. She was killed. That's it, Naruto, I won't do it again, just calm down, Kyubi said in my subconscious when I, having fallen hard into memories, broke the pen that I was holding in my hand out of anger. Hearing him, I immediately came to my senses, emerging from the whirlpool of memories, and, sighing sadly, quietly said, Kurama, thank you for bringing us together back then, but don't tell me that now. Losing her was like losing myself, and I don't want to start a family in this world. Losing friends hurts, but those losses don't compare to losing the one you love. Having said this, I stood up from the table and followed the genin who began to leave the office, trying not to rush ahead and to walk behind everyone, so as not to see the back of the double of the woman I had loved until now. 18. Beginning of the second stage of the exam. Half an hour after the end of the first stage, all the genin who had passed it were gathered near the gates that surrounded the forest of death. Finding myself here, in a crowd of genin from different villages, I involuntarily remembered my first Chunin exam and the events that happened to me and Sasuke in this forest in our home world. These memories were not happy, and I always wanted to forget about them, but I couldn't do it, because it was the meeting with one lousy snake in this forest that became the reason for my long separation with Sasuke. And I could see that my Uchiha-stricken friend remembered this too, because he looked at this damned forest, instantly darkened and clenched his fists. Lights of rage danced in his eyes, and I felt how evil ki began to hover around him. If we meet a snake in the forest this time, I'm sure it will be killed by Uchiha. Also feeling the rage emanating from Hawk, Kurama grinned in my subconscious. I completely agree with you, I nodded mentally. Sasuke-kun, are you okay? Uchiha Hinata looked worriedly as several genin moved away from my friend, looking at him with fear, apparently having sensed his ki, and he immediately put a fake smile on his face, looking into her eyes, and immediately calmed down. I'm fine, he answered her quietly, and I whistled in surprise, because no one in my memory had ever been able to calm my friend down when he was angry as easily as Hyuga had just done. Don't worry about me, Hina. I'll have to worry about you when we enter the forest of death, because I'm stronger than you and if anything happens, I'll be the one to protect you from the creatures that live in this forest. I hope you don't mind that. No. Our friend with Uchiha instantly blushed from embarrassment, and I, hearing Sasuke's words and seeing Hinata's reaction to them, fell into a stupor. Well, holy shit, I mentally whistled, standing there with my eyes wide open, motionless for a couple of minutes. And Sasuke, it seems, didn't waste any time. Yeah, not like some. The fox chuckled in my subconscious, and I, quietly growling in response to him that he would still get it from me for such statements, tried to distract myself from contemplating the smiling unusual couple, trying to listen to what Anko was explaining to us about the second stage of the exam and the forest of death, but listening to her voice, I involuntarily remembered the time I spent with Anko from my world, and these memories hurt me, because I understood that the past can never be returned, and I will never be together with Anko again. She died, and the Mitarashi here is not the woman I loved and for whom I could move any mountains and cope with any problems. And I am sure that the Anko here will never be like the woman who once accepted me and reciprocated my feelings. Ignoring all of Mitarashi's moralizing, even without wanting to, my team and I filled out the necessary documents for participation in the second stage of the exam, and having received the heaven scroll, we went after the Chunin observer, who led us to the gate that we had to enter when Mitarashi gave the signal to start the stage. The Junin gave the signal a couple of minutes later, and as soon as the Chunin opened the gate, Sasuke, Hinata, and I immediately rushed into the forest, but we didn't run for long. As soon as the fence surrounding the forest of death disappeared from view, we stopped and, having discussed the further plan of action, as well as sending my improved shadow clones to search for the scroll we needed, we went to look for Gaara and his team, explaining to Hinata that one of the Sandmen was our friend, and that we had agreed with him that we would move through the forest of death together. This surprised the girl a little, but Hyuga was used to trusting me and Hawk and therefore did not ask unnecessary questions. Finding Gaara, with whom we actually agreed to overcome the forest of death together, was not difficult for me, because Kurama could easily sense the one-tailed chakra, even being very far away from him. It was much more difficult for me and my team to get to the Sun team. We had to turn off the right path every now and then, going around other Genin teams, not wanting to get into unnecessary fights. And a couple of times we had to fight against giant centipedes and other insects, happily living in the forest of death. More precisely, living, hey. Anyway, we got to Gaara and company. About an hour after the start of the second stage of the exam. He and his relatives were in a wide clearing that had somehow appeared in this damned forest and were sitting on a fallen dry tree. Before we showed up to them, I involuntarily overheard a fragment of their conversation, which apparently had begun a long time ago. Gaara, we need to go to the tower, Temari said, trying to speak confidently, it seems, not for the first time. We have both scrolls, and there is no need for us to be in the open air any longer. I agree with Temari, Kankuro muttered irritably. We need to go. There's no reason for us to be here. Okay, you've convinced me. We're heading to the tower right now. Kaze smiled slightly, standing up, and his brother and sister sighed with relief. Apparently, they had been persuading Gaara to leave here for quite a long time. After all, those I was waiting for had already reached us. Those you were waiting for? Gaara's older sister asked him in surprise. Who are you talking about? He said this about us, Sasuke answered her instead of Gaara, coming out from behind the bushes where we were hiding. Hinata and I immediately came out after him, looking with pleasure at the big and round from surprise eyes and surprised faces of the relatives of our friend from Suna with Hawk. But their surprise was short-lived. They quickly came to their senses and immediately grabbed their weapons, getting ready to attack us. But Gaara did not let them do this, instantly binding their hands and feet with sand, greatly frightening them. Gaara, what are you doing? Temari screamed in horror, beginning to thrash around in the sandy bonds in a fit of panic. I won't let you attack my friends, Kaze answered her quietly. I value their lives more than yours, so you shouldn't attack them. Do you understand me? Yes, his brother and sister, very surprised by his words and still afraid of the sand that had enveloped them, stuttered, and he, hearing their answer, released them from the sandy embrace, and we all went together to the tower. My friends and I knew very well that the road to the tower was not very safe, and so before we set off after our two teams had united, we discussed our possible further actions and set off in a human chain. I walked in front of our column, because my sensory abilities had awakened in our world with Hawk and Kaze, and they had not disappeared in this world, but had only become stronger, and I could now sense someone else's chakra from afar. Gaara, Kankuro, Temari and Sasuke walked in the middle, and Hinata was the last. She had a well-developed Byakugan and therefore could, one might say, even see what was happening behind her back without turning around. Soon after the start of our common journey, I received information from several dispelled improved shadow clones, having received which I did not feel any inconvenience that I sometimes experienced after the dispelled normal shadow clones, and I smiled contentedly, because the clones got the scroll my team needed. They took it from some genin from the village of Mist, unknown to me, without even receiving any serious resistance, which pleased and upset me in equal degrees. On the one hand, the fact that my clones, one might say, prevented some weaklings from passing the second stage was not bad, but on the other hand, my clones did not even give it their all during the fight, which means that if those genin had fought against me, and I am much stronger than my clones, it would have looked like the beating of babies by the bad demon Uzumaki. Damn you clones. Couldn't you find someone stronger? After all, if I had known that my clones had taken the scroll from worthy opponents, my conscience wouldn't have tormented me. Although, maybe it's not conscience at all, but some giant fleas of Kurama. Indeed, does the fox have fleas? I'll have to ask him. I hope he won't kill me after this, hee. I was pulled out of my thoughts about clones and fleas by the feeling of the slimy, disgusting, cold chakra of an old acquaintance of mine and Sasuke. Feeling it, I stopped abruptly, signaling the others to stop moving, and then, beckoning Gaara and Uchiha to me with gestures, I said quietly, the snake is nearby. Well, finally, and I already thought that he wouldn't show up. Hawk smiled predatorily, taking a kunai out of his pouch, and I, turning to Temari, Kankuro and Hinata, quickly created a couple of simple shadow clones and ordered them, together with this trio, to continue moving towards the tower. The K's brother and sister tried to object to me and start to get indignant, but instantly swallowed all unspoken complaints as soon as Gaara quietly asked them to shut up. And when those two, accompanied by Hyuga and my clones, disappeared from our sight, we quickly took off and ran to where I felt Orochimaru's presence. Well, Snake, are you waiting for us? Then we're coming to you. Commentary on 18. Beginning of the second stage of the exam. Sorry for the delay in the chapter. 19. My mother Zetsu, or goodbye roof again. The snake was standing near, for some reason, a dry tree, touching it with his hands and muttering something to himself, and, as it might seem, did not notice us at all, standing almost above his head, or rather on the tree next to the dry tree. To be honest, this was already starting to make me nervous. We had already approached the Sannin almost closely for about 10 minutes, and he still had not even paid attention to us, which was not just strange, but very strange. After all, Gaara, Sasuke and I were sure that as soon as Orochimaru sensed us, he would immediately attack. Well, or he would start selling us something abstruse about how mega cool and scary he was. But we didn't expect him to ignore us while feeling the tree, and so we still haven't attacked him, being in a bit of shock. Could this be a shadow clone? Gaara said quietly. Or an illusion? Or maybe genjutsu? I suggested, clearly blurting out a stupid thought. After all, if it were genjutsu, Kurama and Shukaku would have told me and Kase about it long ago, but they were silent and did not warn us about anything like that. And I felt a huge amount of snake chakra from this Orochimaru who was digging around the tree, and not from somewhere else. No, this is the real Orochimaru, Sasuke said, shaking his head at my words and flashing his sharingans, and apparently tired of waiting for the Sannin to pay attention to us, he threw a kunai at him. This finally made the snake pay attention to us, which he did, catching the object thrown at him with his hand and looking at us with displeasure. Kiddy SS, what are you doing here and why are you throwing kunais at me? He hissed unfriendly and, as if remembering something, he hit his forehead with his palm and said more calmly. Although, you don't have to answer. I was completely overworked and forgot that today is the beginning of the second Chunin exam. Perhaps you thought that I was a genin from another team under Henge and that's why you threw a kunai at me. Not quite so, trying to calm the beginning nervous tick, I answered him quietly. We know who you are and that's why Sasuke threw a kunai at you. And that's why I'm going to make you a snack for the forest's mutated animals, you vile pedophile snake. Hawk shouted loudly and rushed into battle. Orochimaru, it seems to me, did not expect this, but he did not freeze in shock either. Instead of falling into a stupor, Snake began, with his inherent snake agility, to dodge the attacks of Hawk, me and Gaara, and, to our surprise, did not attack us in return. And even his grey summoned snake, which he summoned immediately after the Uchiha attacked him, did not attack us, but only tried to prevent us from approaching its master and harming him. I don't know how long this would have continued, And how many more trees my friends and I would have destroyed, unsuccessfully trying to reach Orochimaru with our attacks, if Anko hadn't appeared on our battlefield and covered the snake with her body, standing between us and him. What's going on here? She asked us angrily as soon as we saw her and froze, stopping trying to attack the Sannin, afraid of hurting Mitarashi and very surprised by her actions. We are trying to destroy the missing nin, Sasuke answered her with a smirk. What are the missing nin? She asked again and, having learned that we considered Orochimaru a missing nin, she smiled sweetly and asked us affectionately. Guys, has anyone hit you on the head in the last couple of hours? What do you mean? I was wary, and Mitarashi briefly explained to us that only after being hit by genjutsu or getting hit on the head, getting temporary amnesia, would Konoha Genin, along with Suna Genin, attack a famous and highly respected scientist and Sannin in Konoha, calling him a missing nin. And you, Sasuke, seem to have gone completely crazy, attacking me and calling me a pedophile while we were digesting Anko's words, the snake declared, turning to my Uchiha crazed friend. I am your godfather, loving you as his own son, and nothing else. Nani? Sasuke, Gaara and I screamed in unison, completely out of touch with reality, while Orochimaru and Anko sighed heavily in unison, shaking their heads. Orochimaru, godfather, Sasuke. My mother Zetsu. Feeling that common sense had waved goodbye to me, I mentally exclaimed in shock, and Hawk quietly cursed, obviously in the same shock as me. And Gaara, clearly realizing that things were getting hot, grabbed our hands and, telling Orochi and Anko that we really were under genjutsu when we attacked the snake, and that he had just managed to dispel it, ran away from these two, almost dragging me and Sasuke along with him. Well, holy shit, Hawk said quietly as soon as Kase had pulled him and me far enough away from the snake and his student that we were able to come to our senses a little. Don't even talk about it. Finally recovering from the shock I had experienced, I exhaled. I would never have thought that Orochimaru was your godfather in this world. I couldn't even imagine it in my worst nightmare. And not only you, Gaara and Uchiha chuckled in unison, and we, having rested a little more and finally recovered from the shock, moved in pursuit of our friends and clones, who had gone far ahead. While we were catching up with them, we had to go around the teams of genin that we didn't want to fight a couple of times, and fight off giant centipedes that attacked us a couple of times, but overall we got to our own people almost without incident. At the same time, my clones approached Kaze's sister and brother with my clones and Hinata, who were getting the scroll we needed, and we, having united with the others and dispelled my shadow clones, moved on to the tower, which we reached at night. Let's go in turn and see you inside, said our friend from Sunovo with Sasuke, and when we nodded approvingly at this and let his team go ahead, he went into the building together with his brother and sister. After waiting 10 minutes, my team also entered the tower. Once inside, we unrolled the scrolls and, having spoken with Iruka-sensei, who appeared from the smoke, went into the room assigned to us in order to rest and wait for the third stage, in which we immediately collapsed on the bed from fatigue, and this was quite normal. Hinata had never made such long journeys without stopping to rest, and Sasuke and I not only covered the road from the gate to the tower through the forest of death, but also managed to try to kill the snake, spending a lot of chakra on it. So, having just laid down on the bed and feeling the enormous fatigue that fell upon me as soon as my face touched the pillow, I allowed myself to relax and fall asleep, wrapped in a blanket. In a few days there would be the qualifying battles, not the third stage of the Chunin exam, which I was completely sure of, and I was not going to lose in it, intending to get a good rest before it, which I decided to start doing right from this night. After all, a tired me is incapable of fighting. But a well-rested and full-fed me is already a very scary opponent, with whom no one should try to fight. Although, in any form and in any condition, I will be Uzumaki Naruto, the most unpredictable shinobi of Konoha. So even with a tired me, not everyone should mess with me. And especially not Kiba Inuzuka, with whom, I am sure, I will have to fight in the qualifying round. Comment to 19. My mother Zetsu. Or goodbye roof again. I'm Sue. The next one will be bigger and will appear on June 20th. 20. Conversation with Gaara and the qualifying fights. Waiting for the second stage of the Chunin exam to end and sitting in the tower without bothering anyone was terribly boring. The days allotted for passing this stage dragged on, as it seemed to me due to the forced idleness and inaction, very slowly, and because of this I wanted to howl like a wolf. And I might have howled if I had not been surrounded by my friends, with whom I came to the tower with scrolls on the very first day of the second stage, and who, just like me, were dying of boredom in this ill-fated tower, standing in the middle of a gloomy forest. The only things that helped us to get rid of boredom at least a little were collective meditation and old playing cards that we found in the room that we settled me, Sasuke and Hinata in until the end of the second stage. In the evenings, our team and Gaara's team would gather together in one of the rooms allocated to us and play a card game called Shinobi and Renegades, which was invented by the Uchiha and Senju after they united. This game was quite funny, although it had one huge drawback, which was that it had many rules. However, in order not to die of boredom, Hinata, Temari and Kankuro, who joined the game only on the second evening, up until that point, only I, Gaara and Sasuke, who learned how to play this game back in our world, played this game, with great difficulty learned them and began to play it quite well, often beating even me and my friends from another world. From another world. Damn, and I, having spent time in this parallel world to my native world, am already gradually beginning to forget all those who remained there. I don't know why, but my memories of that past of mine have begun to gradually disappear, like ghosts, disembodied spirits that no one needs. And it seems to me that I am not the only one who suffers from such a problem. With each new day lived in this world, I increasingly see how Uchiha and Gaara think about something for a long time, as if falling into themselves and not noticing anyone around them. I think that in these moments they are trying to remember something from our world that they for some reason forgot. And in thinking so, I was right. On the evening of the last day allotted to the genin for the second stage, Gaara, when my team and his had gathered together again to play cards, called me to the roof of the tower to talk with him, swearing to the rest of ours that we would return soon. But our conversation began on the stairs we were climbing up. Naruto, don't you think you've started to forget something important to you, something that happened to you in our world? My red-haired friend asked me when we had almost climbed the stairs and climbed onto the roof. It's not my imagination. I know that I'm beginning to forget bit by bit what happened to me there, I answered him, stepping first into the fresh air. Is the same thing happening to you? Yes, Kase nodded, walking to the edge of the roof and looking at the night sky. And I don't like it. It seems to me that soon I will forget everything about my past, without wanting it at all. I don't want to forget my past life. I don't want to forget those people who were the first to believe that I was not a monster. I don't want to forget those whom I loved and love. Me too, I whispered and immediately heard the fox in my inner world yawn loudly and say, well, then you need to find a way to get back to your world. Find a way to get back? I asked out loud, a little shocked, and seeing Kase's interested look, I grabbed his hand and together with him fell into my inner world, finding myself near Kurama's cage. The fox, even though it was open, was lying in it and grinning contentedly. Yes, he nodded at my words and said, for you, this is the only way not to lose your memory and not to forget who you really are. But why is this the only way? Gaara asked the Bayou. Because if you stay here, in this world, you will gradually merge with the souls of your copies here, and, one might say, become them. You will forget all of your past, which will be displaced by their memories, and you will cease to be yourself. And although your characters will hardly change, and your powers, acquired by you here, will remain with you, but at the same time you will become completely different people. For example, you, Gaara, can become more aggressive and stop trusting people, although you will unconsciously strive to be closer to Sasuke and Naruto. But you Naruto, okay, stop. I waved my hands. Q, don't tell me what will happen to me if we can't find a way to get home. I don't want to know. Because if I know, I won't be able to focus on the goal that I and my friends need. Okay, I won't tell you that, the fox assured me, and when Gaara asked if the fox knew how to get back, he replied that in different worlds the ways to move between worlds are also different, and that in some there are none at all. But, as I understand it, in this world there is a way to move between worlds. I asked him. Yes, but I don't think that ordinary shinobi, and perhaps even the Hokage himself, know about it. The redhead answered me and explained to me and my son-of friend that such techniques were always kept secret from ordinary people by ancient sages, and did not always fall into their hands. It looks like we'll have to try really hard to find information about this, Gaara sighed heavily. But we will find them, no matter what it costs us. I grinned and left my inner world with Kase. The next morning, all the genin who had passed the second stage were gathered in a spacious hall and my father, or rather the fourth Hokage Minato Namikaze, congratulated everyone who had passed it and began to explain the rules of the qualifying fights. To be honest, I listened to him with half an ear, because I was not interested in such speeches, which I had already heard enough in my past life, and I was frankly bored, standing in a crowd of genin, some of whom were listening to my father with their mouths open, trying not to miss a single word. But now, finally, all the solemn words have been said and what we all essentially gathered here for has begun. The fighting has begun. The first battle was between Sasuke and some fat guy from the village hidden in the grass. This battle seemed too fleeting and not at all spectacular to me. My Uchiha-addicted friend, almost without straining himself, defeated this lout, who, however, splashed Uchiha from head to toe with his saliva and sweat, because of which Sasuke, I saw this even being on the observation deck, barely restrained himself from killing him. This is disgusting, he hissed loudly when he was declared the winner and he climbed up to the observation deck to join me and Hinata. Now I smell like garbage from a kilometer away. It's okay, you'll wash up, I said, quietly laughing. I didn't pay much attention to the next fights, because I didn't really care which of the genin who weren't my friends in this world would pass the test. But when they announced that I would be entering the battlefield, I immediately got ready and jumped down to fight. As I expected, my opponent was Kiba, who, along with his dog, battered me a bit during our fight. But this was only because the local Inuzuka was much smarter and more reserved than the Kiba from my home world. He, during the fight, did not utter a single unnecessary word or throw empty threats, which would not have affected me at all. His attacks were fast and he got me several times with his Gatsuga, but in the end he lost to me, falling into my seal trap, which holds the enemy in place for 3 minutes if he falls into it, which I, dodging his attack, set on the floor. When he fell into it, along with a Kamaru, I calmly approached him and put a kunai to his throat, after which I was declared the winner of our fight. Right after my fight there was a fight between Neji and Hinata, in which the older brother of my teammate with Sasuke won. Although the local Hinata was stronger than the henna from my world, she could not defeat her brother, who was also, it was obvious, stronger than my friend who died in the war in our world. But both the deceased Neji and this older brother of Hinata also did not like his cousin, and seriously injured her during the fight, not thinking at all about the fact that she was not to blame for all the troubles of the side branch of the Hyuga clan, of which he was a member. When Hinata, unable to stand on her feet any longer, collapsed to the ground in pain, I was about to rush to her and say something kind to her older brother, but Sasuke got ahead of me. He jumped off the observation deck and quickly ran up to Hinata, looking into Neji's eyes with such fury that even I felt uneasy, and Hinata's brother probably felt that he would soon have to prepare for his own funeral. When the final battles come, I will break your legs for what you did to your sister, Hyuga Hawk quietly promised, recoiling from the Uchiha, but I, and I think everyone else, heard him. The last battle was between Gaara and Lee, but before they started fighting, Kaze, and Hawk and I, got a bit of a shock when we saw the bushy-browed guy here. Who had no eyebrows. Is it really him? Sasuke asked me quietly, both eyes twitching in turn when he saw a browless, big-eyed brunette with hair sticking out in all directions like a hedgehog's needles jump onto the fighting area. It seems so, I answered him just as quietly when this hedgehog in a white hooded suit yelled, "Long live the spring of youth." And on the observation deck, some guy who looked very much like him, which is why I immediately realized that it was Guy, yelled the same thing and showed Lee a thumbs up. In this battle, even though Gaara was shocked, Kaze won. He caught Lee in the sand trap, without even slightly injuring Green. Ugh, the white beast of Konoha, in which he sat until the moment when the no dog was declared the winner of their battle. After their fight, as soon as Gaara returned to the observation deck, all the genin who had passed the selection round were told that the third stage of the Chunin exam would be held in a month, during which we could prepare for the final battles. We were also told who would fight whom in the first and subsequent battles. When Hawk learned who his first opponent would be, he smirked, because he got Neji. But Gaara and I sighed in displeasure at the same time, because we had to fight against each other, which was not what we wanted. Although this fight could be to our advantage, I thought, realizing that thanks to this fight of ours, we could slightly improve the relations between Konoha and Suna, who were on the verge of war against each other. And judging by the way Kaze narrowed his eyes in satisfaction, he also understood this and even came up with an idea of how best to conduct our battle, which would take place in a month. Commentary on 20. Conversation with Gaara and the qualifying fights. Sorry for the delay of the chapter, the internet shot itself, it came back to life only today. The next chapter will appear even I don't know when. 21. Decision. Almost 3 weeks had passed since the qualifying battles, during which my friends and I rarely saw each other. We trained all day, alone, under the watchful eye of our temporary teachers, who were preparing us for the final battles of the third stage of the Chunin exam, and therefore we had practically no time for friendly get-togethers. But on this day, having contacted each other through summoned animals, we decided to take a short break from preparing for the upcoming battles and meet at the 7th training ground to talk. Especially since we already had one topic of conversation. We agreed to meet at the 7th training ground at 7 o'clock in the morning, but at that time I was the only one to show up at the training ground, and my friends arrived there much later. Gaara came a couple of hours after me, saying that he couldn't come earlier because he couldn't quietly slip away from his sister and brother, who had started keeping a close eye on him after that walk during which I, Kase, and Sasuke got very drunk. But that was bound to happen, so Gaara didn't pay much attention to this manifestation of concern from his family, who were very worried about him, even knowing that he was fine, and didn't get nervous about it. The last one to show up at our meeting was the out-of-breath Uchiha, and when Kase and I asked him what had happened to him and who he was running from, he snorted darkly and replied, "Well, nothing special happened. I just now have a very caring godfather who really didn't want to give me even a day off, and today I had to, very quickly moving my legs, get away from him in order to spend this day with you, and not with him. And you managed to get away from him, as I see," I grinned, imagining today's grandiose run of Orochi and Sasuke. "Well, I wouldn't be me if I couldn't escape from that snake." My black-haired friend smiled slightly, closing his eyes and finally bringing his breathing back to normal. And only after he, having caught his breath, sat down on the grass, next to me and our mutual Sanovsky friend, we, having had a snack of my mother's home cooking, began to discuss the most unpleasant topic for the three of us, at the moment. Or rather, we started talking about how we were gradually losing our memories and how we needed to find a way to return home, to our world, as soon as possible. But, to the great regret of each of us, none of us had any ideas on how to get from one world to another. Even the Bayu were silent, not saying anything about it, clearly hinting with their silence that they knew nothing about moving between worlds, except for what Kurama had already told me and Gaara. Do you think that some information about techniques capable of creating passages between worlds might be stored in some clan archives? Suddenly, out of the blue, after our general 5-minute silence and diligent brainstorming, Gaara asked us all. "Well, that's not impossible," Sasuke answered, thinking again. "But it's also almost useless for us." "Why is this?" The red-haired Jinchuriki didn't understand. "Because, I am sure, if information about such techniques is stored in clan archives, then it is stored in classified departments that only clan heads and their assistants have the right to visit, whom the clan heads trust almost as much as themselves," Uchiha said gloomily. "So we, in the secret clan archives, or rather secret libraries, even if the information we need is stored there, will not get in, because each such library is guarded many times better than all the cage residences combined." "Sasuke, Sasuke, Sasuke," I snorted and shook my head, and when both my loyal friends looked at me with interest, I said with a smile on my lips, "Ay, what a bad boy you are. Have you forgotten one very important feature of us?" My confused friend froze a bit, not understanding what I was getting at. "Apparently, I really did forget," I sighed and grinned maliciously. "But I remember that no guard could ever stop you and me if we needed to get into the place they were guarding. So, if we try really hard, we can get into some secret clan library. For example, the secret archive of the Uchiha clan." "Bad idea," the red-eyed man frowned. "Why is that?" Gaara narrowed one eye. "In my opinion, it's a very normal idea. The Uchiha clan is one of the oldest clans, and therefore in your, Uchiha's, secret archive, I'm sure we can find something useful for us." I said that Naruto's idea was bad not because we wouldn't find anything we need in my clan's secret library, but because our secret archive is guarded better than all the others, Hawk said gloomily. "Even the Hyuga clan's secret archive is guarded less than ours, and so it's very dangerous for us to go there." "Big deal," I snorted again, folding my arms across my chest. "We've gotten into places like this without even making a noise. And besides, we have no guarantee that the secret archives of other clans contain anything we need, but I'm completely sure that the secret archive of your clan, Hawk, contains some information we need. I take it you insist that we take a risk and try to get in there." Apparently tired of telling me about the risk, Sasuke asked me with his eyes closed. "You're right, I insist on it, I grinned. Although, I can try to penetrate the secret library of the Uchiha clan alone. Oh no, Gaara waved his hands above his head, having silently listened to our squabble with Uchiha. You obviously won't go there alone. It's too risky, and so'll go with you. As if I wouldn't go, Sasuke chuckled. If Naruto is allowed to go somewhere alone, then expect huge troubles later. So, it's decided, I smiled broadly. We, all together, will penetrate the secret archive of the Uchiha clan. But once we do it, after the third stage of the Chunin exam, as if he had read my thoughts, Sasuke finished my sentence for me. Agreed, Gaara nodded to this and, rising to his feet, said quietly. Okay, I feel good here with you, of course, but it's time for me to return to my relatives, who, I'm sure, have already got half of Konoha on their ears, trying to find me. No, it's too early for you, Kase, to leave our little meeting. I shook my head. There are still some things you and I haven't discussed. You mean our upcoming fight and the relationship between our villages? Gaara asked, looking at me with boredom. Yeah, I nodded. And there's no point in discussing them. During the fight we'll improvise something. As usual, my completely insane Kazekijin friend snorted and, turning around, quickly disappeared from the training ground, waving his hand to me and Sasuke. Gaara, such Gaara, sighed heavily, looking after him, Hawk and, lying down on the grass, began, with a sadness that was incomprehensible to me, to look at the clouds occasionally floating across the sky. But I did not ask him what he was sad about, because trying to find out from him what he was sad about or what was troubling him was useless, unless he himself decided at some point to talk about it. At his words, I only nodded and quietly said, well, yes. But it is precisely because of who he is that he is my friend and yours. Yes, Sasuke said just as quietly and closed his eyes, and I, remembering something, also lay down on the grass, quietly whispered, smiling almost imperceptibly, the sun is shining. That's good. When it rains, that's not bad either, Uchiha responded without opening his eyes. These few words were, in our world, our password with Hawk for several years, which no one except the two of us knew about, and with the help of which we more than once or twice on missions made sure that the friend standing in front of you is really a friend, and not some high-quality fake who wants only one thing: to stab you in the back. We came up with it, by the way, when we just became full-fledged members of Anbu and we were sent on our first Anbu mission, during which we almost said goodbye to our lives, although we were, one might say, the strongest shinobi, at that time, in our world. This happened because a couple of high-quality fakes almost tore our heads off, because we did not have time to understand that they were fakes. But, fortunately, that story ended well for me and Sasuke and we remained alive, returning home. That's when we came up with this password, lying on one of the Hokage's stone faces, looking at the sky and rejoicing that we remained alive. But I really hope that Hawk and I won't have to use this password anytime soon, not just for fun, but to really make sure we're friends with you. Although, who knows what awaits us in the future and what fate has in store for me and my friends. However, I don't care what will happen soon. The only thing that matters to me is to meet the future next to those who are dear to me. 22. The final battle. The last days of preparation for the final stage of the Chunin exam passed for me, in my opinion, too quickly and hectic. But I am not complaining. No, quite the opposite. I am glad that they flew by for me almost unnoticed, because when I found myself in the dueling arena on the day of the final exam, I again found myself next to my faithful comrades. And I was glad to stand shoulder to shoulder with them again, while the examiner announced the names of the participants in the final stage of the exam to the people gathered in the stands. True, we didn't have to stand like that for long. As soon as all the names of the participants were called, the examiner announced the first pair of opponents, leaving them in the arena, and dispersed the rest of the genin, including me, to the viewing stands. The first fighters were Sasuke and Neji. The fight was, I will say, colorful from the very beginning, and all because Uchiha was angry at Neji for what he did to Hinata, who, as I understood, became not indifferent to the Uchiha, and chased the unfortunate Hyuga, who barely had time to fight back and defend himself from the enemy's attacks, all over the arena, trying to either set him on fire with a fireball, or cut him with a kunai for ramen noodles. And chasing the gray-eyed one around the arena, Sasuke clearly wanted to cripple him, at least a little, because he did not even try to hypnotize Hyuga with the Sharingan, instilling in him some kind of illusion. And looking at this one-sided fight, during which the genius of the Hyuga clan, couldn't even hit the hawk with his soft palm. Once, I realized that Sasuke, even when we return home to our world, if, of course, we return, will never forget this fight, nor everything that happened and will happen here. However, just like me and Gaara, in the end, the Uchiha won the fight, knocking out his opponent with a powerful kick to the head, sending Neji flying into the wall. The victory was undeniable, and when Hawks was declared the winner of the fight, he turned to Hinata, who was sitting in the stands next to Ino, Kiba, and Shino, and smiled at her, only then heading towards me and Obito-sensei, who was standing behind me, on the observation deck. A brilliant victory. Our sensei praised him as Sasuke approached me and him. And she couldn't be any different. The incorrigible red-eyed boy chuckled at this, closing his eyes for a moment, after which he looked again at Hinata, who was also looking at him and also smiling, sincerely happy about his victory. It will be hard for Sasuke to leave this world. Kurama sighed heavily in my inner world. Yes, I did not argue with the fox, painfully realizing that he was indeed right. It will be difficult for me to leave this world, too, but it will be many times more difficult for him to do so. I didn't look at the next battles, not paying any attention to them, thinking about how different our native world is and this one we are in now. After all, this world, unlike ours, has not yet rotted through and through, soaked in the blood of our relatives and comrades. This world is not perishing like ours, which, no matter how hard it is for me to admit, is gradually collapsing, devouring itself. But, even practically disappeared, that world, native to me and my comrades. Native, and we are simply obliged to return to it, to at least try not to let it disappear while we are alive. Not to let it choke in pain and despair, which are increasingly enveloping the world. Our world, in which we were born and for which we have always fought. And we will definitely return to it, although no one is waiting for us there already. Naruto shook me by the shoulder, Sasuke, pulling me out of my thoughts and, one might say, returning me to reality. Nani? I asked him quietly. Your turn, he answered me just as quietly, and I, listening to the exclamations of the spectators, realized that this was indeed the case. Nodding to Hawk in gratitude for bringing me out of my reverie, I easily jumped over the railings of the observation deck and, after being in a state of falling for about 3 seconds, deftly landed on the ground of the arena. It turned out, of course, spectacularly, but a minute later I realized that I had been in such a hurry to go down, because my rival friend did not repeat my jump, but calmly began to descend into the arena by the stairs. He did this on purpose, right? I asked Kurama after standing in the arena waiting for Gaara for about 3 minutes and still not having seen him. Of course, the Bayu answered me, chuckling quietly, and then my opponent finally entered the arena. Kaze looked pleased, and seeing this, I realized that even though we were comrades in arms, I simply had to knock him on the face today, for making me wait for him, standing alone, if you don't take into account the Chunin examiner who stood next to me, in front of a large number of people. And sir, when I and the red-haired son of the Kazekage exchanged the standard greetings, the examiner announced the start of the fight, after which he quickly and quietly left the arena, and Gaara, winking at me, attacked me with sand, forcing me to quickly run away from the place where I had just stood. Well, I thought, running from my friend's sand for about 5 minutes, during which time I had not yet managed to counterattack Kaze even once, or even stop to rest. He could just accidentally kill me. Well, he won't kill me, but he'll definitely maim me, Kurama said, openly laughing at my efforts. Well, yes. I can understand why he's having so much fun. Not once since the war had I lost to Gaara like that, practically clean, and this definitely couldn't help but make my tailed comrade laugh. No way, I snorted at the words of the Bayu and, once again dodging the sand, jumping up, created 3 dozen shadow clones and took out 3 of my father's signature kunai from my pouch, which he himself had given to me a few days ago. The clones immediately rushed in different directions, trying to somehow distract Kaze from me and confuse him, and I, having mingled with 2 clones, tried to scatter the kunai in different directions as unnoticeably as possible for my opponent, and I succeeded. Gaara did not notice this little trick of mine. As soon as all the kunai stuck into the ground, I began, with the speed of a Majiboa, to move from one of them to another, throwing simple kunai at Gaara, from which he deftly defended himself, covering himself with sand. But soon he had to cover himself with sand completely, because my clones, some of which my son-of friend still managed to dispel, also began to throw kunai at him, and I also threw a couple with explosive seals at him. And when he hid in a ball of sand, I spun a rasengan in my hand and, running up to this ball, hit him with all my might with the rasengan I had just created. Luckily for me, Gaara had foreseen this and, being inside the sand protection, was able to dodge my attack and even grab my hand when I pierced his sand armor with rasengan. Grabbing me, he began to drag me, almost without resistance, inside, and soon I found myself inside the sand ball in which Kaze was sitting. I'm already tired of this senseless fight, my Sonovsky friend sighed heavily as soon as I found myself completely and entirely in his sandy house. Me too, I sighed. But we have to fight, because we are participants in the Chunin exam and we are genin from different villages. And besides, we don't have to fight seriously, the main thing is that our fight looks believable, that's all. But didn't we just fight quite believably? Covering one eye and folding his arms across his chest, Dog asked me. But he answered his own question. In my opinion, quite believable. And, it seems to me that our fight dragged on a bit. And in my opinion, it has only just begun, I chuckled. And you immediately dragged me, in the opinion of the audience, I am sure of it, into a trap, and now you are beating me here, because no one knows what is going on here. Although the Hughes may see what we are doing here with you and will be very surprised when they see that we are standing and talking peacefully. Well then, let's not talk peacefully. Gaara exclaimed somehow too joyfully and, smiling, grabbed me by the collar of the dark red sweater that I was wearing and began to shake me, screaming like a madman. You're crazy, I said, smiling involuntarily too, and, although not with all my might, but quite hard, I punched him in the face, quietly saying, sorry. You too, forgive me. My friend hit me in the head with his foot in response, releasing my unfortunate blouse from his grip. So we apologized, for about 5 minutes, after which we grabbed each other by the shoulders and hit each other on the head so hard that stars fell out of both of our eyes. I think this is where we can end our fight, Kaze whispered, staggering, and making the sand ball start to crumble around us. He took a couple of steps back from me, falling to his knees when we became visible to the spectators. And when the sand finally crumbled, he fell on his stomach, burying his face in the crumbling sand. The people in the stands roared. Congratulations rained down on me from all sides, and the examiner appeared in the arena again, God knows where from. But I, as if not paying attention to them all, staggered towards Gaara, who, with difficulty, assumed a sitting position, and extended my hand to him, which he immediately, to the great surprise, I am sure, of everyone, grabbed like a life preserver. It doesn't matter that you lost to me in this battle, I said very loudly, so that as many people as possible could hear me, helping him to his feet. You are also strong and will be able to defeat me someday, but I am sure that we will not fight against each other in a war, but only in friendly sparring, because you and I are very similar, because we both fought, I know for sure, not just like that and not for the title of Chunin, but for what is dear to us. Yes, Kaze nodded at my words and looked closely at my father and his father, who was sitting next to me, also watching the battles of the third stage of the exam. I also looked at them, waiting for their reaction, because what they do now is very important for both of our villages. Because what they do now will lead Konoha and Suna either to peace or to war. Gaara and I were very much afraid of the worst, and so, without letting go of our handshake, we stared at our fathers with intense intensity, but soon we were able to breathe a sigh of relief, because the cage of Suna stood up from his chair and extended his hand to my father with a smile on his lips. The Hokage was a little confused, seeing this gesture from Gaara's father, but soon he was able to control his feelings and, also standing up from his seat, smiled at the Kazekage, shaking his hand. The audience, who had been silent for a moment, began to shout joyfully again, and the examiner, who was standing next to me and Gaara, smiled approvingly at us and loudly announced. The winner is Naruto Uzumaki. 23. Interference on the line. 3 days passed after the final round of the Chunin exam, which Hawk and I, under the watchful eye of my mom, spent in one of the hospitals of Konoha. Why there? It's simple, he and I fought against each other in the final and hit each other with rasengan and chidori. Yes, life teaches us nothing. After that we fell together exhausted on the sandy ground of the arena, and then, just as together, we ended up in the hospital. And no matter how much neither I nor he wanted to lie there, we had to spend all 3 days there, because, as I said earlier, my mom was watching us so that we didn't escape from the hospital ahead of time, and the seals with a cast iron frying pan really helped her with that. One thing consoled me. Every day, Gaara, Itachi, Nagato and Hinata visited Sasuke and me, not letting us die of boredom in this evil, healing center. And Sasuke and I became Chunin, although for me, and for him, in this world that we are about to leave, it is not particularly important. More important for us was that Gaara stayed in Konoha for a while, with his father's permission, while the rest of the Suna members left the Leaf Village the very next day after the exam finals. The Kazekage's son, with his consent, of course he wouldn't, was taken to live with my mom, who literally fed K's with treats every day, as he himself told us when he visited us in the hospital on the last day of our confinement there, to the point of bursting, justifying this by the fact that he is too thin and needs to eat a lot to be strong and healthy. Knowing Kushina very well, Sasuke and I did not doubt his words at all, and only sympathized with him, because we also knew that K's, even after the war, was not a particular fan of eating to the point of bursting, preferring to eat little by little, but often. When we were finally discharged, both Uchiha and I, out of joy, almost destroyed the hospital, which had become hateful to us in 3 days, and went home, under the supervision of our older brothers. While Nagato and I were walking home through the streets of Konoha, he told me a few stories that happened to him, Itachi and Karen when they first became Chunin and started, so to speak, to carry out missions independently. And these stories were quite instructive, although they were quite humorous, which made me happy, because I realized when I heard them that it wasn't only me and my former team number 7 who were able to get into trouble up to the point of not wanting to because of some stupidity. You know, Naruto, he said with a smile on his lips when we were already not far from our house. I'm glad that you were able to pass the exam for the title of Chunin on the first try. Why? I asked him, tilting my head to the side and looking into his eyes with interest. Well, it's obvious, he suddenly hesitated. You're my little brother and I'm happy that you were able to become a Chunin at such a young age, and on your first try at that. I think you're trying to hide something from me, I grinned, crossing my arms over my chest. What are you saying? No. He waved his hands, but then sighed heavily, looking into my eyes and probably realizing that I would not leave him alone. Although, yes, I'm glad that you passed the Chunin exam on your first try, not only because you are my brother, but also because You didn't know this, but I couldn't pass the Chunin exam on my first try. I don't believe it, I exhaled in shock, feeling that he wasn't lying, but still not believing his words. But it's true, Nagato closed his eyes, spreading his arms to the sides, and then told me that during the third stage of the Chunin exam, he was unable to defeat his opponent, who was his comrade, Yahiko, and therefore failed the exam. But still, even despite that loss, I have long since become an Anbu, and have long since ceased to be the weakling I was before. Although, I was not such a weakling before either, at the end of this story, he said, and I, smiling, nodded to him, because my brother really was very strong, both in spirit, and in mind and body. When he said this, we had already approached our house and therefore, after my nod, we put all other conversations aside for later and went inside, immediately finding ourselves in the realm of care and attention with which our mother surrounded us. She was wearing an apron and fluttered out to us from the kitchen, which is why I assumed that the rest of my family, or at least someone from it, was right there, and I was right. In the kitchen, my older brother and I found Karen, Gaara, and Akane sitting at a table laden with all sorts of dishes. Upon seeing us, they smiled happily at us, wishing us a pleasant meal, and, as if nothing had happened, continued eating. Having wished them a pleasant meal in return, Nagato and I, under the joyful chirping of our mother, also sat down at the table. Delicious, I thought contentedly after gobbling up the first plate of rice with meat, and suddenly, unexpectedly for myself, I heard some faint buzzing. Something was buzzing in my subconscious, and if you didn't listen to yourself very much, you couldn't hear it. I had never heard such sounds in my subconscious before, and that's why I got a little nervous. Ku, what are you doing there? I asked my red-haired friend, really hoping that this incomprehensible sound was somehow being made by Kurama, although in my heart I understood that this was unlikely. Nothing special, the fox answered me immediately. I'm lying here watching water drip from the ceiling. What's buzzing in my subconscious then? I asked him another question. Is it buzzing? It's buzzing. Are you absolutely sure that there is something buzzing in your subconscious? Yes. I began to slowly boil from within. Well, personally, I don't hear any buzzing, although I think I'm beginning to understand what kind of buzzing you can hear and why you hear it at all, the fox muttered quietly, as if he had done something wrong. And what is this buzzing noise? I tried to calm down and took a deep breath. Interference on the line, Kurama said to me as innocently as possible. On what other line? I didn't understand. On the line of communication between your subconscious and your mother's subconscious, eh? I contacted Kurama from this world, who is trapped in your mother, and now I am talking to him, trying to find out from him if he knows how to travel between worlds, the red-haired man explained. Nanny. Don't scream. QB probably growled at me, wincing. Your screams are making my ears ache. I haven't screamed yet, I growled back at him good-naturedly, calming down and going back to eating the food I had stopped eating when I heard the buzzing. I just don't understand how you were able to contact the fox from this world. It's very simple how you contact me, being outside of your subconscious. That is, mentally. And I hope my mommy doesn't hear your conversation. I asked Kurama, fearing being discovered by Kushina more than anything else. No, just like you, he answered me and, after thinking, added, but she probably also hears a slight buzzing, although she doesn't pay attention to it, unlike you. Well, yes, probably. I glanced briefly at my mother, who was smiling at me and the others, nodded mentally and asked my tailed friend another question. Can I mentally contact the other you? No. Too bad, I sighed again, and after putting another piece of sweet pie, which was dessert in our house today, into my mouth, I thanked my mother for the delicious food, grabbed Gara by the hand, pulling the unfortunate Kase, who had not eaten even half of his portion of rice, away from the table, and at super cosmic speed, hiding in my room with him, not without good reason fearing to get hit in the head with a frying pan for kidnapping the Kazekige's son from the table. But I was obliged to save my friend from torment, and therefore I risked doing it, pulling off his rescue brilliantly and without bodily wounds. Once in my room, I locked myself in with Kase and, after listening first to the noise that arose in the kitchen and then died down, I told him about what Kurama had done, after which I asked the Bayu if he had learned anything useful to us from his other self and, having received a negative answer from Raijik, I sighed heavily, because if we had found out anything useful to us from the local nine-tailed beast, it would have made our lives much easier. But if there is no such thing, then there is no trial, as they say. It looks like we'll have to risk breaking into the Uchiha clan's secret archives soon to look for information about some kind of technique that could help us return home. 24. Pain. The next morning, after I returned home from the hospital, I woke up with a terrible headache, which, although it could not compare to the pain I once experienced while in this world, was still not weak. Having decided to try to escape from it, although I was afraid that the pain in the subconscious would become stronger, I went down to my subconscious, finding myself right next to Kurama's cage, who was lying in it and looked very crumpled. My head is starting to hurt, I answered his silent question, why did you show up? Which I read in his tired look that he involuntarily cast at me. And what's wrong with you? I don't know, QB muttered in response to me, who had somewhat freed himself from the pain. Honestly, I don't know what's wrong with me, but I don't feel well. Probably it's because you're gradually merging with your other self from this world. Although, I don't know. Maybe it's because of that, or maybe not because of that. I can't say for sure. For some reason, it's very difficult for me to think. My thoughts get tangled up like threads and scatter like mice that see a cat. Well, since it's so hard for you, try to sleep, I suggested to him sympathetically. I tried to fall asleep. It didn't work. The fox shook his head negatively and, wincing, put it back on his front paws. As soon as I close my eyes, my head starts spinning and aching, and you can't fall asleep with that. Well, I don't know what advice to give you then. I spread my arms wide, feeling sorry for my furry friend, but really not knowing how to help him. I'll just say one thing. Hold on and be patient. Maybe it will all go away on its own soon. And that's it. I'm going back to the big world, so to speak. Go. The fox sighed heavily and closed his eyes, and I left my subconscious, feeling a headache again, but not as strong as it was when I woke up. With difficulty getting out of bed, I slowly, because everything was swimming before my eyes, walked to the bathroom and washed myself. After that, I felt better and, having cheered up, I went to Gara, who lived in my family's house in the living room and, having knocked, went to him. Is there anything for a headache? Instead of a standard greeting, he asked me rather languidly, surprising me greatly with his question. No, I honestly admitted to him, seeing how he involuntarily winced and grabbed his head with his hands. Do you have a headache too? What do you mean? Also, Kase didn't understand, looking sideways at me with interest. My head also hurts, although not as much as half an hour ago, but still, it hurts, I answered him, walking up to his bed and falling onto it. And my head doesn't just hurt, it's splitting with pain, complained Gaara, tearing his gaze away from me and closing his eyes. Although, and not as much as once. When, one day, I, in turn, stared at him with interest. I don't remember exactly when, but it was definitely already in this world, my son-of friend answered me thoughtfully, and asked. Why? Well, it's just that once, when I was already in this world, still studying at the academy, my head started to hurt so badly in the morning that it was just awful, I answered his question. And the strangest thing is that in the subconscious, when I descended into it, saving myself from this misfortune, the headache did not disappear, but on the contrary, it became stronger, although it went away after about 5 minutes. Something similar happened to me, letting go of his head, probably because his head stopped hurting, Kase said thoughtfully. But why did this happen to me and you? HZ. I shrugged, jumping off the bed and heading for the door. But for some reason, it seems to me that this is in no way connected to the fact that we are gradually merging with the other us from this world. Something tells me that something else is happening, something more global, and not only with us. But, what? Gaara asked me another question, also rising to his feet. I shrugged again, and the two of us went to the kitchen, where almost my entire family had already gathered for breakfast. Having greeted them, my Kazakh comrade and I sat down at the table and, having had a hearty breakfast, were about to go for a walk, when Nagato called out to us and said that today he was completely free from work and would like to spend this day with us to celebrate the fact that Sasuke and I became Chunin and were able to make friends with the son of the head of another village. We did not object to this, especially since my older brother himself told us that the Uchihas would also join our company, which was to our advantage, because it meant that Sasuke would be with us. And the three of us all felt much more confident than alone. Answer, when my Nisan finished his breakfast, me, him and Gaara left my parents' house and went to the Uchiha clan's quarter. On the way, Nagato joked a lot, as if he was trying to distract himself from some not very pleasant thoughts, and Gaara and I laughed at his jokes, because they really were funny. But I, laughing, tried to hide behind a smile my anxiety, which, for some unknown reason, had seized me as soon as I found myself outside. And in addition to anxiety, I also tried to hide the fear that had also seized me as soon as I found myself in the fresh air. This fear, I, for some unknown reason, felt it about everything. It seemed to me that even the sky, cloudless and bright blue, was pressing on me, trying to flatten me and I. Afraid of him, afraid of everything, afraid even my own brother and friend, but I continued to walk next to them, not understanding at all what was happening to me and all my feelings, which literally screamed, there is danger all around. Run. But I didn't run and continued to smile, walking forward next to Kase and Nagato, because I saw that I wasn't the only one being flattened like that. I saw horror in Gaara's eyes, which he, like me, tried very hard to hide, turning his head in all directions, as if trying to understand what was happening to him. And he probably already said a couple of times, having made seals, disperse, as if trying to throw off a non-existent illusion, but no one cast any genjutsu on us, and so he continued to look around with fear. Just like me. However, as soon as our trio finally reached the quarter of the red-eyed clan, the fear, as if by magic, disappeared by itself, allowing me and Kase, to the surprise of my older brother, to breathe a sigh of relief. I don't know what happened to me and him, but this something passed as suddenly as it began, allowing us to finally relax. And as soon as we relaxed, Itachi and Sasuke came out of the gates of the Uchiha clan quarter to meet us, smiling at us affably. Having greeted each other, we all went together to the 7th training ground, where we spent, without any strange incidents, almost half a day, training and just fooling around, after which we went to the ramener to have some refreshment. Having reached this noodle shop, each of us had a hearty feast on my favorite ramen, having a competition in eating it. In this competition, even despite the enviable persistence of my older brother, to the surprise of the older Uchiha and Nagato himself, I won. What did you want? My Uchiha addicted friends said, laughing and looking at their faces, stretched out in surprise. Naruto becomes a bottomless barrel when he eats ramen, because it is his favorite dish. Well, for some reason, all Uzumaki love this dish, but it's just. I've never seen any of them eat more than 15 full plates of ramen at once. My Ni-san exclaimed in amazement, and I was about to say something to him, when suddenly I was overcome. Everything came over me at once. Hatred, fear, joy, and despair. It even took my breath away, and then my head started to hurt again, and it hurt even more than it did when I was still a student at the academy. Everything immediately started to swim before my eyes, and I couldn't hold onto my chair and fell to the ground, writhing like a snake on a hot frying pan. The ability to think coherently immediately left me, and I stopped even understanding who I was and where I was. It was as if the whole world had ceased to exist for me, turning into something dull gray, something that had never existed. The only thing that remained bright for me was pain. And I think I screamed in pain. He screamed almost throughout Konoha, not noticing anyone or anything around him. I screamed, clutching my head with my hands and barely feeling the touch of other people's hands on my body. Screamed, unable to do anything else. ... And next to me, writhing in the arms of Itachi and Karen, who had come to the aid of her friends, my two friends were screaming in pain. And in my subconscious, Kurama was roaring in pain and fear of something incomprehensible and ancient. From the third person. And somewhere in the distance, someone in a black cloak, stained with scarlet blood, was smiling madly. He was smiling, because what he had desired for so long was about to happen soon. 25. In the hospital. Naruto POV. When the pain subsided, I involuntarily lost consciousness, and when I opened my eyes again, I saw the white ceiling of the hospital room, so familiar to me. Damn, I've been seeing him a lot lately, I thought, grinning involuntarily as I sat up in bed and looked around. To my great regret, there was no one or anything in the room except me and the furniture. Although, maybe it's for the best, I shuddered as I recalled the pain that had gripped me. Yesterday, or 2 hours ago. To hell with it all. I shook my head and snorted discontentedly, trying to get into my subconscious and, for some reason, not getting there. Having tried to do this a couple more times, again without result, I tried to mentally contact the fox and, when I failed at this, I got out of bed and, discontentedly muttering curses under my breath about the incomprehensible illness that had visited me, went to the bathroom to wash up and tidy myself up a little. After the water procedures, I found my clothes in the ward and, having dressed, opened the door, going out into the corridor. Oh, another one has woken up. Right after I left the room, I heard Tsunde's voice literally right next to my ear, and I looked in the direction it came from. I wish I hadn't done that. Until that day, I had never seen a granny in this world, and that day became, one might say, our first meeting. And no matter how hard I tried, at the sight of a granny, albeit still quite fresh in appearance, but still a granny, who really was the granddaughter of Hashirama and Tobirama, to hide my surprise, my eyes still acquired a rather round shape, and my mouth opened slightly because my lower jaw was trying to fall to the floor. Granny Tsunde definitely saw my reaction, but she didn't react to it at all, rather quickly approaching me and putting her slightly wrinkled hand to my forehead. Apparently, she had already gotten used to seeing faces like mine today, since she said that I was another one of those who had woken up. And your fever went down, she said, nodding to herself, after a few moments removing her hand from me and looking seriously into my eyes. Is your head spinning? No. Having mastered my surprise, I answered her confidently. Are you sleepy? Granny continued to interrogate me, grabbing my right hand and dragging me along the corridor. No, I said again, not at all understanding where she was leading me. Well, that's great. Tsunde nodded again, smiling radiantly at me and opening the door of the room we had approached, and literally pushing me into it. Hello, Foxy, Sasuke and Gaara, who were already inside and sitting on a bed standing by the wall, greeted me in unison, almost digging myself up from a rather strong push in the back. Guys, I'm relieved, because I was worried about them, I said, and smiled happily at them, sitting down on their bed and glancing over my shoulder at the granny who had closed the door behind her. How glad I am to see you. And how glad we are to see you, Sleeping Beauty. Hawk said, clearly mocking me, with a sly smile, and Gaara supported his remark, grinning slightly. Idiots, I said to myself, not at all angry at my friends, and then Tsunde, looking at us seriously, said, now I see that you are all really fine. Only, I still can't understand, like all the other Arainans who fussed over you while you were unconscious, what happened to you. And what exactly happened to us before and after the shutdown? Uchiha asked her. First, you all had headaches. Then, you lost consciousness, after which your temperature rose. The old woman did not keep silent, telling us everything. At first, I thought that you were poisoned by something, but there was no trace of poison in your blood or chakra. And now you are completely normal, although you were unconscious for a whole day. At least Naruto is for sure. It's interesting, Kase said, trying to comprehend what he heard. Not interesting, but strange, his granny corrected him, and then announced something that none of us really liked. Answer, until I and the rest of the Arainans figure out what happened to you, you will be in the hospital under my supervision. Oh. Shit, my comrades and I said in unison, hanging our heads sullenly. Not a damn thing, but exactly that. Looking angrily at us, said the grey-haired Suna and, adjusting the white knitted shawl on her shoulders, left, telling us one last thing. And if you try to escape from the hospital, I'll catch you and give you a sleeping pill, after spanking you first. Oh. Shit, Gaara, Sasuke and I said in unison again, looking at the old woman's back with displeasure as she left the room. Gaara, as soon as Suna left us, I turned to my Suna friend. What? He looked at me gloomily. Can you contact Shukaku? No. He shook his head. Shu is sleeping. Asleep, I said, a little relieved. You know that, because you were in your subconscious. Yes. Gaara nodded. But at first, during the first hour after I woke up, for some reason I couldn't get into my subconscious. So within an hour, I whispered, having digested what I heard. What? You can't get into your subconscious yet either? Sasuke asked me, who, out of nowhere, had already taken out a tomato and started gnawing on it greedily. I can't, I complained and immediately added. But for some reason, it seems to me that this and our recent common headache are in no way connected with the fact that we are merging with the personalities of us, who lived in this world. I think that something else, which we don't know at all, is happening now in this world, so negatively influencing us. For some reason, I think so too, Kase nodded, agreeing with me. Well, then we need to get out of this world as soon as possible, having already finished chewing the unfortunate vegetable, which was quite large, Sasuke said. The Chunin exam is already over, so we can already start acting in the direction we need. And the first thing we need to do is visit the secret archive of your clan, I supported him. And it would be better to do it today, Gaara said thoughtfully. I'm tired of suffering from headaches. But how can we sneak out of the hospital and remain unnoticed by Granny Sunad? I think it won't be that hard, I chuckled. We'll ask Sasuke and my summoned animals to quietly get us out of here, that's all. Yeah, Hawk nodded, taking another tomato out of somewhere. But let's do it at night. We won't be able to penetrate my clan's secret archive during the day anyway. That's right, I chuckled again. Answer, until evening and night, let's be good boys and not do anything forbidden. If only inaction doesn't drive us crazy this day, Gaara groaned somewhat doomedly, under our shared laughter with the Uchiha, closing his eyes and collapsing onto the pillow. This day, to be honest, really almost drove the three of us crazy. It was very difficult for all of us not to do anything bad, and the walls of the ward, which we almost never left, literally pressed on us. Only occasionally did this feeling disappear, when our relatives looked in on us for a while, who soon left, leaving us alone again. Sunad did not let friends in at all, which made us even more eager for the evening to come faster and for us to finally find freedom. And when it finally came, all three of us began to slowly prepare for the escape, and when we finally got dressed and took everything we needed, which we had difficulty finding during the day, and quietly stole, in the hospital, we looked at each other in sync. Nodding to Hawk and me, showing that he was completely ready, Gaara took a step away from us so as not to interfere with us, and Sasuke and I called Miracle and Hyero. Having appeared at our call and having listened to our wish, the ninja beasts nodded in unison and, allowing the three of us to sit on their backs, carried us outside the hospital, adjoining the Uchiha clan quarter. Thank you, we thanked them, letting them go and slowly moving towards where we thought we could find answers to many of our questions. 26. Smile and wave. Nagato's POV. Damn, what's going on? First, my little brother and his friends, for some unknown reason, got sick yesterday. They screamed in pain like they were being cut, and today, as soon as it got dark and night fell, they called the ninja beasts with whom they had contracts and escaped, for some unknown reason, with their help from the hospital. Moreover, they escaped with the help of the beast Shunshin, which is why Karen couldn't immediately spot these little fugitives with their beasts, straight to the Uchiha quarter. We, that is, me, Itachi and my sister, volunteered to keep watch at their ward at night. We couldn't even imagine such a thing, and therefore didn't immediately rush to chase them. And it wasn't easy for Karen to track them down, and she was able to understand where they were only when they stopped moving in the ninja beast Shunshin. Only when they finally appeared, and Karen said where they were, the three of us rushed to chase them, not even understanding why they needed such a complicated way to move to the red-eyed quarter. Oh. I don't like this. Oh. How I don't like it. There is something wrong with all of this, something. Well, it's not right and that's it. Itachi and I, our brothers, and their friend from Suna have been acting too strangely lately. Too wrong. And they started acting wrong, at least Sasuke and Naru, long before tonight. But I didn't want to understand it, but now I understand it, and for some reason, I shuddered, almost falling off the roof where I was running after my sister and best friend. The best friend who started to sound the alarm before me, but neither I nor Karen even tried to listen to his words when he said that something was wrong with my little brother and his brother. And now I understand that it was in vain. I should have agreed with his assumptions back then and tried to talk to the younger generation. And something tells me that now the carelessness with which my sister and I treated the Uchiha's words could turn into big problems for us and Sasuke, Naru and Gaara. And this, one might say, premonition, is now driving me faster and faster towards the quarter of the Red-Eyed clan, and it seems that something similar is driving forward not only me, but also my companions. If only we could make it in time. If only our younger ones wouldn't manage to do something that should never be done, and that they, for some reason, it seems to me, are planning to do. Naruto POV. As soon as we let Miracle and Hierro go to their lands, we had to hide our chakra and hide in the bushes in lightning mode, because we moved with the beast Shunshin straight to the stone fence that surrounded the Uchiha clan, and the clan guards on the other side of the wall were not asleep at all and, almost immediately, as soon as we let the beasts go home, they came to see who had visited them. I don't know if it was luck, but they didn't notice us and, after circling around the place of our appearance, for a bit, and their red eyes flashed, they went back behind the fence, and we, breathing a sigh of relief and, having scanned the area as carefully as possible for the presence of at least someone, crawled out of our hiding place and began to carry out our very suicidal plan. Gaara covered our bodies with a thin layer of special sand, through which it was very difficult to sense chakra, and we, trying to make as little noise and stand out as possible, climbed over the fence and quickly began to move, following Sasuke, to a dilapidated house that stood not far from the house of the head of the clan and was the entrance to the underground secret archive library of the Red-Eyed. When we got to it, fortunately unnoticed by anyone, Gaara and Sasuke, with the combined efforts, quite professionally and without unnecessary noise, knocked out two guards who were standing near this building, after which we quickly hid these guys inside this hut, seating them in one of its corners. After me, opening the door, using his blood and the Sharingan with 3 tomo, behind which was a staircase that led down, Hawk said, stepping onto the staircase first. Gaara and I, having cast a last sideways glance at the door that led from the street to the hut, and at the short sleeping ones, followed him without hesitation. Having closed the first door behind him, Sasuke continued to walk ahead of me and Kase, continuing to open the protective seals, which non-Uchiha were not allowed to touch, because they were set only for representatives of this clan, and outsiders who tried to break them would, as it seems to me, face a rather unenviable fate. We are finally there, sighing with relief, said my friend, who had been taught, after 5 or 6 minutes of our journey through underground corridors and stairs, and opened a rather large wooden door, covered with a carved pattern, behind which we saw, when I lit the torch that I took from the wall, a rather large room, filled with shelves and cabinets with scrolls. So, after looking around the secret library with concentration, I exhaled. Let's split up and look for something about techniques that can be used to move between worlds. But don't forget that we don't have much time to search, so don't get too carried away with reading. I agree, Sasuke nodded and we ran in different directions, starting to search. To be honest, I have never seen such a huge number of forbidden techniques, and if I had more time, I would have gladly learned some of it all, because among the forbidden ones, I realized this a long time ago, there could be quite useful techniques for survival, and here, while I was looking for the information I and my friends needed, not on purpose, but still found something that really interested me, and I copied a couple of scrolls with these techniques that interested me. Guys, come here, I found something. After about 10 minutes of searching, which did not bring me the desired result, I heard Kaze's cry and ran as fast as I could towards him, almost colliding with Hawk on the way, who jumped out from behind the shelves and ran ahead of me. Here, when we ran up to our red-haired friend, Gaara handed us a tattered scroll. Read the title and the first lines. The World Chaos Technique and the Legend of Chaos. Sasuke read the title out loud. A technique that allows you to move between worlds and influence events in them, invented by Ricardo himself. Having read the first 2 lines after the title, I said thoughtfully, and then one of my clones, left by me on the street, not far from the gates of the Uchiha clan, dissipated. Guys, let's go. What's the matter? When I jumped up and ran to the door, both my friends asked me at the same time, running after me and not forgetting to grab the scroll that interested us. Itachi, Nagato and are heading this way. Karen. Hawk literally groaned, understanding what I was getting at and why he ran so fast. Literally, having flown out of the secret archive, I grabbed my comrades by the hands and transferred us with the flight of the Thunder God, beyond the Red-Eyed clan, to the kunai that I left in a small forest behind the wall, before we penetrated the territory of the Sasuke clan. This took away quite a lot of chakra from me, because I was still a child, because of which, as soon as we moved, I immediately fell, unable to stay on my feet, on my knees and almost collapsed on the ground completely, but my friends did not let me do this, grabbing me, lifting me to my feet, and holding me, running away from the place to which we moved. But we couldn't run fast, and so I soon felt 3 chakra sources quickly approaching us, which were definitely Nagato, Itachi and Karen. They were catching up with us pretty quickly, and so, realizing that we couldn't hide from them and avoid the questions that would definitely be asked of us today, I asked Sasuke and Gaara, who were stubbornly dragging me forward, to stop, and when they did, I broke free from their hands and sat down on the ground, trying to catch my breath and at least a little bit restore my strength, which, for some reason, didn't want to restore. They'll come running now, and what are we going to do when that happens? Sasuke asked me, also trying to catch his breath after running. Smile and wave to them, I said tiredly, and then Sasuke and I's older brothers and sister ran out onto the clearing where I had settled down with my comrades, immediately staring at us with interest and tension and freezing in place. Well, what, are we smiling and waving? Gaara nervously asked me and Hawk, and then another wave of headache instantly swept over me, causing me to fall to the ground and scream, again not seeing or hearing anything around me. 27. Who are you? Itachi's POV. As soon as we finally almost caught up with Naruto, Sasuke and Gaara, who were diligently running away from us, they stopped in a clearing that was more or less free of trees, as if waiting for us, and then, when all 3 of us jumped out onto this clearing, they immediately, in unison, screamed in pain and fell onto the grass, clutching their heads with their hands. When I saw this, my first desire was to rush towards them, and apparently Nagato had the same desire, because he quickly stepped forward, trying to approach our younger ones, but Karen did not allow us to do this, suddenly standing in our way and warningly raising her right hand. Karen. Her brother looked at her questioningly, although he stopped. It's not them, the girl said quietly, with some kind of pain that I couldn't understand, and when my red-haired friend and I, looking at her with bewilderment, exclaimed in unison, Nanny, she added sadly and uncertainly. More precisely, I don't know how to say it, but it's not them and at the same time, they. I don't understand you. Uzumaki Namika's senior voiced my thoughts. How is it that they are at the same time they and at the same time not they? Well, I could be wrong about the Kazekige's son, but these Sasuke and Naruto are not our brothers and now I feel it for sure. They have slightly different chakra than our younger brothers had. Naruto's is generally heavily saturated with Kyuubi chakra, which can only mean that he is a Jinchuriki, and our brother was not. Wait. Nagato waved his hands in the air, demanding that the girl shut up. Did you just say that Naru is the Jinchuriki of the 9 tails? The girl nodded confidently and her brother screamed in shock. But that just can't be. The Kyuubi, that damn fox, is sealed in our mother, and there can't be a second demon fox with 9 tails. But he is in it, I know for sure. Karen confidently continued to stand her ground and then I, looking at the 3 teenagers who continued to writhe in pain on the ground, realized that she was right. Look, from the shock I just got, my Sharingan involuntarily activated. And I simply couldn't help but get shocked when I saw how Uzumaki Jr. began to be slowly covered with Bayu chakra, and the sand around Gaara began to move threateningly, sliding towards him from all sides. You're left. Taking a step back in surprise, Nagato involuntarily exhaled, and Karen grabbed her weapon in fear. And to the right too, involuntarily doing the same thing that Karen did, I said, looking with horror into the eyes of my, or maybe not my brother at all, in whose wide-open eyes the Mangekyo Sharingan didn't even burn, but blazed. This can't be happening. I'm dreaming all of this. I thought, just like Nagato, who began to involuntarily retreat back, and the three boys, still screaming in pain, were becoming more and more unlike themselves. 3 tails of chakra were already fluttering behind the blonde's back, the Kazekige's son was almost covered from head to toe in sand, and Sasuke was beginning to be enveloped in Susanu's armor. But then, somehow quickly and unexpectedly for us, that is, me, and the Uzumaki brother and sister, who were already preparing to run away for help, all these strange mutations that had engulfed our, or were they ours? Brothers and their friend stopped, and the boys themselves lost consciousness, frozen on the grass, like broken dolls. Is it all over? Nagato asked uncertainly from someone unknown, and yet he received an answer from his sister. Yes, she said hesitantly. Their chakra has stabilized and is now almost the same as our Sasuke and Naru's. There are small deviations, but they are so subtle that I didn't even notice them before, and now I simply can't afford such a luxury. Shall we approach them? I asked my comrades and, seeing how they nodded in unison, I was the first to approach Sasuke, probably Sasuke, and picked him up. He was definitely alive and he was definitely not a puppet and damn it, he looked damn much like my brother. Let's take them to my clan's secret hideout. It's dangerous for us to stay with them here and now. I agree, taking the blonde in his arms, my red-haired friend nodded, and when Karen lifted the Kazekige's son from the ground, we rushed away from the clearing where we had just been. Naruto POV. When I opened my eyes, I saw a dark stone ceiling, which clearly could not be the ceiling of the hospital or my house, and this made me wary. Damn, where am I? I thought, but recalling the recent events, I roughly guessed where I could be, and raising myself from the futon I was lying on, I looked around, realizing that I was in the Uchiha's secret hideout. My faithful friends and comrades in misfortune were lying next to me on futons, and at the table that stood by the wall, with their backs to me, sat my brother and sister, as well as Hawk's older brother. But, apparently sensing that I was looking at them, they all, so to speak, turned to me in unison. Oh, one has come to, Nagato said, a little too happily, in my opinion, and, getting up from the table, he came up to me, holding out a flask with, presumably, water, but I did not immediately take it from his hands. Instead, I made a suspicious face, looking questioningly at my brother. Seeing this, he immediately threw off the fake smile from his face and, looking seriously into my eyes, moved the flask closer to my face. Drink, it's just water. I don't know who you are, but you are probably very thirsty right now, and I want to hear the truth about who you are and where my brother is, so this is definitely not poison. And if this is truth serum, Ni-san? I asked sarcastically, with a bitter smile, noticing how displeased Nagato's face became when I called him brother, and took the flask from his hands. Sorry, but we didn't stock up on serum, he literally growled, standing up and taking a couple of steps away from me. But we should have. No need. I shook my head after drinking. I will answer your questions honestly myself, since you already understood that I and they, I glanced at my friends. Not quite who we pretend to be. Yes. Nagato looked at me questioningly, clearly not believing me. Well then, I'll ask my first question. Who are you? I am Naruto Uzumaki from another world, a captain of the Anbu squad who died on a mission and somehow ended up here in your world, I answered seriously with a sigh. And these two are my comrades. Gaara Sobaku no, Kazekige and Sasuke Uchiha, a former lover of revenge, and before ending up in this world, a captain of the Anbu squad of Konoha, like me, who died on a mission. And you think we'll believe that? My older brother frowned, crossing his arms over his chest. Well, the more obvious and strange the truth, the more it resembles a lie, I shrugged indifferently, starting to twirl the flask of water in my hands. For some reason, I began to feel very sleepy, but I knew for sure that they wouldn't let me fall asleep until I told the whole truth about myself and my friends, and so I desperately continued to fight off sleep. And I, let's say, will believe you, Itachi said, who continued to sit at the table in the company of Karen, and continued to read something. If you tell me everything that happened in your world, and everything that happened to you and your friends. Why? I asked, an obvious question in such a situation. Because the stranger the truth seems, the more true it is, the elder Uchiha chuckled, somehow even looking at me kindly, while my brother and sister literally incinerated me with their looks. And two Kyuubi cannot exist in one world, which may mean that you really are from another world, or a pseudo-Jinchuriki. And in order to understand who you are, I want to hear your whole story, and that of your friends, from beginning to end, and, with your permission, I want to visit your subconscious. Well, let's start with the subconscious, and then I'll tell you everything about myself and Hawk with K's, I said with a sigh, and Uchiha came up to me, activating his Sharingan. Seeing this, I chuckled. Well, it was not necessary to activate the eyes. With these words, I took Itachi by the hand and, having given him some of my chakra, descended into my subconscious, literally dragging the Uchiha there too. We found ourselves immediately near the fox's cage and he, having seen our guest with a sleepy look, began to grumble discontentedly and somehow languidly about the fact that I had already completely gone crazy. I was bringing the Uchiha to visit my subconscious, even knowing that the fox does not like red-eyed ones. Hearing such a tirade from the demon, Itachi, having said that he was convinced that I was not a pseudo-Jinchuriki, hurried to leave my subconscious so as not to irritate the demon too much, whose cage was open. Don't look at me like that before you also return to the big world, I said with a sad smile, looking into the eyes of the dissatisfied Kyuubi. It was necessary. I know, the redhead snorted. But I still don't like it. When I left my subconscious and began to tell the story of my life, Hawk and K's also came to their senses and began to help me with the story, adding their own information to what I had already said. Nagato, Karen and Itachi listened very attentively and did not even interrupt us once, as if they knew for sure that questions would be superfluous and comments unnecessary. But each of them frowned and involuntarily clenched their fists when we told them about the battles and pain that befell us. That's how we ended up here, I said, finishing my story. And now we want to go home, and we don't want you to lose your true brothers forever, whose souls are now slowly but surely merging with our souls. I see, Nagato said, with some kind of pain and melancholy that I couldn't understand, and whispered with a smile. We'll help you with this. Really, not believing his own ears, Sasuke asked his elders. But why do you need this? We want our brothers back, Karen answered him. And leaving you alone with your problem is somehow wrong, because you too, one might say, are our brothers, even though you are not. And without our help, you most likely won't be able to return to your world, and will die in ours because of some stupidity, ruffling my hair with his hand, Nagato said with a smile. But we'll all get down to business tomorrow, and today, I think, you need to rest and gain strength. Therefore, go to bed and know that everything will be fine. Okay, I looked at him with gratitude. And, thank you. You'll thank me later, Nagato said, looking at me with concern. My brother, though not by blood. Comment to 27. Who are you? We need another beta. 28. Let's go on a trip. A few days after my friends and I told Nagato, Karen and Itachi about our past, during which Sasuke, Gaara and I were treated at home, studying the information we had obtained with such difficulty, and our older comrades, who knew the truth about us, were settling some of our problems that arose because of our intrusion into something that Genin should not have intruded at all. But, fortunately for us, my older brother and sister, as well as Hawk's brother, were such sly ones and such excellent diplomats that my comrades and I, for this prank of ours, after their conversation with the head of the Uchiha clan and my father, received only a severe reprimand. But everything could have been much worse and, realizing this, we steadfastly endured the head washing, promising my father afterwards that we would not do this anymore. And although he probably didn't fully believe us, he didn't do anything serious with us, the malicious violators, and didn't even assign any Anbu officers to watch us, which made us quite happy and satisfied. And although we were not allowed out of our houses, or rather from my father and mother's house, where Sasuke had settled for a while, for some time, under the pretext that we had not yet fully recovered and cured ourselves from our strange illness, this was also to our advantage, because during these days we were able to study all the information we had obtained and understand something. To understand and realize that we urgently needed to go to Azushio, otherwise there would be no legs or horns left of our souls, because, judging by the legend that was described in the scroll that we obtained, everything that happened to us, both the headache and our arrival in this world, was because someone from this world had decided to destroy our world and was slowly and quite successfully doing it. And he could do this only from Azushio, which, according to legend, was located in the center of each of the worlds. And if this someone succeeds in his undertaking, we too will be gone, because along with the world, those who were born in it died, or rather simply disappeared, even if they were at that moment in another world and other bodies. Having learned about this from us, Nagato, Karen and Itachi with serious faces told us that they would help us get to Azushio and save our world and our souls, as well as stop this unknown to us, destroyer of other worlds. But will you be able to persuade the Hokage to let us go to Azushio? Sasuke asked them with doubt in his voice, to which the whole, brilliant, trio grinned maliciously. Believe me, we will manage this without any problems, Itachi assured him, and they left our merry trinity, running away somewhere through the window of my room, deftly slipping out through it onto the street. Well, looking after them, my taut friend quietly whispered. I will really hope so. And you're not the only one, I chuckled at his words, sincerely believing that what our elders had planned would succeed. And they really succeeded. A week into our, that is, mine, Hawks and Case's, imprisonment, my father, while we were having breakfast, asked us if we would like to go on a training journey to Azushigakure under the supervision of Nagato, Karen and Itachi. We, of course, were not against it, which we immediately informed my father about. That's great, he smiled, seeing that we really wanted what we were talking about. Then get ready. Tomorrow morning you will all leave Konoha together and set off on this journey, during which, I very much hope, you will gain experience and prudence. Ah, yeah. My friends and I smiled guiltily, perfectly understanding what he was getting at, and Nagato and Karen, who were sitting next to us, smiled slightly, either mentally laughing at our guilty faces, or rejoicing at the next parliamentary victory, or something else. Or maybe all of this together. Who knows about these unpredictable Azumaki? Oh. Who's talking anyway? The fox chuckled in my subconscious at my thoughts. PFF, I snorted in response, mentally rejoicing that perhaps soon we, that is, me, Sasuke and Gaara, will return home. To our world. Well, how soon? We still have 2 weeks to go to Azushio. And then we still have to save our world, if someone really is destroying it with some kind of mega technique. And we will set out on the journey to Azushio only tomorrow, so for now, that is, today, I need to collect the things that I will need on the way, and spend this day preparing for the upcoming campaign, I thought, leaving the table and thanking my mother for a delicious breakfast, after which I went to my room and began to collect what I might need on the journey. I put most of the things in the seals that I had on special scrolls, clothes and body, and only a few kunai and shurikens, I laid out in breast pockets and pouches. After that Hawk and Case looked into my room and the three of us, with my mother's permission, went outside to do some training and stretching. We were very happy that we were finally allowed out of the house, because for several days we had not been allowed out of the house at all and we had, so to speak, sat in, which was not very good and we needed training now, like air, to get ourselves back in shape and feel ready again for any troubles that would definitely soon fall on our heads again. While we were training, our older comrades joined us, and they were also not averse to warming up. And during this training I saw and understood that, although they no longer perceive us as children, they still see us as their brothers and their friend. Although, if you think about it, we, you could say, are really still their relatives, even though we were not born in this, their world. It's a pity that I will never have such a family and such an older friend as Itachi in my world, I thought sadly as we all sat down on the grass to rest. But you have Sasuke and Gaara, and I, the fox said in my subconscious, clearly sensing my mental anguish and pain. And this makes me very happy, believe me, I smiled at him mentally. I believe and I know that this is really so, I knew for sure that he was smiling when he said these words. The night passed quite peacefully for me and my friends, although I hardly slept, thinking about the upcoming journey to Azushio. In this world, like in my world, it had also been destroyed by shinobi from other villages for quite some time and now no one lived there, although ninja from Konoha often visited it, looking for some valuable scrolls and other things in the ruins. But for half a year now, no one had been sent there, because the Konoha Council and my father decided that everything valuable that could be found there had already been found and that continuing any searches for anything there was a pointless undertaking. But, it seems to me, they rushed to conclusions, because only Uzumaki can find all the most valuable things in this village, and my mother hasn't been there for a long time, as well as my brother and sister, and they are the last representatives of the red-haired clan, not counting me and Akane, I chuckled, finally falling asleep and knowing for sure that before leaving this world, I will certainly stroll through the ruins of Azushio and show my brother and sister a couple of hiding places that only Uzumaki can open. And which I found in my world myself completely by accident. Well, of course, if they exist in this world. But as soon as I fell asleep, and I fell asleep only in the morning, Gara woke me up and told me that this damn morning had already arrived and it was time to get ready for the road. Cursing Madara, Juubi, and everyone else I could curse, I got out of bed with difficulty, got dressed and, having quickly washed myself, and also having grabbed the scrolls with the things I needed with the sealed things in them, went downstairs and went into the kitchen, where everyone else had already gathered. Mom immediately sat me down at the table and fed me a delicious breakfast, after which I, desperately yawning, Nagato, Karen, Gara and Sasuke, having grabbed our things, left our cozy house and went at a leisurely pace to the gates of Konoha. On the way, Itachi caught up with us and we, now our whole crowd. Oh, I mean team, left the village of the Leaf. And as soon as we left the gates of our village, Nagato immediately informed us that our journey to Azushigakure was not called training for nothing, and that he, my sister and brother Sasuke would try to teach us something during the journey that we had not been able to do before, even in our world. Oh, come on, Sasuke snorted in response. The techniques I know are quite enough for me. Are you trying to argue with us, little Sasuke? Karen asked him very, very kindly, and I involuntarily shuddered, while Itachi and Nagato took a couple of steps away from my older sister. No, no, Hawk smiled guiltily, also trying to move away from the daughter of the bloody habanero. That's great, she nodded contentedly, and my older brother and the older Uchiha sighed with relief and approached her again. It looks like we won't be bored on this journey we just set off on, I thought, also breathing a sigh of relief and smiling faintly. 29. Sorry for scaring you. After a couple of days of travel, during which our team did not stop in small villages to resting and spending the night, so to speak, under the clear sky in small groves or forests, Nagato and his sister with a comrade decided that it would not hurt us to look into the nearest village, spend the night there and replenish food supplies. Me, Hawk and Gara were happy with the decision, because we knew for sure that in front of strangers they would be a little more restrained in their zeal to teach us everything they know themselves and would not wake us up with water or wind techniques, as they did in nature. And while they were buying supplies, we would be able to take a little break from their company, which, although not bad, was very exhausting for us, to be honest. Still, 2 Uzumaki plus an Uchiha is a thermonuclear mixture. Especially if these guys decided to teach you something. As soon as we stepped with our whole crowd onto the lands of the village, which was called Sunny, Gara, Sasuke and I, having separated from our educators, went for a walk around this village, wanting to unwind a little, to distract ourselves from the various sad thoughts that began to visit our heads often, and to look around a little, because there was no such village with this or a similar name in our world. I'll say this, Solneknaya turned out to be a pretty nice place. We almost never met shinobi there, but even without them, this place was quite noisy and hospitable. Although, maybe it was because there were almost no ninjas here, who, I know from my own experience, are quite rowdy individuals, that it was so calm, or something. And people looked at us without any malice or caution, which is why we didn't want to disturb this wonderful atmosphere that reigned here with a fight or even a quarrel. Good place, Sasuke said, clearly feeling the same thing I felt, and then we heard the sound of breaking glass and a woman's scream, which, in the atmosphere of peace that reigned around us, were clearly unnecessary. Or maybe not so good, Gara chuckled, being the first to rush in the direction from which these sounds came, and Sasuke and I ran after him. The woman screamed, standing by an old but still quite sturdy-looking shop, shielding a little girl from 2 tall, grinning and clearly drunk hulks. She had light brown, well-groomed hair, and she herself was dressed quite well, as was the light brown-haired girl, who was hiding behind her, trembling, but the hulks, whose faces were covered with scars up and down, were dressed in rather dusty and dirty clothes, as if they had just come from far away and had not yet had time to change. Give us the money and we won't touch you, which, or your daughter, the closest hulk, who differed from the other only in his bright blue hair, demanded from the woman with an impudent grin. I don't have any money. The woman's voice trembled with fear, even though she tried to speak confidently. What do you mean no money? The extortionist asked her, laughing. You have this wonderful store where you sell your potions, and with these words he smashed one of the 2 previously intact panes of glass in the store with the piece of iron he was holding in his hands. This became a trigger for me, Sasuke and Gaara, who was sitting on the roof of a nearby building and had been just watching what was going on. Kaze's sand immediately wrapped around the body of the raging Hulk, and the second man was attacked by me and Hawk, who knocked him out with taijutsu. Brother, wheezed the blue-haired man, swaddled in sand like a small child in swaddling clothes, and then he hissed angrily, looking at me and Uchiha. How dare you do this? How dare you interfere with us, little brats? Well, they somehow dared. Sasuke shrugged his shoulders at his words and knocked him out, just like his brother, while I was already getting acquainted with the woman, who had calmed down after our appearance, whose name was Amado Mika, and her daughter, Amado Shura. Mika turned out to be a simple seller of medicinal potions, and just a good woman, and not a witch at all, as she was called by the brothers, who were members of a criminal gang that temporarily settled in a neighboring village, which was not so far from Sunny. Amado, for the help we provided her, after we sealed the brutes in scrolls, invited us to visit her and fed us a delicious dinner, and also offered us to stay for the night in her modest abode. But, we had to refuse this offer, because her house was already small, and there were quite a few of us, including Nagato, Itachi and Karen. Our refusal noticeably upset both the mother and her daughter, because they wanted to thank us in full for our help, and sir, in order not to upset them too much, we asked her to sell us some medicinal tinctures, which she happily gave us for free, without taking any money from us, although she had been having a hard time with customers lately. After that, having said goodbye to both Amados and having listened to their warnings that the gang that the brothers were a part of often attacks travelers near their village and that there were even supposedly shinobi in it, we went in search of our older comrades in order to reunite with the three of them before evening and find out whether we would stay in this village for the night or leave it before dark. And soon, we, or rather they, found us and told us that we would not stay in Sunny for the night and would leave it right now, but would spend the night again in the forest. After Itachi told us this, Sasuke and I with Gaara told them about our encounter with the enemies, and that we could also encounter enemies in the forest, and also gave them the scrolls in which the brothers was still sealed. Well, if someone attacks us, it will be worse for them. Nagato smiled slyly, patting my hair with his hand, making it even more disheveled and prickly than usual. And indeed, it was worse for those bandits who attacked us when we had just set up camp, having moved a couple of kilometers away from Solneknaya. Karen was the first to notice them, when they had just appeared on the horizon. More precisely, she noticed them when they had not even appeared yet, and were still far from us, but were confidently moving towards us. But at first my little sister was not sure that they were enemies, and therefore, when she informed us of a possible threat, Nagato went to see who the bad guy was hanging around there. And soon after he left, we, that is, me, Gaara, Sasuke, Karen and Itachi, heard explosions not far from us and rushed to help my reckless brother, who had already entered into battle with the enemies alone. But as soon as my friends and I arrived at the place where Nagato was fighting the bandits, Gaara, Hawk, and I were again covered by it. No, this time there was no pain. This time it was as if I had plunged headlong into something viscous and black. Everything went dark before my eyes and I stopped hearing anything. There was a nasty ringing in my ears, as if my mother had hit my head with a frying pan, but had misjudged her strength. For a couple of minutes, it seemed to me, I became like a blind, deaf, mute kitten, because for some reason I couldn't open my mouth at that time either. And when the darkness receded and it all passed, I saw before me an almost clean scorched clearing, on which sat, noticeably battered and beaten, bandits, who looked at me and my friends with fear, as I looked around with surprise. Footsteps were heard behind us and I turned around, seeing surprised, but alive and unharmed, both Senior Azumaki and the Senior Uchiha. Nagato, comparing their appearance with the appearance of the criminals shaking with fear and barely alive, I said quietly. Tell me what happened here, because I don't get the situation. What happened here? My older brother asked me again, nervously, as it seemed to me, smiling. Are you asking me this? Yeah, damn, that's the question that needs to be asked of you, you and your comrades. And I would, of course, answer it for you, if, of course, I remembered what happened here, I said, spreading my arms wide. But I don't remember a damn thing, forgive me. Tell us what happened, Sasuke asked his elders, and they, apparently realizing that we really didn't remember a damn thing, sealed the survivors, some of our former enemies in pieces of meat lying around in the clearing, the bandits in scrolls, and, taking us to our camp, told us what happened during the battle. It turned out that as soon as Karen and we arrived at the battle site, Sasuke, Gaara and I, noticeably changing before everyone's eyes, instantly rushed at the enemies and began a bloody massacre. Seeing that we were feeling bad, again, but in a slightly different way, Nagato and his comrades tried to stay away from us and stopped participating in the battle altogether. And we, Hawk in Susanoo armor and Kase and I in Bayu cloaks, slowly and surely continued to mow down the enemies and change the landscape. But when there were only 5 enemies left, no longer even trying to fight us and prepared for death, we became ourselves again. Well, wow, clearly impressed by the story, Sasuke exhaled. Now it's clear why the surviving bandits looked at us so frightened, I chuckled. And I think that all this happened because our world is already on the verge of destruction, the fox said seriously in my subconscious, and I mentally nodded at his words, completely agreeing with him. To be honest, I was also scared when you started acting up, my older sister whispered quietly and I, smiling guiltily, sat down next to her and put my arm around her shoulders. Sorry to scare you, I said. It's okay, she smiled warmly at me. I know you didn't want this. And we know that, so don't sweat the small stuff, my older brother said immediately, and Itachi nodded with a smile to me and Gaara and Sasuke, who, like me, were also smiling guiltily, looking at the others. And now, I think you can get ready for bed, and I'll be the first to make sure that no one disturbs your sleep or attacks us. Okay. I and the others agreed to this and crawled into our sleeping bags. After what happened, we all needed to rest a little. 30. Cries of the souls of the dead. As soon as I climbed into my sleeping bag and closed my eyes, I found myself in Konoha, night Konoha, with a red full moon shining over it. I immediately realized that this was a dream, but even though I understood this, I immediately felt somehow uneasy, because this dream was somehow wrong, or something. After all, usually in my dreams I couldn't feel the breath of wind as clearly as I did now. And I didn't really realize in my dreams that they were dreams, unlike this time. So I immediately realized that this was a very strange dream. I was standing on a deserted street, there were no lights in the windows of the houses, but I felt someone's presence next to me and for some reason it bothered me. And soon I understood why, when I smelled blood. Human blood and heard shuffling steps and someone's wheezing around the corner of the building near which I was standing. There must be someone out there who is feeling bad and needs my help, I said mentally in a child's voice. Me. No. Those were definitely not my thoughts. And those were definitely not Kurama who said that, whose presence I did not feel in my body at all. But who then? These were definitely my thoughts, and the steps and wheezing were getting closer to me, which made me immediately want to run away somewhere far away, but my legs. They did not obey me, and I continued to stand in place, not understanding at all what was happening and beginning to succumb to the horror that began to slowly but surely take hold of me. Help. The little boy's voice said quietly in my head again. We need to help. Maybe we shouldn't. I tried to reason with my schizophrenia. I have to. Someone answered me in my head. Okay. I gave in, and, to my own surprise, I was able to take a couple of steps forward and look around the corner. Oh ho. I wish I hadn't done that. After all, if I hadn't done this, I wouldn't have seen those dead, bloodshot and pus-filled eyes of Neji, whose body and face were already hard to call a body and a face. But at the same time, I recognized him and he, it seems, recognized me too. Naruto. The zombie wheezed, taking another shuffling step towards me. Naruto. The boy said in my head again. How does this one know my name? Your name, Nani? I screamed in my mind, taking a few steps back from the dead Hyuga. Are you really, Naruto? Yes. The boy answered me, and I heard him cry, which made me feel very uneasy. Although, it wasn't only this that made me feel uneasy, but also the fact that I heard too many shuffling steps behind me. And then the child's sobbing stopped and the feeling of someone being near me also disappeared. But the zombies that started crawling out to me from everywhere didn't go anywhere, but I didn't feel them at all, as if they weren't there. Well, this is a dream, I thought a little nervously, for some reason already beginning to doubt that I was sleeping at all, trying to stay away from every living corpse. Naruto. Suddenly they all groaned and wheezed in unison, causing me to jump up in place from the fear that had nevertheless gripped me and grabbed kunai from my pouches. Naruto. The corpses howled again, getting closer and closer to me. The disgusting smell of decomposed, rotten meat, pus and blood made me feel sick, and the sight of zombies, who were once living people and my comrades, made my hair not only stand on end, it rose up so much that it almost tore itself off my head and ran away in an unknown direction. And in order to avoid premature baldness, and death at the same time, I quickly ran forward, starting to dodge the hands and teeth of living corpses, breaking through, thank Kami, a loose crowd of zombies, while sometimes slashing with kunai at the limbs and necks of overly nimble corpses and regretting only one thing. I regretted only that, for some reason, I could not control my chakra. At that moment I had no time for pity for these long dead people who, for some unknown reason, had come to life in my dream and were now trying to kill me. At that moment, I, perfectly understanding that if I did not fight them, I would die, confidently continued to cut up the half-decomposed bodies of zombies, breaking forward and trying to escape from the crowd of living dead. Dead people who were once living people. People dear to me. Out of the way. No longer able to fight off the undead, I screamed angrily and at the same time desperately, noticing a low building ahead and mentally even ceasing to hope that everything that was happening to me now was just a dream. After all, the smell of rotten meat was too real and my shoulder, which was slashed by the claws of one of the corpses of the living ones, hurt too real. With difficulty and with the last of my strength, I finally reached this building, the closest to me, and had already started to climb it, when someone grabbed me by the leg and jerked me down. Unable to hold on, I quickly flew to the ground and hit it with my back, finding myself immediately pressed against it. Anko, I said with difficulty, trying with all my might to break free from the strong grip of my long-dead wife and get out from under her already half-decomposed body. Naruto. The zombies howled in chorus again and Anko's teeth closed on my neck. And then someone hit me quite hard on the cheek, forcing me to open my eyes. Naruto, on me, looking at me with fear, sat, pressing me tightly to the ground. Karen. Come to your senses already. Oh, I smiled with relief, trying hard to calm down and catch my breath. Little sister, you are simply an angel who came down to me from heaven. Let's write off this nonsense of yours as your nightmares, Uzumaki said with relief, rolling her eyes. Quadruple A. Let go, demons. Suddenly, Hawk screamed from the side of me, and I immediately looked at him, just like me, pressed to the ground. Itachi was sitting on him, just like Karen was sitting on me, and with frightened eyes, he was beating his cheeks with his palms. I won't be taken alive. Get away, Gaara yelled from the other side of me, as Nagato tried to wake him up. I didn't do it. Leave me alone. Let me go. No. Wake up already. Apparently, already in despair, the elder Uchiha shouted, swinging harder and hitting his brother on the cheek harder. This finally woke up Sasuke. My Uchiha friend's eyes quickly opened, and he stared at Itachi in fear. And, Itachi, Hawk said, as if not believing his eyes. Who else? The elder Uchiha breathed a sigh of relief, and at that very moment my second friend came to his senses, and threw Nagato away from himself with sand. I didn't do this, clearly not yet realizing that everything was already fine, Kay said discontentedly, sitting up abruptly and looking gloomily at my brother, who had smashed his back into the tree and was now wincing with displeasure and rubbing his hand over the injured part of his body. I don't know what you didn't do there, but I'll tell you right away, I believe you, Nagato assured Gaara, getting to his feet and approaching him and me with the others. And I see that now everything is fine with you and Naruto and Sasuke. And what happened to us anyway? When my older sister finally got off me, I asked, sitting down. I don't know, my brother shrugged. You just suddenly, for no apparent reason, started screaming, cursing, and writhing like snakes, clutching your throats, arms, and stomachs, and we decided to wake you up. And they did the right thing, clearly remembering their nightmare, and now it was dark around us, and it was still clearly night, Sasuke said, wiping sweat from his forehead with his hand. I already thought I was going to die when Itachi woke me up. And you're not the only one who's already said goodbye to life, Kay snorted at his words, lying down again. But I think that now, even when we fall asleep, everything will be fine with us. Why are you so sure about this? I asked him in surprise. Well, if anything happens, they'll definitely wake us up, he chuckled again and closed his eyes. I hope, Sasuke chuckled too, also lying back down. And you too, lie down, gently stroking my shoulder and looking into my eyes with care, said Karen and I, obeying, wrapped myself in my sleeping bag again and closed my eyes, quietly whispering, I put my life in your hands, sister. Don't worry, I'll take care of her, she said just as quietly, and I felt her curl up next to me, lying down on the grass at my side. At least put a blanket under yourself, otherwise you'll catch a cold from sleeping on the cold ground without opening your eyes, I said, and she, snorting discontentedly, left me for a while, soon returning again and collapsing next to me and hugging me with her arm. Feeling her embrace, I couldn't help but smile, because I realized that now I definitely wasn't afraid of any nightmares. Commentary to 30. Cries of the souls of the dead. Happy New Year. 31. A piece of your paradise. After that nightmarish night, neither I nor my comrades had any zombie nightmares. At least for 2 nights in a row we slept like babies and dreamed of pink elephants. Hey hey. Although, I'm kidding, we didn't dream about elephants either, and we didn't dream about anything at all, which wasn't bad either. But Karen and Itachi with Nagato began to sleep very badly after that incident and could wake up from any rustle or even someone's nervous sigh. However, this isn't so bad either. For any shinobi, this is very good, because if a shinobi sleeps lightly, he won't die in his sleep from someone's hand. But if someone doesn't sleep well, sooner or later they become terribly aggressive. The fox snorted at my thoughts in my subconscious. Are you saying that even for good shinobi they sleep very poorly? I asked him mentally. Yes, he answered me. And all because they are too worried about you. And, in my opinion, because something is wrong with this world. But why? I asked QB another question with concern. Because if one of the worlds disappears, it will affect the other worlds, and they will change one way or another, the fox said in my subconscious. And now, when our world disappears, this world is smoothly covered by, albeit insignificant, energy waves that change it, and these changes are felt one way or another by both people and animals of this world. Yes, I said mentally. As they say, everything is bad, bad, bad. Of course, Kurama chuckled. After all, this world can change for the better or for the worse. And we have no time to hope that this world will become better when our world disappears, I sighed heavily. And that's why we simply must save our world. Yeah, the redhead nodded, and then Nagato called me to breakfast and I, having climbed down from the tree where I had been sitting all this time, went to the fire, joining the others. After breakfast, our company put out the fire, and we set off again. It wasn't that far to Azushio, 2 days' journey at most, and this made me a little happy, because the sooner we found ourselves in the village of Whirlpool, the faster we would save our world and even be able to return to it. I can't wait, Kurama moaned in my subconscious, involuntarily making me smile. Yeah, I nodded to him mentally. Naru, what are you smiling about? Sasuke, walking to my right, gloomy as a thundercloud, nudged me with his shoulder. He hadn't eaten tomatoes for 2 days, because his favorite vegetables that we had were gone, and now he was suffering greatly from this, although he tried not to show it. Well, the weather is nice, so I'm smiling, I lied, looking at his gloomy face and, involuntarily, smiling even wider. And the breakfast was delicious. Was the breakfast tasty? Hawk asked me quietly and gloomily, and, without waiting for an answer, literally hissed. Are you making fun of me or something? What? Is something wrong? I asked him with a barely noticeable grin, pretending that I didn't understand what was going on. It's all wrong. He finally flared up. And breakfast without tomatoes or tomato juice is not breakfast, it's just mockery. Oh. Calm down already. Karen yelled at him, apparently getting a little fed up with Uchiha's almost hourly hysterics about the lack of his favorite vegetable. We'll get to the nearest village by lunchtime and buy you some tomatoes. Really? My nerdy friend looked at her with puppy dog eyes. I swear, my sister answered him with a sigh, and he, jumping up in the air and joyfully shouting, hooray, finally calmed down and even cheered up a little. Looking at his satisfied face, I involuntarily smiled again, but this, to my, probably, happiness, my red-eyed comrade did not notice this time. By lunchtime we actually reached another small village, entering which we immediately galloped after Hawk, who, as soon as we entered the territory of this village, immediately rushed forward and soon jumped out into the local market, as if he was rushing there by smell. After that, we tried unsuccessfully for 3 or 4 hours to tear him away from the counter with tomatoes, of which we bought about 10 kilograms, until the lost Uchiha was knocked out by Karen, and Gaara swaddled him in sand, just in case. After that, all of us, well, except for the unconscious Sasuke, decided to go somewhere and have a bite to eat, because while we were tearing Uchiha Jr. away from the vegetable counter, we were pretty hungry. The closest place to us for such cases was Meat Eater, and without thinking twice, we went in and ordered some food. The meat dishes there were excellent, although they couldn't compare to the food of Nagato, Karen and my mother, but this fact didn't upset me or anyone else, because we ate heartily, and, as I said earlier, deliciously, after which we left Meat Eater, and the village it was in and set off again. As soon as we left the village, Sasuke came to his senses and, grumbling discontentedly, K's, put me down on the ground, was released from the sand cocoon by Gaara. Finding himself free, Hawk, looking gloomily at me and the others, quietly said, "You are demons. Why is this?" Nagato didn't understand. "Because they knocked me out near a place that I can certainly, in the last few days, call paradise," my Sharingan-using comrade answered him offendedly, involuntarily making us all laugh. "Oh. What a grief." Nagato laughed, mock lamenting, approaching Sasuke and putting his right hand on his shoulder. "But don't worry too much about it. We still took a piece of your paradise with us. And only this has prevented me from starting to yell and swear at you," Sasuke snorted, throwing my brother's hand off his shoulder and stomping ahead of me and the others. "Oh. How scary," Karen giggled quietly in my ear. Of course. I said it loud enough for my red-eyed friend to hear me. Jaboas are scary when angry. The hawk stumbled, glared angrily at me over his shoulder and continued on his way without saying anything to me. Apparently, his battered pride, which had finally made itself known, prevented him from arguing with me. What strange clouds, a couple of hours later, suddenly stopping and looking at the sky, Itachi said, and we all looked up too. Brother Sasuke was not mistaken. The clouds, or rather the clouds that had already covered almost the entire sky, were indeed strange. They were covered in scarlet stripes, like scars. "I don't like this," my older brother said, frowning. "I think we should take shelter somewhere from the rain that will surely pour out of these strange clouds soon. Just in case." Nobody objected to this, and we all rushed together to look for shelter. I found it, or rather a fairly spacious cave in which we could all hide, thanks to my clones. And as soon as we had found shelter in it, red rain poured from the sky. This, putting his hand under the drops of this rain for a while, and then bringing it to his eyes, and even licking the scarlet drops, Itachi said in shock. "Blood. This is the blood of those who died in our world. Shukaku just told me about this, sadly, and even somehow doomed," Gaara said. "Our world is completely on the brink. As are our lives." Then, Itachi clenched his fists and said, and ran into the rain. "We need to hurry to the Whirlpool village, even without paying attention to this strange rain." "I completely agree," Karen nodded, also leaving the cave. "But you, Itachi, will be the one washing my clothes after a walk in this rain." And to me, Nagato grinned, and together with Gaara and Sasuke also climbed out into the bloody downpour, and I, shaking my head and also grinning, just like them, left the cave and we ran forward. It's not far to Azushiogaku. 32. You made him turn to crime. Black coat, brown eyes and a crazy smile. In his hand is a kunai, the blade of which is stained with blood. With my blood. Damn. Unable to get out of the wooden bonds that this shinobi had swaddled me in, who had attacked me and the others as soon as we set foot on the lands of Azushio, and who now, it seemed, had decided to cut me open with a kunai and see what was inside, all the while smiling like a maniac. Who he was, for some reason I couldn't remember, probably because I had already forgotten him, or because I had never met him before, either in our world or in this one. But at the same time, I felt something very familiar about him, although I only knew a few people who used wood techniques, but this man didn't look like any of them. Not at all. "Don't flinch, young Namikas," noticing my attempts to escape, he said with a poisonous smile on his lips. "I'm an Uzumaki, you idiot," I snapped back at him, trying hard to sense the chakra of the rest of my comrades, who were currently fighting strange creatures that looked like multi-legged dogs or baboons, covered in armor and having long tails with clubs on the ends, that had attacked us along with this guy. "How rude," he chuckled and, holding a kunai to my throat, said with feigned sadness. "And what a pity that you and your family and friends came here today. If you had come tomorrow, you would have stayed alive, but since you came here today, I will kill you so that you do not accidentally learn about my plans and try to stop me. And if we already know about your plans and that's why we came here, what will you do then?" I snorted, making a slightly idiotic, but quite impudent face. Then I definitely don't need to leave you alive. Uncle immediately became more serious, and was already swinging a kunai to make an unnecessary cut on my neck, as I was finally able to reach something hard with my hand and, with the help of the blood that was flowing down my hand, call him, the guardian of the tiger village Kuroamaru, a black saber-toothed tiger. This giant, who was no less in size than Toad Boss, but was much calmer than him, immediately as he appeared, with a blow of his front paw sent my enemy, who did not have time to react to his appearance, flying, and broke, like straws, the wooden fetters that tied me. Thank you, Kuro, I thanked the tiger and, jumping onto his back, looked over the battlefield from above, immediately seeing everyone else. They were fighting the creatures attacking them, but the forces were clearly not equal. Although Sasuke had Susanoo, Itachi was a genius, and Karen and Nagato were quite agile and strong. Uzumaki, the opponents, who were also by no means weak, and even spat fire, crushed them with numbers. Should we help them? The big guy asked me. No. Noticing that Sasuke had also summoned a huge wolf, clearly noticing my maneuver, I said. They can handle it themselves, but we must defeat our opponent. Our enemy, who, spitting branches and leaves from his mouth and cursing, jumped out of the bushes and created some kind of huge, handy thing, on whose head he immediately jumped up, and which immediately moved towards me and the tiger. With his love for incomprehensible huge things, he reminds me of Hashirama. Kurama chuckled in my subconscious and I nodded mentally, because I completely agreed with him. Little Naruto. For some reason, my light brown-haired opponent exclaimed too joyfully from the head of the wooden thing. Incredible. You were able to make a contract with ninja animals. Simply incredible. But, perhaps, I have some merit in this. Yes, that's right. It was I who was able to help you gain this power. From what? I was a little taken aback by his statement, wondering if he had hit his head hard when he flew there, into the bushes from which he had recently jumped out. Well, I will explain it to you, although it is not necessary, because I will have to kill you anyway, said my enemy. I have learned something about our world and about other worlds, of which, as you will know, there are very, very many. Having learned this, I realized that if there are fewer worlds, then other worlds will come to greater prosperity and the people in them will become stronger, and therefore I decided that I must destroy the superfluous, so to speak, worlds. I have been looking for a way to do this for a very long time and finally found it. And you think that I became stronger because you destroyed a couple of extra worlds? I interrupted him, causing him to frown in displeasure. Why else? He asked me. Have you ever thought about the fact that people live in other worlds and that they die together with their worlds? Instead of answering, I asked him a counter question. Don't you feel sorry for them? They are forced victims, he shrugged with a grin. And, in other worlds only our clones live, whom we should not pity. Clones? Ha! I asked him again, clenching my fists until they hurt, and without waiting for an answer, I threw a kunai with the seal of the Thunder God at the enemy, quickly moving after him and finding myself in front of this shinobi in black, after which I kicked him in the face, angrily, like a beast, growling after him, rolling off the wooden scarecrow. In other worlds, there are no clones, but people like me. People like you. People, damn you. My enemy quickly recovered from my blow and, before he even reached the ground, pushed off his wooden creation with his feet, rushing at me with a katana in his hands, which he took out of the case on his back. He didn't say anything else to me. Either he was impressed by my speech, or he was simply angry, or he simply couldn't find anything else to say to me. Damn, I wish he'd just chatted away. He turned out to be too fast, strong and dangerous an opponent. But, I didn't expect anything less from a guy who could destroy worlds and summon strange monsters, and who could also use Mokuton. Although, I was on the verge of life and death a couple of times in this fight due to my inattention. But what can you do? I was a child now, and he was too quick and experienced, which was visible to the naked eye, a shinobi. But, I still won our fight, and when I finally knocked him out, his monsters disappeared too. Well, those of them who were still alive, and my brother, sister and comrades immediately ran up to me. This is Nawaki-san. Looking closely at the face of my defeated enemy, Nagato said with surprise. It can't be. Karen also looked closely at the villain's face and exclaimed with no less surprise. He died 3 years ago. Well, as you can see, that's not true at all, Itachi shrugged. This also happens, Sasuke chuckled, and I shouted in amazement, Wait. Is that really Nawaki, Granny Suna's brother? Well, yes. My older brother nodded back at me. Holy shit, I breathed out in shock. So that means he turned to crime. What a mess. This also happens, Kurama chuckled in my subconscious, clearly mimicking Hawk, and I sighed heavily, trying to calm down, and involuntarily recalling everything that happened to me, Sasuke and Gaara in this world. My god, this world is so crazy. It's a good thing our world is not quite like his. How good it is that this world and mine are different from each other. 33. Farewell or Rise of the Dead. Having tied up Nawaki, just in case, and encased him in a seal, we soon found a huge seal in the center of Azushio, with which he destroyed worlds. Having eliminated it, and leaving only one part of it whole, which was the portal through which one could get to other worlds, I, Gaara and Sasuke asked Nagato, Itachi and Karen to destroy it too when we returned to our world. And you, do you really want to go back? For some reason, Nagato asked us sadly, looking down. Yes, I nodded and, going up to him and hugging him, quietly whispered. I would like to stay here, with you, Karen, Akane and Mom and Dad, but there is my home. My life, even if it is crippled, but mine. And I am tired of occupying a body that does not belong to me. The body of your brother, who loves you very, very much, even more than I do. But you also became a brother to me. A tear slid down his cheek, and mine too. And you for me, I said, and, moving away from him and looking into his eyes, I smiled at him widely and openly. And even though I can't stay here, I will always remember you and our family. And I will remember you. Suddenly, attacking me from the side and hugging me tightly, so that my bones cracked, Karen exclaimed, tears streaming down her cheeks. Here, you, right, I won't forget, I croaked, to the friendly laughter of Nagato, Itachi, Sasuke and Gaara. After I was released, by definitely my, little sister, I and my friends approached the lightning sparkling gate, as Kurama dubbed the portal, and, looking back at my relatives from this world for the last time, and whispering, farewell, we stepped into the portal. Oh my god, I thought involuntarily, when sparks, lightning, stars and even, I think, pink elephants danced before my eyes. Finding myself in the portal, I felt as if I had been hit on the head with something heavy, because before I usually caught stars only after that. My head started spinning and, to my displeasure, I saw nothing except this crazy fireworks, and I didn't feel anything. I didn't even feel my body. But, fortunately for me, it soon ended and the starfall that danced in my eyes stopped and I felt my body again. True, now I could not see anything. There was darkness before my eyes and a disgusting smell of rotting meat hung around me. What the? I asked mentally, who knows who, but someone still answered me. What are you surprised about? Kurama's voice, so familiar to me, rang out in my head. You returned to your body, which had just fully recovered, and before that it was dead and slowly rotting here, in the coffin. So I'm in a coffin. I grinned. Well, I'm alive again, which means it's time to leave. The corpses rise from the graves, the poor brains of the Konoha people, the fox chuckled, and I grinned and, having created a rasengan, slammed it on the lid of the coffin. The tree shattered into pieces and earth gushed out at me, which I began to throw aside with difficulty and crawl upward. Soon, first my hand, then the second, and then my head were free. Bright sunlight hit my eyes, causing me to briefly close my eyes, but at the same time I continued to crawl out of the ground and soon I was finally able to completely get out of the earth's captivity. Having climbed out, I collapsed on the grass from exhaustion. After all, climbing out from under the ground was not that easy. While I was lying there, I spat out almost all, of the earth that had managed to get into my mouth, and caught my breath, and then I heard some rustling and, looking in the direction from which it came, I saw a stone monument on which was written, Uchiha Sasuke, and a grave near it, the earth of which was unnaturally swarming. Another corpse is breaking free, Kyubi chuckled in my subconscious, and I, rising to my feet, hurried to help my friend. When I dug his head out, he looked at me in surprise and laughed. What are you laughing at? I asked him, continuing to dig him out. You look like a zombie and I probably don't look any better, he answered me. He imagined us from the outside and now, he couldn't resist. And imagine what it would be like for a person who saw us, but didn't know that we weren't zombies, but living people, I chuckled and, also unable to hold back, laughed, pulling the Uchiha turnip out of the ground. Oh. Why should I imagine this when I can see people's reactions to myself in real life? Hawk winked at me conspiratorially and I grinned maniacally, deciding to have a little fun. Having left the cemetery, we both, walking, scaring ordinary people and some ninjas with our appearance and faces, went to Ramen, wanting to get some food there, because for some reason we both really wanted some food, as if we really were zombies. While we were walking, I almost died laughing, looking at how people ran away from Hawk and me with frightened screams, and looking at how the shinobi passing by looked at us with such a lively and genuine interest. Moreover, sometimes they passed by us and got caught up in something, not looking ahead, but looking back at us. But our fun with Sasuke did not last long, and soon a detachment of Anbu blocked our way and demanded that we introduce ourselves. What? Don't you see who we are? Uchiha quipped, folding his arms across his chest. You are pretending to be two honored shinobi of this village who died 2 years ago for a purpose that is still unknown to us, said one of the ANBU, whom I recognized immediately. Pretending. I stepped forward. Kiba, is your sense of smell so bad that you can't recognize your old friends? Or do we smell so bad that you can't smell who's standing in front of you? Or did your brain fail you in the end? My taut friend grinned. I don't know who you are, but you've already gone beyond what's allowed. Inazuki growled and rushed into battle, but was immediately caught in Sasuke's illusion and instantly fell silent, collapsing to the ground. Akamaru was much smarter than his master and, although he also rushed towards me and knocked me down, he did not attack me seriously. Having knocked me to the ground, the dog began to lick my face, whining happily. All, Akamaru, stop it. I said with a laugh, barely trying to fight off the dog, and when the dog stopped licking me, I stroked his muzzle, whispering with a smile. And I'm glad to see you too, buddy. And he doesn't seem happy to see me, Uchiha grumbled resentfully. It's always like this. When it comes to bullying, it's the Uchihas, and when it comes to being happy about someone, it's only the Uzumakis. He said this in vain, because Kiba's dog immediately switched all its attention to him, also knocking him to the ground and, under the gaze of the completely shocked Anbu, began to lick his face. This dog could not be deceived by anything and even by illusions. Thanks to one seal that I once installed on his forehead, he did not succumb, because of which, when the caresses were finished, the Anbu took us to the Hokage, who until now was Granny Suna. Upon seeing us, she first screamed, then began to scold the Anbu for their stupid jokes, and then, having learned what was going on, she instantly became serious and, literally grabbing me and Sasuke under the arms, dragged us to the lab to conduct a couple of tests. They took blood from us for analysis, shone a flashlight in our eyes, asked a bunch of stupid questions, and even looked into our memories. And when Sunad, having received the results of all the tests, finally made sure that we were really us, she almost strangled us in her arms, sobbing loudly. And listening to her sobs and feeling the warmth of her hands, I smiled and quietly whispered. We're finally home. From the third person in another world. Moments after Naruto, Sasuke, and Gaara entered the portal, their bodies were thrown back out, and Karen, Nagato, and Itachi barely managed to catch them. What Kurama said happened. Seeing that his brother was alive, Nagato whispered with a sad smile. Yes, nodded Karen, who was holding Gaara in her arms, and then her eyes and the eyes of the second Uzumaki younger brother, who was being held in the arms of the eldest son Minato, opened their eyes with difficulty and looked around in confusion. Naruto called him by his name Nagato, and when he looked into his eyes, he smiled warmer. Everything is fine. You finally woke up. Brother, the blonde said. Could it be that the boy who looked so much like me, who talked to the huge fox he called Kurama, and lived with you, was just a dream? Then why are we now in Azushio? I'll explain everything to you later, the elder Uzumaki whispered, hugging his brother. I'll definitely explain. Brother, Itachi breathed a sigh of joy and relief from the side of these two, and Nagato realized that everything would be fine now, because everything was back to how it was, and everyone had returned to where they were supposed to return. But, he still felt a little sad, because even though his brother had returned to him, he had lost his second brother. Brother, although not by blood. Epilogue. Naruto POV. After our triumphant return home and resurrection from the dead, a month had passed and no one was pointing at me and Sasuke in surprise when we walked the streets of Konoha. Everyone began to treat our resurrection as something ordinary and normal. Well, almost everyone. Both Sasuke and I still encountered people here and there who, when they met us, tried to come up to us and touch us to understand if we were just imagining things. But my Uchiha turned friend and I had already gotten used to this over the past month. But I don't know about Sasuke, but I still couldn't get used to the fact that I wasn't surrounded by my family. I had gotten too used to being surrounded by my family during the time we were in the other world, and my, albeit not complete, loneliness began to weigh on me more than before. Apparently, I shouldn't have gotten attached to anyone from the other me's family. Although, I guess living among my family was a very valuable lesson and experience for me, which I had been deprived of before, due to the fact that I myself had neither parents, nor brothers, nor sisters. Thanks to it, I changed, albeit a little. However, it wasn't just me who had changed. Judging by the behavior of Sasuke and Gaara, who, it turns out, had been in a coma the entire time we were in the other world, I saw that they, like me, had begun to perceive everything that was happening to them here, in our world, a little differently, and to behave a little differently in certain situations. I don't know if it's good or bad, but for some reason I like the way they behave now, because even their looks were now not as cold and tired as before, after the war. I think my view has become the same as theirs, because I, like them, was able to look at my world with different eyes. With the eyes of a person who, even if only briefly, grew up in a loving, albeit not related to me, family, and who finally realized how dear to me is my world, in which I was born, and the people who, although not related to me, have always been those who communicated with me the way family communicates. And even though there are almost no such people left in my world, those who are still alive have become even dearer to me, and I don't want to lose them, exchange them for someone else, or leave them for anything. After all, because they are my real family. But something tells me that this journey of mine to another world will not be the only one, and that I will look at everything with different eyes more than once.